Hello, everybody. Welcome back to this is technically gonna be PM in the PM eventually, but we're starting off with we're gonna be co-streaming the Devolver Digital Showcase, which is happening shortly. Gonna get Pong in here in a little while. He's still hanging out with old Boxer Bear on his channel, doing a recap of Summer Games Fest, and we're gonna be doing that as well on PM in the PM, as well as talking about what we're going to see here at the Devolver Digital Showcase. We're going to talk about what everything means for Xbox Bethesda Showcase coming up. I think there's some interesting things to think about with regards to that based on what we got shown already. Shout out to Jasper for joining us for the Devolver stream. What's up, man? How are you doing?
It's going pretty good. Just ate a little bit and played a little bit of games,
Yeah.
and then hopping back into the next show. So
legit, I just hopped in a couple chats and then I passed out for like 30 minutes. So I'm refreshed. I ate a Hershey bar and I got a Dr. Pepper, so I'm good to go. I'm still confused. I don't know if this Devolver show is happening on Twitch Gaming. I can't chat in there to ask anybody because they have like follow only mode on Twitch Gaming. So I'm trying to find that out, or if we're gonna have to hop over and watch like a GameSpot or IGN thing, because there's nothing showing on the Devolver's YouTube channel. You might need a nap too, 3-bit. Yeah, it's been crazy, man. Crazy the last several days, and it's only gonna get crazier for the next few here.
Is there a dark mode on Twitch? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. It's just so bright, huh? I mean, I'm gonna full screen this. I think this is happening here. It says coming up Devolver Showcase. Okay, it is happening here. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I just hate this layout. There's like ads like all over the screen. It's just like
yeah. It's the official one though, so
Yeah.
I'm just like, it's okay, you know. MJ in the PM, yeah, Mav and Jasper in the PM. Pong will be joining us here in a little while. We may have some other people hopping in with this as well as it goes on. We all get excited for these showcases, right?
We do.
I do. Do you not?
No,
I don't know. Do you not get excited? I mean,
they don't really do much for me, you know. It's just
it's like part of like one of the things I don't know. Always people say like, what's the difference between a casual and a hardcore gamer? It's like, I think a hardcore gamer is like, a lot of them know about this kind of shit and care about this news and stuff. You know what I mean? Whereas like a casual doesn't follow any of the gaming news. They just play a game.
they're waiting for their friend to tell them, "Hey, let's go play this game together."
Right. Are you gonna take a nap, 3-bit? You gonna? Yeah, I know 3-bit's been working as well as watching all this stuff. I'm still kind of sitting on that Summer Games Fest a little bit, Jasper, and kind of wondering how I feel about everything. You know, I mean, overall, I think like it was a good show.
Yeah,
you know,
I think it's just a lot of it was predictable. We kind of called a lot of it, you know, so there wasn't too much of a surprise there.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
It wasn't like. Also, I feel like there's a lot of AA stuff. There wasn't like all the AAA stuff we knew.
That's true. Like, there really wasn't, man.
Like, it was just AA surprises, like the Aliens game and stuff. But other than that, we kind of knew all the AAA stuff.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. This is happening in just a couple minutes,
and now we get an ad. That's what I'm afraid with Twitch is just them doing an ad right in the middle of the show.
You think in the middle of the show? I think they're running this right before it's starting on purpose, you know? Should make for 7 ads. Add 2 is 7. Oh my god.
I got 8.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, 3 of 8 right now.
And some of this could be like, oh, like copyright claimed as well, you know? Annoying. Like Ardhi, that I told you about the Black Adam thing already. Yep. The video claim on that.
Oh, you did?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have to sign up for like co-stream package for Keighley's thing, or was it just?
Yeah, you can sign up, but like they invite anybody to co-stream.
Okay,
but
so
they
that makes no difference.
No, it doesn't make a difference. In fact, but if you co-stream this stuff on Twitch, you're less likely to get any kind of flags.
Yeah.
Twitch gaming is taking an ad break. Stick around to support the stream. We're on 4 of 7 here.
I'm on 5 of 8.
Oh my god. What's up, Billy Torres? GameSpot is streaming it. Yeah. And see, the thing, if you do the GameSpot stream, it's like the you're gonna have like a delay, you know,
a delay on a delay.
A delay on a delay, because they're like, as weird as it seems, like these big media outlets, they're pretty much co-streaming too. Like that's just how it works. Like they don't necessarily have a direct feed, you know, so like they're co-streaming somebody else's feed, right?
Yeah.
So
they used to back in the day, like when it was physical and stuff, they would all go like the booth and put in their own connection and stuff. But
now it's everybody's covering somebody's video that's live, right? So if somebody's covering somebody's live video, they're all capturing the same live video. It's on the Game Awards channel, Doom says. I would rather watch it on the Game Awards channel. Yeah, we got 40 seconds. I'm gonna turn the audio on here.
I think the next show I'm really looking forward to is just the feature game show. Really, like,
yeah,
I know this is gonna be all right. It's just gonna be a lot of indie stuff that I probably won't care too much about. But
future game show again, is that tomorrow or Saturday?
That's Saturday. Tomorrow is Netflix and Tribeca, I think.
Right.
And that's gonna have Flag's Tale at that, so that might be okay to watch.
Appreciate anybody hit the like button, share it out, sub to the channel if you're not already, and let's have some fun watching this Devolver show.
Oh, here we go. It's starting.
You goons listen, and you listen good. I don't give a flying fuck flip about the marketing reports. We are losing consumer attention. They are bored to shit.
We've done everything we can on that front.
The hell you have, Zane. The hell you have. What you've done are worldwide exclusives, fancy transitions, expensive pre-recorded presentations, fake live events, live events, and some dipshit narrative garbage that didn't go anywhere. Melissa, data.
The data is clear. The industry analytics point to fragmented attention in every consumer-focused vector but one.
And that is? The countdowns. Those ridiculous 30-minute celebrity-soaked attention grab countdowns before a company's actual presentation actually starts, actually. They are big, dumb, wasteful, empty, and they work!
She's right. I want to let...
Of course I'm fucking right! So this year, we're counting down. That's the focus. The countdown. It's all about the countdown. No,
they usually have a few good game announcements at these.
All stops pulled out of where the fuck stops are they? People keep pulling them out of.
Yeah, okay, sure. But what are we counting down to? Like, what happens when we get to 0?
It doesn't fucking matter. You can propose to your mistress for all I care. I just want big number consumer eyeballs drying out as they watch a marketing-laden countdown where we're drip-feeding them brand awareness and purchase intent until they climax in their G-Fuel-soaked gamer chairs.
Not yet.
G-Fueled soaked
Getting
gamer
it, though.
chairs.
So who do we have on deck to host this thing? I mean, we need someone, right? Do a celebrity? Ooh, can we get James Vanderbeek?
Team Pacey, huh?
I'm just saying, the people
A giant fucking robot with whoever the shit we want inside of it hosting our show. Inside of it. Hosting our show.
I'm sorry, what?
Hold.
We've designed, developed, and deployed a wideband interlocal net-modulated telepresence experience through which a virtual host can virtually host our virtually hosted countdown broadcast.
So what, like a Zoom call?
No, not like a Zoom.
Margaret?
Now.
What the fuck is that?
What's up?
What the hell? What the hell? Mecha Suda 51. Wow. Check a look.
25分5分5分59秒か9秒か25分58秒25分57秒
What the fuck is going on?
25分55秒25分5分54秒25分53秒かな25分52秒52秒
He's counting down from 2,500 something.
I don't know if he's just repeating 24, 25. Or...
It's 25, 48, 25, 47, 25, 46.
25分46秒26分6分6分45秒25分44秒25分43秒25分40
What's up, Retro Nerd? What's up, Calorie? Kalari?
10秒ああ疲れてきたぞ25分
Doom Reaper, Billy Torres.
20なんとか
20 whatever.
ああ誰もいないなこれはいつまで続くんだ25分25分
I noticed you stopped counting the numbers.
あ実は僕ね
20 whatever is not a number, my guy. Let me see if we can get you some kind of a break from the numerals. Madge.
My name's Margaret.
Shut up, Madge. Does this
Madge.
thing, I'm sorry. Does this thing have access to the feeds?
Yes, it has access to the feed. All feeds, the feeds on the planet. Heck, even deep into translocal space. With a little extra juice, it could even transmit all the way to
Sure,
that
yeah.
strong.
Can he do trailers?
Yes. Trailers, number station feeds, launch codes, replicant incept dates, satellite destruct instructions, suggestive TikTok dances.
What's up, Midway?
Basics. It's also equipped with a trichordal thermal
Pretty good.
central mass
Pretty good.
displacement cannon.
Didn't blow me away.
Hot stuff. Give me the button.
Okay, yeah, sure. Whatever.
What say you and I put the marketing into the Devolver Digital Marketing Countdown to Marketing and give the fine audience at home something to throw money at their screens for?
ちょっと何言ってるか分かんないな画面に置かないでも変わんないよ
It works. We did it.
投げたのもう
Open up the Cult of Lamb release date trailer.
プロセス中
$89.75 billion, and we use it to hawk a video game.
プロセス中プロセス中プロセス中
We're finally getting a game.
Interesting.
Wizard sheep.
Fairly mid ham.
Hello.
Yeah, ham, I agree with that. Cult of the Lamb coming August 11th. 3-Bit says he watched it again and it's now a 7. He went down from an 8 to 8.5 to 8 to now a 7. This looks pretty cool, man.
It's kind of like that starving game, whatever.
Yeah, Don't Starve or whatever.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Maybe a little Death's Door in there too.
You get a little Hades in there, honestly. with the gameplay, not necessarily like the aesthetic, right? The OFK killer. Cult of the Lamb.
It's available on everything.
Nice.
Who, Devolver? No, we didn't make that. Massive Monster made it. People are gonna be obsessed when it drops. Oh, well, no, not just the videos. We're the publisher. We publish the games. That's important stuff, you know. It's basically the same thing as making the games without all of the, you know, effort, creativity, time, energy that goes into making said game. I think of us as a humanitarian service, like FEMA or Crocs.
You guys see the numbers? Sheep Game or whatever did us a duper mad spike. Wild stuff. Really wild stuff.
Sheep Game or whatever.
Tastes like baby food.
Have you guys seen the numbers?
I know, right?
No, you don't know. What do you know?
I know the numbers keep going like this. I'm gonna buy a house.
What's going on? Is it working?
On the fucking moon.
Like, you have pre-sales engagement.
These numbers are like nothing we've ever seen.
Well, that's good though, right?
Too good. Nina, these numbers are like nothing anyone has seen. Something's wrong. We need to tell Hazel this needs to stop.
Whoa, whoa, whoa there, sport. Just corral up all your little horses, take a breath, make some sense.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't make sense. It can't make sense. According to the tracking, we just...
Are you guys fucking with the numbers?
I was wondering, are these like just actors that they have back every year? Because some of them are there every year, but like, because if there's like, if these are the devs at all, they're like actually like really good at this stuff every year.
The end of 2001 with gigantic Jupiter space base.
There's gotta be actors,
all
right?
shriveled up and computers going nuts like beep boop 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 beep boop.
Well, I know the guy in the mech suit. I think he's like some.
That's Suda 51. Yeah, it's a game dev.
That's a weirdly specific amount of time. I wonder if. Kind of hope to trail.
Oh, right on 3-bit.
It's like a VR game, maybe.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I don't know. Maybe it's not though. Could
Maybe,
be.
yeah, you're moving.
It could be like Mirror's
Yeah,
Edge, but with shotgun. I don't know. Holy shit! It's got to be VR, right? Whoa. Is this like Stubbs the Zombie or whatever? Like
Angerfoot. Wish list now. It's a crocodile.
Is he twerking?
I don't know.
So what's with the numbers?
What the hell is that game? That was
Angry
cool.
Foot or whatever it was.
Jesse says, I want this. I still want to play Spider Swords. What's up, Jahid, the chosen one? Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out.
There's no comp in that. That was an accident.
Holy butts, another engagement spike. The chat's going nuts, so our social mindshare ratings and marketing relevancy are shooting through the roof.
Somebody tell me what the shit is going on.
Moon house? A fucking house on the moon?
What if it's the...
Yeah, that's great. What if it's the...
No, yeah, what if it's the trailers? Hey, you big dumb robot, do you think...
Do you think?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking something a little more along the... Knew it.
It's the trailers.
Make sure.
18th century France.
Switch and Steam.
Is this like a French poker game?
I have no idea.
Like big time matches.
What do the numbers look like, though?
They just keep going up.
It's absolutely insane.
What was it called?
This can't be real.
I didn't look. I just saw Switch and Steam.
Okay, Kalari says this is the card game all about cheating and not getting caught.
No, it can't be.
Did he just say video game singularity?
Oh my god. Wait, what are we talking about right now?
Video game singularity is a hypothetical monomoment of absolute corporate convergence. An event horizon into which kaleidoscopically manifold fractionated conglomerate interests are inescapably pulled at a single point of infinite density, compressed against the entropic inevitability of years of inter-industry corporate mergers, acquisitions between developers, publishers, platform holders, and soulless holding.
Acquisition season.
Everyone buying, merging with and acquiring everyone else until
this show is actually kind of giving me a headache with all the flashing lights. That's like,
yeah.
Ultimate omni company eating up everything in its way. It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear, and it absolutely will not stop ever until everything is one thing, and that one thing is everything.
And that thing is us?
Oh God! Oh, Jesus Christ!
So two more houses?
You're not getting it, Sane. Imagine all platforms, all iconic characters, all methods of monetization, all hotballed up into one monopolistic orgy of interactive video entertainment. Imagine streaming your favorite prequel as a service on your virtual phone while you're sitting on a toilet in a metaverse Taco Bell while you
have Sonic the Hedgehog in a committed, non-monogamous relationship with that huge lady from Resident Evil, and
they could be playing Apex Fort Zone on an Atari Dream Station.
Apex Fort Zone.
And it would all be free to play.
Or play to earn.
How did this happen?
Pay to earn.
It's the mech. It's gotta be.
It's the only thing powerful enough to do it.
多分うちのスタッフちゃんと送ってるはずですよ。テレメトリのコーラーは多分ね安全なはずなんだけどな。
You guys?
This is hilarious.
You guys follow the directions, right?
Of course!
Well,
Sam's room. The plucky squirrel?
Plucky squire.
Oh.
Once upon a time, there was a plucky squire named Jot. Jot roamed the land in search of adventure, battling beasts, helping the helpless, and generally being very heroic. But then one day he discovered something rather curious.
Whoa, that's pretty rad.
A world
that was 3D.
Never knew existed.
This looks cool. The plucky squire. Whoa.
It's like mixing a bunch of different games together.
Yeah. It's on next gen,
everything.
Only, current gen only, and PC. That looks freaking cool, man. I like that.
I can't tell if it's just that these games are amazing.
Tom Clancy's Animal Crossing.
What's going on?
Oh my god, that's pretty much X Defiant.
I just got sent a review copy of Metal Gear Cooking Mama. I don't even know what that means. Do you even know what that means?
Clancy's Animal
The industry's folding in on itself.
That's so fucking good.
It slaps real hard. 10 out of 10. That's not the point.
G Fuel just put in an offer to buy Valve. Microsoft
G Fuel
Bethesda again, just for fun.
Just what the ever-shitting fuckfire have you assholes done now?
Ever-shitting fuckfire? I love this
dude. Just did the
my god.
Thing.
Yeah, it was legit the sauce.
To my robot. What have you done to my goddamn robot?
And what's with your shirt?
It's the singularity.
So what is the problem?
The video game singularity. Somehow this big dumb whatever the shit is channeling egregious amounts of hype and marketing power into a single point, and everything is converging on that point right here.
So what is the problem?
Soon Devolver Digital Inc. will become the sole arbiter of all video games and everything that goes along with it. A lone, single mega platform with total and unstoppable
Switch 2 though.
command over
You're
everything.
So what is the problem?
We don't know what we're doing. The Devolver barely functions as a marginally successful video game publisher. We can't be the central ordinal nexus of all industry.
Why not?
Why aren't you getting this?
Oh, I get it. This is the,
Yeah? You can't...
A game by Sam Eng. Whoa, what is this crystal skateboard thing? Music by Blood Cultures?
You're chasing a planet down the road or something?
Whoa, that's trippy, dude. Escape border made purely out of ray trace reflections. That's cool though, man. This looks rad.
Yeah, it's like a different arts kind of style. I haven't really
Yeah.
seen anything like this before.
You are a demon.
Made of glass and paint?
Made of ray tracing. And yet you must skate. Skate through the underworld. Wow. Skate story, nice.
Wish list now.
I hate when there's no platforms, man.
Well, I'm assuming
Jesus.
wishes now. It's just PC,
Annapurna
so
Interactive just merged with Mountain Dew.
Fuck. They're gonna make a soft drink out of Journey.
It's not gonna stop. The hype is too great. It's the counting. We made a countdown with nothing at the end just to get viewers and built a machine we don't understand to do the counting down. We were so preoccupied with whether or not we could, we didn't stop to think if we should. We can't stop it counting. It can't even stop itself counting. This machine is a mechanized construct of stuff that's complicated. It's off the rails and it's just as stuck as we are.
So, no Moonhausen.
No. Nothing. First it will be Devolver, then it will be everything. We won't even... What the...
Version actualized.
Yeah, maybe, Aaron.
The fribbing Goram sit son of a smacking shaz butt! Is it almost time? Are we almost ready?
What the hell's going on?
Listen, you have to listen to me. The only way out of this is to...
I have a fucking Sims logo.
In the beginning, it is always dark.
What the fuck is happening right now?
それは何?
A single loot box coin. It is all that remains of my vast empire.
Is this a never-ending story? It's like, what the fuck is happening, dude?
ビデオゲームは消えてしまったの?
Yes.
じゃあ、すべて無駄だったんだね。
No, it hasn't. Video games can arise again. And you. And your dreams and wishes.
It's fucking amazing, bro. Oh my god.
Open your hand.
I feel like they smoked a shit ton of weed and it was just like,
Yeah.
What did you do last week? I watched this movie. So I can put it in this.
You could have a blast doing that, watching this for sure, you know?
What are you going to wish for?
わからない。
Oh, we've watched it. I know Devolver is like this 100%, but this one's like even more over the top. Like they're usually over the top. I mean, they're always over the top. This one is like to the extreme over the top. It's
As many as you
amazing.
want. And the more wishes you make, the more magnificent video games will become.
本当?
Try it.
じゃあ最初のお願いは。
What the shit is
Fucking
it doing?
Predator.
I don't know.
It is Predator.
It's under its own power. We're locked out.
This is not in the contract. This is nowhere in the contract.
Well, ain't that some shit?
Check a look. Check a look. So
is that it?
Is it it? Is that it? Is it over? Looks like it is. The music.
Like, I don't know if like we should trust him that it's ending or like stick around for like another
No,
5 minutes.
this has got to be it. I mean, like, I mean, I thought it's about the same like this last year's, I think. I feel like I kind of need to watch this again, though. Not gonna lie. Can I buy this song? You're surprised Suited at 51 didn't have a game there? Yeah. They just probably didn't have as much to show this year. They had so many releases pretty recently, you know? But that one, I mean, the Squire one, Plucky Squire, that was really impressive. And the skateboard game was really cool. Yeah, there's been a couple. I can't remember everything they have. Suda 51 was loving it. Fucking great.
And
all right,
looks like it's it.
All right, well.
Okay.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, Jasper, what did you think, sir? I'm gonna see if I can't bring up a YouTube video of it now, right?
It feels like I took a trip that I didn't know I signed up for.
Yeah, a nice little acid trip there you had. Yeah. I'm gonna see if I wonder if it's available now on their. It is not up on their channel yet. I wonder if it's up on the Game Awards channel, like as far as like an actual video.
Yeah.
Because I feel like, I mean, it's a 20-minute video, right? So it should be up somewhere now?
Tom Henderson put out a article saying that 110 Industries secures a Blade Runner license for a new game.
Okay.
That just came out, so.
Yeah, I want to watch the Plucky Squire trailer. 110 Industries. What do they make?
I don't know. I just first heard of them. It's just. Let's see, 110 Industries.
Yeah, I'm looking up the Devolver stuff.
Oh, they make that Wanted Dead game where you play as like a chick that has like a sword and a pistol, and like you run through the levels.
Mm-hmm.
And... Or they, yeah.
All right. Well, there's some of their stuff. They got the teaser up, but they have some other trailers here. Return to Monkey Island is coming.
On their
Cult of the
YouTube
Lamb,
page?
yeah. But I'm still looking for this whole shebang. Skate Story. They got all the trailers up here. We're gonna go through their like. I'll just do this. I want to watch this Plucky Squire one again. This was a really impressive looking game to me.
Kind of like a Link Between Worlds, where it switches between a lot of like 2D and 3D perspectives.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, there was a plucky squire named Jot. Jot roamed the land in search of adventure, battling beasts, helping the helpless, and generally being very heroic. But
So it looks like they showed off
he
5
discovered
games.
something rather curious.
5 games.
Yeah,
they're all on their website. They're on their YouTube page now.
Yeah, that's where I was looking.
There aren't words for that, Doom says. Yeah, the games did look good. I mean, there wasn't like as many as I'm used to. I think they usually last year. I think they had quite a few more.
Yeah.
Let's see. They also had the Skate Story, was kind of mind blowing.
Nice little artsy game.
Yeah, this is rad, guys. I love it. I'm not familiar with Sam Eng. I'm sure it's probably a name I should know.
Well, I mean, this is a small independent studio, so I don't necessarily.
Right. I feel like they're highlighting that name for a reason. So
I mean, if it's like a small studio, it's like one dude that works on it, you know.
Oh, right. That's true. All right. So then we got. Oops, that's the wrong thing here. Let's go to. I'm closing this stuff out.
Yeah, I was just shared the Tom Henderson thing in the DMs.
There's Angerfoot. This one looked crazy. I don't know if this is VR or what.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just first person or if it's a VR game. You're moving pretty fast if it's VR though. So it's
Yeah, it's true. It'd be
maybe it's just
nauseating.
first person.
Right. It kind of it reminds me of the gameplay from that Bullet Storm game. Remember that game?
Yeah.
People can fly.
I thought,
a lot of kicking and hit.
The game where you play like a red like computer program. I can't think what it's called. And you like shoot a bullet and they break into glass. What is that game called?
Oh, Super Hot.
Yes. Yeah. Kind of reminds me of that too.
Okay. That's all I can say for some of these. Like, okay,
it's a dorking alligator in the room. So
okay. How's it going, Tim A? This looks good too. Cult of the Lamb. I feel like we've seen this before.
Yeah, I think it looks familiar what Lamb does, but maybe we just saw like a teaser for it or something before.
I can't tell if you're building like a village in this, like it's part of the gameplay or whatever, you know, or if it's just.
Yeah, I don't know if you're building something or if it's just like a dungeon game.
Never mind, they just buried a body.
They're showing gameplay of that foot game on Twitch, the stream we left.
The what game?
The anger foot game.
Okay. Oh, you got a cold, Timmy?
Yeah, because it looks like you just get like one clip in the gun, and once you shoot all your bullets, you're kind of out, and then they throw the gun at the people, so it's kind of like that super hard.
Right. The thing about the super hot game is like they don't move unless you do.
Yeah.
Right. I'll tell you, everything here is original. You know, like. Oh, really?
What is it?
FarQ says you found the track singularity, but every message I send a comment saying where to find it doesn't go through. That's weird. I think links don't work if that's what you're trying to do. Post a link. All right, so here's the cheaters game, Card Shark.
Yeah, they don't have the trailer they showed at the event. They have one from like the other day, but
okay.
The red card.
It may be the same trailer. I don't know.
So this is a live action thing.
Yeah.
Can you follow it? Following? Where it is? You think here? You just lost your money.
I mean, most of their stuff I feel like kind of came out already, so.
It's very easy.
Yeah.
So all you need to do is to grab 2 cards in the right hand, 1 card in the left hand. So when you throw, you can either throw honestly the red card or throw the card above. Make it look the same. Make sure to at least throw honestly once so people follow the wrong card. And now you do the trick. Your victims are following the wrong card. And this is 3-card Monte.
Interesting. He's teaching everybody how to cheat. All right, you street card sharks out there. Here's the other. This was actually available now on PC and Switch.
What is it?
The Card Shark game. This is the other trailer. Yeah, Death's Door was great. Interesting. Cool. Yeah, I mean, there wasn't a lot of games. It was a great show, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to talk about, 5 indie games.
Yeah, exactly. There wasn't. I mean, again, this Plucky Squire game is impressive.
It's probably the better one out of it, for me at least, that they showed. The Angerfoot game could be kind of cool, I think, too. But
yeah.
Once upon a time, there was a plucky
I
squire
think I need to see
named
more on this Plucky game.
This one is really cool because it looks like you're gonna be able to play in all these different like scenarios and different vantage points and stuff.
Kind of goes through like different
combat
styles of games,
puzzles and stuff. Yeah, that's like Super Punch Out right there, and you got.
He discovered something rather curious.
Then all of a sudden, it's a 3D game that looks actually pretty stunning,
like,
right?
Contra and all kinds of shit.
Mm-hmm. Like when he goes onto the cup as well, it's like really cool.
Yeah, so I guess the like things around your room are like different portals, and each portal's like a different style of game.
Any kind of surface with like a game type of thing, It just looks really cool, man. I'm digging that. Well, is that the star of the show for you, or Angerfoot, or Skate Story, or Cult of the Lamb? The card thing is cool, but it doesn't do much.
Yeah, I don't care about card games, so it's kind of like whatever. It's definitely either Plucky Squire or Angerfoot.
Yeah,
I think that's the 2 better ones for me.
Okay. Transitioning here to fun speculation. PM in the PM mode. Get a little PM in the PM vibe here. Pong should be joining us shortly, and we'll have a fun little podcast, pure gaming podcast, covering everything that we've had over the day. It was, I mean,
the day or the week, or
the day and the week. Also, PlayStation Showcase, State of Play or whatever. I mean, the multi-platform.
Was that last week? I don't even remember anymore.
I don't. It's all a blur, bro. It's like seems like a few days ago. The State of Play, that we just had, pretty freaking cool. I think a lot of games got shown there, but I mean, still, I keep kind of going back to like these shows today. It seems like Game Pass and Xbox is getting a lot of announcements at these other shows, right? As well as we're getting things that we haven't even had the Xbox Bethesda Showcase yet.
Yeah, it's just like I'm kind of wondering if like we don't know what's at Xbox's stage, obviously, so like it kind of makes me wonder, like, is Xbox just like throwing out money to everyone now because they don't have something coming out this year? It's like, or is it just there's part of their current strategy of just to try to get everything in Game Pass too? So it's like,
yeah, I mean, we know that's been what they've been going for, right?
Yeah.
Regardless, so that doesn't surprise me at all. It's just that there's been a lot of cool announcements already, like Resident Evil 4 remake and Street Fighter 6 multi-plat. So that's great. Callisto Protocol. We've seen twice already. We've seen Street Fighter 6 twice now. And a lot of times, like the game, like Street Fighter 6 last generation was exclusive, to PlayStation. And also with Call of Duty, the interesting thing with the reveal yesterday is there's no PlayStation marketing behind it. And again, today there was no PlayStation marketing.
Well, there was on PlayStation's channel, but not on the main stages.
Yeah. Well, it was being played on a PlayStation also.
Yeah.
But I feel like in a way, like it still was like the lead development platform, right? For them, probably. But then they're removed all the marketing from it. Like they didn't remove the button icons on the screen, but there's no, like last year, there's no like PlayStation logos, right? On their official marketing stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah, I get that, but it's like at the same time, like I don't know. It's just like if you go to PlayStation State, it's on there, but like I think it's just where they've kind of like they're distancing themselves from it now since they can't get the marketing rights for the future. You know, they're just like, yeah, well.
Well, but that would be Activision distancing themselves now, right? Like that's what I'm finding interesting. Like I don't know if it's possible for what's going to happen. You know, like in the next 4 or 5 months, right? Like, what if that deal goes through? You know, they could be purposely not having all the PlayStation stuff on those in case that happens.
Yeah,
know?
again, like also I don't know like how like far along in the deal process do you be like, okay, so we have a marketing deal with you, but like it's only for like when the game launches, like leading up to the marketing deal, like put our logo in your thing. Like, do they have to like talk about that more, or like, you know, I don't know how that all that back end stuff works.
Yeah,
because if they know like if they got the marketing rights for it for like when the game launches, that wouldn't come into effect until like when it comes out. So like I don't know.
Yeah. So what was this? I'm gonna go back to this thing you shared about. Where is it? 110 Industries secures Blade Runner license for new game. So this is another Tom Henderson thing. Like Tom Henderson is like Mr. Leak now. You know what I mean? Like he says it's coming true, right? Because it's some people in the industry don't like it, but I personally don't. I mean, care. It's saying according to his sources, it appears a new Blade Runner game has gone into development. Cloud gaming developer and publisher 110 Industries has acquired a license to make a new Blade Runner game, sources have said. The announcement of the game was made at the developer's new studio in Switzerland, in which the game was announced to release in 2025. Not much is currently known about the game, as the announcement came in the form of a short and brief cinematic trailer, which is expected to release in the near future. No further details about the game were revealed at the event. The new project shouldn't be confused by the Blade Runner Enhanced Edition by Westwood Studios, which is a remastered version of the 1997 cult adventure game. Is 110 Industries like how big are they? I mean, is that like
they have a pretty well, I think they have something to do with Tencent, or maybe
really?
I don't remember.
Is that just because the 110 thing?
No. I know they're making a pretty interesting game coming out called Wanted Dead that has like my attention.
Yeah, I see that listed. Wanted Dead, Vengeance is Mine, and Red Goes Faster is their games that they're listed on their site. The graphics look pretty good on that Wanted Dead game.
Yeah, you play like a detective, and it's kind of like a hack and slash like shooter thingy. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah,
it's like cyberpunky too.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'm just catching up with the chat. What's up, Jigga J? What's up, Brian? How's it going? The Susa says if Xbox wants games, they should just remaster all the Xbox One games. Apparently, they are new games. Is that a shot at The Last of Us? Well, I mean, The Last of Us 1 was a PS3 game, so that would be like remastering a 360 game. However, they already did remaster that game and came out with it on the PS4 with The Last of Us Remastered. So this would be the second generation in a row of like a redoing of that game. Last of Us 3 Remastered holds up.
Last of Us 3.
Sorry, The Last of Us Remastered holds up fairly well, right? So I don't know if I necessarily see the reason for it, but it is what it is.
The thing with me, it's just I think their priority was off. Like, you're remastering the game when people have been asking for a new game the whole time. Like, that's what kind of irritates me with it.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Pong Soul?
Strangers, what's going on? I am back again.
Yes.
You're just jumping around to other people's channels today, aren't you?
Ooh.
Did you have a chance to get something to eat real quick?
Nope, I got a chance to order something. So I put down a couple slices of cheese to hold me over. All I've had today is a protein shake. So
Oh, wow. Nice.
So let's go. This is Christmas. Who cares? Kids don't eat on Christmas Day.
Well, it's officially not PM in the PM yet. We have 13 minutes left.
I know. Jasper's here, so it's definitely not PM in the PM. Hey, so Devolver, right? I don't know what you guys were just talking about. I was watching it, but I was obviously still doing Boxer Burger show, so I didn't catch all of it. So I had it was a short show, right?
Yeah,
20 minutes.
20 minutes. So
yeah.
Call of the Lamb, Plucky Squire, and Skate Story. Did I miss anything else?
Angry Foot, and there was that card game.
Angry Foot and a card game?
And a French card game that's out now. It's about like cheaters and trying to not be caught. It's that one, like it seems pretty interesting. There's going to be an audience for it, right? For me, it's not something that really interests me. The other
it'll be fun with the whole fun speculation fam. Guess who's cheating and who's not?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, 3-Bit would lose every time, so it's really not fair for him because he's got the worst poker face.
He does. Yeah. Is it a multiplayer game?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I didn't even see it, so I don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
Is it just like it's not? Okay. Well,
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Okay.
You want to check out these trailers real quick, Pong?
Yeah, we could check out the trailers. I listened to some of it. Of course, I had everybody talking in my ear at the same time while I was listening. But man, they had some funny. I love Devolver so much. I gotta go back and watch the show because God, man, what was the Tom Clancy's Animal Crossing T-shirt?
Yeah.
Bro,
that was hilarious, bro. That was hilarious.
And the dude was like, Xbox bought Bethesda again. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, absolutely hilarious stuff there. They crack me up every time, dude. Suda 51, Mecha Suda was just amazing.
Mecha Suda, and I love Suda 51. I have to go back and watch this shit.
Yeah, you'll be dying. I mean, we can watch the whole damn thing again if you want.
That's
I
right.
mean, it's like 20 minutes, but let's see here. I'm
gonna go watch them all again in 4K anyway. So
right. I'm gonna play the. I'm gonna go back to Devolver's channels. Just
it's the easier way to get the trailers.
They've got the creative director of Cult of the Lamb on IGN right now, and they're going through it. It's pretty freaking cool. That game looks really fun.
So I'm gonna go to their.
Oh, here's a card game. Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to it on here because I want to make sure the right trailer's showing. Yeah, here it is. Here's the card game. This was the first one they showed. I don't know if this is the trailer they showed.
It was a different one, but
okay.
The other. I was just watching your guys' the other one where it was like live action.
Yeah, there was another one too that was like more like interesting art style.
Like I think the trailer they showed in the show actually showed gameplay of what it is. But
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to that one because this one ain't doing it for me either.
I mean, I don't think any trailer's gonna do me for this game.
Yeah,
but
is this it?
Mr. Joanna Dark, what's going on? It's Timmy. How you doing?
Yeah, that's the one I think they showed.
Silent Cypher, great to see you again too, brother. Great show.
What's up, Joanna?
I hate hearing myself twice as this plays.
I'm not reading the comments. What up? What's up, 3-Bit? Can you say something? Can I confirm if the DLC with Last of Us is $100? That's what the upper edition is.
Yes, the Firefly edition.
Firefly. $100
for a 13-year-old game almost. I don't know.
Yeah. The price point also I have a little bit of an issue with, but I mean, it is what it is. It's up to the value of the beholder, right? All right, so the Cult of the Lamb. This one looks really good, Pong.
Yes, this is the one that I'm looking forward to. Like I said, I'm watching the creative director right now on IGN. He's running through a lot of gameplay. So
yeah, they showed a lot of gameplay of the Angry Foot before they talked to that dude. I think they're just gonna show like all the things they showed here today.
Yeah, this looks fantastic.
My standout is
Plucky Squire.
Plucky Squire, yeah.
That looked amazing, bro, with all the different styles and stuff. Oh my god.
Also, the skate story looks really cool.
Seen the skate story before, but it looks even better now. Looks very impressive.
Okay, here's where the good part of the trailer is about to come up, where we actually see some gameplay and stuff.
Throws a head in the fucking. Oh my god, that's awesome.
I mean, I can't tell if it's like a roguelite.
Yeah, from the gameplay I've been watching on AGN, it's definitely a roguelite in a lot of ways. Or no, not a roguelite. I should say it's an action RPG.
Okay.
Because like in the trailer here, it shows them like run around a town and stuff. And
yeah.
It's like Paper Mario.
Cult of the Lamb. All right, so that was a really impressive one. Then there was Angerfoot. This one is crazy, bro.
I didn't see this at all.
There was no Game Pass working on any of these, so
yeah.
Okay.
His shield said "fuck" on it.
From the gameplay they showed off after the show, it's
Are you a frog?
I think you're like an alligator or something.
Oh, are you?
Yeah. From the gameplay they showed off after the show, you get like however many bullets are in your magazine, and you just throw your gun at people, so it's kind of like Super Hot in that way.
I love that. Super Hot was cool.
A twerking alligator gets blown up. Trailer over.
Okay.
Crazy. All right, so then there was Plucky Squire. This is by far my standout. Like this, I'm excited to try to play this game.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic.
Series X, PS5, Switch, Series S, PC.
Once upon a time, there was a plucky squire.
Yeah,
named
Joanna, that's
Jot.
what it looks like, right?
Jot roamed the land in search of adventure.
When he jumps off this
Battling
page,
beasts.
it's amazing.
Helping the helpless.
Even on the page, like you see all these different forms of gameplay and styles, right?
Very heroic. But then one day he discovered something rather curious.
Punch Out, Mike Tyson.
A world
Yeah.
he never knew existed.
I think I was sold when I saw him in the mug.
Yeah. Is that when he's doing the shoot 'em up? Yeah,
I think so.
Shmup.
Yeah, it's just sick. It's just such a good
Yeah.
idea. Such a good idea.
Yeah.
And then there's one more. The other one that like was really impressive was Skate Story.
Gaz, what's going on?
Call it ray tracing the
Sauce.
game.
Love the music.
Me too, bro. I actually like the song they played at the end of the showcase. There was
I didn't hear it.
The Singularity song. It was funny as shit.
Made of glass and pain.
Yeah. On a lot of these. All right. Well,
now you're caught up on the Devolver show.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
What'd you think, Pong?
I liked it. It was a short show for Devolver. They didn't have a whole. I'm trying to remember what their show was last year. Last year was like what, 45 minutes or so.
Yeah,
they've had a lot of games come out pretty recently.
They have
Weird West, Trek to Yumi.
Yeah, a lot of their games did show. Are already out, like you said, Jasper. So, no, I liked it. Again, from what I saw, from the bit that I could listen to, again, I want to go back and watch it. But again, Devolver's humor, their writing is for their skits is just phenomenal. Like, it's so on point. It's not even funny. So I want to go back and watch that whole part of it. But the games, again, Cult of the Lamb has been on my radar for a long time. Plucky Squire just jumped on to my radar for sure. And then Skate Story, again, I've seen it before, but it's looking even better. And it's definitely something I want to check out. Angry Foot looked ridiculous and crazy. So cool. And again, the card game, hard to tell right now from what I just saw. So, but Devolver doesn't usually miss. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm excited.
I think they had so much stuff just recently released, and they had like so much stuff last year and stuff. It's like they may not just have as many games ready to show yet, and they did a short show. I mean, they did it. I mean, usually their shows are probably between 20, 30 minutes, but like, I think last year was jam packed with trailers, right? And I feel like this year was 5, but like there were one of them I don't know, but 4 were really good games in there.
Wasn't the announcement this week too? Isn't Devolver starting their own studio? They're going to start developing. Wasn't that Devolver or was that Annapurna? It was one of the two big ones, the indies. But I think that they are starting their own studio. Pretty sure.
I know they were making fun of themselves in the show saying, we're just a publisher. We don't make games here. So
right.
I got to put Pong Soul in the host chair now because it's officially PM in the PM.
Hey, welcome everybody to PM in the PM. That's right. Pong and Mav in the PM. Welcome back. That's right. If you've continued watching us basically for the last 24 hours, well, hey, thanks for being here anyways. And thanks for sticking around. If you're just new and you're starting to watch us right now, that's right. We are officially in PM in the PM. June the 9th, 2022. First day of Gamer Christmas officially started today. And we've got a heck of a show, and we've got an amazing guest who I do not have an intro for, but you know what? I want to welcome him in before I get over to Mav, the one and only Fun Speculation, but Jasper, Lore Master Jasper, Masper. I was going to go with Masper there. Lore Master Jasper, actually, guy, is in the house. What's going on, Jasper? How you been, brother? Long
turns
time
out
no see.
You overstay your welcome for a showcase, you get to be a guest.
No, man, you're gonna be glad to have you hang out with us, bro.
Heck yeah, man.
We got a lot to talk about.
We do, and that's basically what this is going to be anyway. So we kind of knew this was exactly what was going to happen this week. So just been kind of crazy around here. Mav, how have you been? How's the streaming been going? Have you been pleasantly surprised with everything you've seen so far between Keighley's show and Devolver Digital? And I think they had another dev show in the middle of it, but I didn't catch that one at all.
Yeah, the Day of the Devs or whatever. I took the opportunity to take a 30-minute nap.
Yeah,
I was checking you out on like Boxenberger's show, and I was like, oh man, I'm like, I need to catch up. Like, it's been an exhausting couple days, you know, trying to like getting everything prepped and stuff, trying to do a lot of different things. And like yesterday was live a lot. The day before that was live a lot, you know, then just kind of getting hyped and anticipation of all these shows. I mean, this is not even the biggest stuff we're going to have, right? Because
no,
Xbox Bethesda has 2 big showcases, 2 90-minute ones, right? I feel like we got a great start. This was kind of like the tier just below where I think what we're expecting from Xbox Bethesda Showcase today. There was some really cool stuff announced. I'm excited for where this week's headed right now. I think what we can do, Pong, is we'll break down, you know, I know you just got done breaking everything down from the Summer Games Fest, but we'll kind of break down some of what we saw at Summer Games Fest, and then see like how is that going to impact the Xbox Bethesda Showcase? How does that change any kind of our thoughts about what we might see? You know what I mean? And because I think there's some clues in here that we can kind of decipher, and who's kind of winning so far as like these game announcements and like not necessarily platform, but like it seems like subscriptions and multiplats are really big with all of these announcements right now, and that's kind of unique, you know what I mean, for a time like this, because we only have a couple shows left that are in Xbox Bethesda. Like PlayStation didn't really have much at all except for Last of Us Remaster. I mean, that even the Keighley show had the one big game for PlayStation, and that was one that we already kind of all knew about for a couple of years now, and it's a remake of an existing game. So for PlayStation, it's like, okay, they kind of got their big thing out of the way, you know, and but there's a lot more multiplat stuff. I feel like Xbox Bethesda again has a chance to kind of just make the week, you know what I mean? So
I agree with you. It's
gonna be really interesting to see. But I want to say, hey everybody in the chat, it's been amazing hanging out with you extra time these last few days. Thank everybody for keep showing up to all the stuff we got going on over here. I've seen a lot of people say, hey, first time checking out this channel, watching this stuff, and absolutely love those kind of comments. But how you been, Pong? Are you running on zero energy? You energized?
Oh, I'm energized, man. Again, the good news is that I normally do fast for a 15-hour period, so I'm kind of used to running off of. This is a little bit extended today, however, but I knew this was going to happen, right? But no, I'm hyped. Seen a ton of really, actually, Keighley's show surprised me in a lot of ways. We got some new Game Pass announcements we were not expecting. Kind of low key. Again, this wasn't an Xbox show, so it's not like we were all of a sudden seeing Game Pass commercials, but just to be watching after a couple of these games that came on and to see Game Pass on there on the bottom, scroll across the bottom, and then of course be confirmed online later after the show. That really did shock me. And so that's the cool part about this. We talked about this leading up to this, Mav, too, is that this year, out of the past couple years for sure, really no idea what we were going to see, what we were going to get, but we knew that people have been working on a lot of stuff. And you know, Keighley, with all of his partners that he's made, even though he was, you know, downplaying the show and saying, hey, temper expectations a little bit, we're not going to have any Elden Ring announcements here. Outside of some of the pacing issues that he did have that I think we all can agree upon, the show gave us a ton of games. I haven't counted this list yet, but it's got to be what, 30? It's got to be close to 30 different games we're showing. Now, not all of them were gigantic. Not all of them were blockbusters by any stretch of the imagination. Some of them we did know about, but still to have that much content in a show to start out this week, man, that's fantastic. So yeah, no, this is great. Loved what I see so far, and can't wait till we get to the main event on Sunday, of course. But between now and then, we got a lot of other great stuff. And again, Devolver, even though it was a shorter show, as we were just talking about, still, you know, even if you say they showed 5 games, right? They just released Trek to Yomi, Weird West. So, hey, they didn't have a whole lot to show this year, but they showed us 5 games. Cult of the Lamb's been on my radar. And again, to come through with 4 out of the 5 that I can say I'm honestly interested in, hey, that's Devolver for you. Nothing but quality out of them. So, yeah, we could definitely talk about what this kind of means for the Xbox show, especially coming off the Keighley showcase. We can definitely dive into that. But obviously, we should probably first start with the Keighley show and kind of talk about some of the highlights. We can go line by line if you guys want to. We can cover the show in entirety, or we can just kind of pick out some of the highlights like I just got done doing over on Boxing Burger's show. I really don't mind either way. Which way would you guys prefer?
We'll go down by the lines, and then we'll just quit. Like some of them will be like, okay, that was not worth talking about. You know what I mean?
Obviously.
Right.
Well, you mean what do you mean you don't want to deep dive Fall Guys? Are you sure?
Yeah, I don't want to deep dive Fall Guys in The Rock's appearance.
Oh, well, yeah, we should talk about The Rock and his advertising for his energy drink. I think we should probably deep dive in what that means for the Xbox showcase.
Like, what the fuck was that? First, like, why? Like, why are you here? Like, with your shirt? Like, okay, so it kind of honestly, as a gamer, that just pissed me off. Right? I'm not gonna lie.
WB paid him for the ad spot.
Yeah, they did. But then The Rock's like, hey, I don't have time to do this shit. I'm gonna rip off my shirt and work out for a little bit, and I'm gonna do it in the middle of my workout. Hey, yo, what's up, Keighley and the gamers around the world? Hey, you rock. Buy my fucking drink and check out this Black Adam trailer. And I'm in Fortnite. Yeah, let's go. Bye. I mean, fuck. Come on, put some more into it, bro. Like, come on. I understand you're The Rock. I understand. You got a lot of going on, but like, go put a fucking shirt on and go look professional and do this shit instead of like, come on, dude. I feel like insulted a little bit. Keighley should feel insulted a little bit, really.
Yeah, but that's Keighley for you, though. He likes the Hollywood. And again, that's where his pacing gets thrown off. He's gotten much better than the old days. I give Keighley credit for that. And the advertising this year, like the actual advertising, was way down from some of his other shows.
Hold on, Pong, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, everybody, this show, PM and the PM, is brought to you by NerdWallet. All right, keep going. Keep going. No, I'm just kidding. It's not.
I wish it was brought to you by NerdWallet. So no, I give him credit for that. But he always does have some of that Hollywood to it. Again, the Troy Baker stuff slowed the show down. I mean, that stuff I could do without a little bit here and there, but man, some of that stuff. And again, the most blatant one was The Rock. The Rock's, again, they tied it loosely into Fortnite, Black Adam coming, but what he was talking about was his Hollywood shit and his energy drink. I mean, that's all that was, right? So that kind of stuff is total Keighley. But
all he did is get every content creator out there a copyright claim from WB.
Right, of course. As we
thank you, Rock. Appreciate it.
Hey, before we jump in line to line, we are going to go by line to line then. We'll go down, we'll get Jasper's thoughts, we'll get Mav's thoughts, we'll get my thoughts on each of the games that we're showing. We're going to deep dive Fall Guys and what that could mean to Game Pass subscriptions for the next year or so. So get ready. It's going to be exciting. No, we're going to have a great show here tonight. But I do want to shout out the chat for everybody who has been here. Again, a lot of you have stuck around. A lot of you were around last night. We appreciate all of you. Some of you had to be at work today, so maybe you missed some of this stuff. Look, all the 4K stuff is now up and available. I suggest that you go watch the 4K stuff after we get done with our show, because you're going to get a much better feel for these games. That's exactly what I'm going to do, because I do want to see these things in 4K, but do want to shout out the chat who, again, out of all the shows that are showing right now, maybe you have a few tabs up like I used to do it as well, and you got a bunch of content creators going on at the same time. There's a million shows going on. The fact that you choose to spend it here with me, Mav, and tonight Jasper as well on PM and the PM, and nothing but love and respect and thank yous to all of you, because this is why we do this. This is the best time of the year, and we appreciate you all coming out and seeing us and supporting the show. Shout out to Psychonauts. Brother Psychonauts, hope you're feeling better, brother. He's still under the weather. He's been a trooper. He's made a go of it. But obviously, again, keep taking care of yourself, brother. Psycho, for sure. Hey, we got a $5 super chat from King One Supreme. Thank you very much. Appreciate you for dropping in here and dropping a super chat. Shredder's Revenge, day one Game Pass. Cross-plat for PC and Xbox Game Pass users confirmed. Check the game listing on Xbox app. We are definitely going to be talking about that. That is amazing. It's awesome. like I said, that'll be definitely one of the ones that we stop and talk about. So thank you though for the $5, King Supreme. Appreciate you a lot. Naked HD stopping by, saying hi. They've been doing that all weekend. Appreciate you for joining us. It's
Loyal
always
fan
awesome.
there.
Loyal fan.
Yeah.
Hey, look, we've got who else we got in the chat here? Oh, get rid of that. There we go. Okay. Siki is in the house. Guardian Black, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, Kung Fu Hustle would be amazing to bring back. John 907I. Thank you so much for the compliments and thank you for being here tonight. Doom Reaper, brother, you've been following the whole circuit all the way around.
Yeah.
And that man is hyped for Aliens Dark Descent, which we are too. We're going to talk about that one too, but Doom Reaper is day one. Good to see you. Tony Grasso, brother, always showing up. You've been around all day as well. Decado, you've been doing the circuit. Good to see you again. It's Timmy. Great to see you, Timmy. Alvin is in the house as always. Great to see you, sir. Insane Cake showing up. Thank you. Vic the Click, of course, is dropping on in here. Silent Cypher. I just did a show with him over on Boxing Burgers channel. Great to see you, brother. Thank you for dropping in here. Mr. Joanna Dark, of course, always in the house. Farquaad this evening. Again, we never know what name he is going to be or they are going to be, but Farquaad is here. Good to see you, Farquaad. Jesse B, brother, great to see you, sir, as well. Who else we got in here? We've got, oh, of course, that's just going to flip like that real quick. Okay. All right, good.
John 907.
John 907, I got him earlier. 3-Bit, great to see you, brother. I know you're doing big things behind the scenes. I mean, he made it official. He made it public last night. By the way, anybody who's interested, 3-Bit, he keeps showing his face up, but he did actually make it public last night. He can confirm that he is working on Fable for Playground Games. Live? Yes, he did say that.
Okay.
Yes, he did say that live.
Yeah, he's doing.
He said. Remember, he said,
Fable,
"I think He said, "I think I can say this now." Yeah. So, anyways, 3-Bit doing big things in the gaming industry and elsewhere in marketing. So, shout out to 3-Bit, brother. It's great to see you in here. Who else? Jigga Jay, of course. Golden Age of Gaming. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think I finally have reached the critical mass for Golden Age of Gaming. More and more people are finally saying it. Yeah, maybe we're finally at the singularity. And who else we got here? We got Doovie is in the house as well. Great to see you, Doovie. Who else? We got Jahid, the Chosen One. Well, thank you, Chosen One, for showing up and blessing us with your presence in our chat. I appreciate that. I don't know what you're chosen of, but we appreciate you being here for sure.
He said earlier this was his first time checking out our channel.
Hey, then we doubly appreciate you for dropping in here and checking us out. Dead Planet, great to see you as well in here. Andrew Cullinane always showing up to give his love and support. Thank you, Andrew. Aaron Hazley, the Sousa is here. Both of them, thank you so much for dropping in. And Shane, just plain old Shane. Hey, Shane, great name. Thanks for dropping in, checking out PM in the PM. Appreciate you. 100%. And I think I've got everybody. If I missed anybody, guys, let me know. But I think we had Claire is in the house. That was early. They were here early. Bryant's Reviews very early in here. Probably listening from before. Again, I'm running in past when the PM started. But anyways, Joe Dub's 35. Great to see you. Tony Grasso, as always, brother. Great to see you as well. Hey, listen, if you're in here, if I missed you, Yasid Baez, I see you. Thank you. Gerald Mack, brother. Great to see you. Always showing love and support to the community, giving shout outs on Twitter. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hey, listen, everybody, it's going to be a great night. So let's get down to business here. Geoff Keighley's Summer's Game Fest. Big way to start the week. We didn't know how it was going to go. We talked about it last night from kind of the Xbox perspective on what we thought we would see. And listen, even though Xbox was a partner, I mean, we said, Warhammer Darktide 40K is a console exclusive. We knew that was going to be there. We didn't know what else was going to kind of show, but we got some surprises from them. But we were trying to guess last night what the show was going to kind of look like. And man, it really did turn out a lot bigger with a lot more content than I thought. So starting off line by line, let's go here. We started off the entire show with Street Fighter 6. Now, of course, we already knew Street Fighter 6 was coming, but they showed off Guile, who was a staple character back in the day, who a lot of people, I don't think he was in Street Fighter 5. Am I correct in that?
I have no idea.
I think he missed Street Fighter
Guile?
5, and that was
maybe so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was one of the characters that people were like, "Why is Guile not in Street Fighter 5?" So they're bringing back Guile, and so they showed actual fighting, and they kind of gave us a bigger glimpse of the fighting too. I should say more extended, kind of continuous fighting, so that we got to see how some of the special attacks, the special moves work, and what the kind of animation was going to look like, and all the extra that they're putting into the moves, and how they're actually going to feel, and the background and all that kind of stuff. So start with you, Jasper. Street Fighter 6 gets shown off again at the Keighley's. We know that Guile is now going to be a part of Street Fighter 6. What'd you think about what they showed?
I'm just not the biggest fighter fan in general, so it's it's just that's the way I am. So I can't really say like, yeah, it's like I'm excited for it because I don't really play fighters. So
yeah,
it's kind of
I got you.
with it.
But did you think it looked cool?
Yeah, it looks cool for a Street Fighter. The animation is like, it's kind of, I don't know how to explain it. It's just like weird. It's like flowy. It flows. I don't know.
Yeah. No, you're right. It's got some of the like the almost painting aspects to it. They brought some of that back again too. Very stylized. Mav, Street Fighter 6, Guile, what'd you think, brother?
I was more impressed with this trailer than the other one, because the last one they showed the dumb lobby system that looked like NBA 2K, lobby, and I was like, oh, what's this? But then they showed the gameplay, and I was like, okay, this is legit. This one they just focused on the amazing gameplay. I feel like they highlighted it better, right? Because they were focusing a lot of attention on Guile and his moves and stuff, so it had an opportunity to really showcase a lot of what the game's like art style and mechanics and animations are. So I feel like this was awesome to see the this trailer as opposed to the last one. I felt a little like half of the last one was good, half the last one was bad. But this one was like all good, right? So just like don't show me like, it's like when games like show you the jank side of a game, the part that they don't really invest a lot of time and effort and resources into. Don't do that in your trailers and stuff. Like those are like the extra little things that are just kind of part of like the extras and stuff, like when Gran Turismo had their first big trailer, and there's like overhead shots showing like the whole world, like of the track, and you see like the shitty trees and stuff out there that are like they look like they came from like a little
64 game.
Yeah, 64 game or something. But then instead of showcasing the track and the graphics around the track, which was the more impressive thing, right? So they kind of screwed up on that other trailer and showcasing some of the wrong stuff. When they're choosing to showcase what the game's all about, or the actual fighting, it shines, right? The art style, the animation, the colors, it's got like this like drawing type style with like ink and stuff. It's like really cool. So it shined to me. I'm even more hyped because it's going to be multi-plat now, not exclusive to PlayStation.
I'm surprised like people are accepting like the artsy like ink style, because like every time like I've seen another game do it, like people kind of always shit on that. So that's why I'm kind of surprised people are accepting that. Because
Street Fighter's done that in the past. So they've changed their styles almost every single time. They come up with a little different flair, and that ink style they have done. That was that in 5 or 4? Which one was it? Yeah, was it 4? Or was it 5?
They went to like the 5. They went to this newer style, but like
the newer style, yeah.
But they kind of started transitioning with 4. 4 they kind of got a little bit more bulky and stuff, right? Yeah. And then 5 they really took that to the extreme. And then they had this more of like the drawing animation.
It's kind of
like
a blend of like all of them.
It's a blend. Yes.
What I love most is even though some of the characters seem like bulky, like some of them aren't anymore. Right. Some of the ones that they just kind of like had like before, it was like everybody was kind of built the same now, and it's like they kind of like got more originality with the styles of the characters, and I'm appreciating that a lot. I also like that they're aged even more and have different like kind of aesthetic to a lot of them, right? Because these
and Ken's divorced, I heard, right? And Ken's divorced.
Yeah, I think he's like, she's taking him for everything he's got, man. So he really is a Street Fighter now. You know what I mean?
I was seeing that on Twitter the other day while I was at work. I was like, what is going on? Ken's divorced? What is this? And it's a thing. That's the interesting part about Street Fighter is they do reiterate, they reinvent their characters a lot. And a lot of what I've seen so far, and we haven't seen all the characters, but we did get the leak where they showed what characters. So far, so good. Like most people, like the Street Fighter fans, are on board with the new characters and how they look. Like you said, Matt, there's more diversity now in just the overall size of the characters, and stuff like that. So I definitely think they're adding more individuality character-wise. Again, of course, you've got your individuals. Everybody knows, Chun-Li and Ryu and all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, like you said before, there was times where they all kind of had kind of the same physical presence on the screen, whereas this time there is some differentiating features.
Like they took up the same amount of space almost on the screen, even though, you know what I mean? Like
correct. And I think this time around that is definitely different. But most of the fans that I've seen so far are happy with this.
Yeah. Also the animations, there's more differential and originality with not just like the move sets, but like with the way the characters are moving. You know what I mean?
Do that. You could do that whole look thing in the beginning, where you can change your.
I'm loving it, man. I'm hyped. I've always liked Street Fighter games. I'm not the best at fighting games, but I like to play them. You know what I mean? I really enjoy playing them. Like I played the shit ton of fighting games, and it's always a fun time. I want them to raise back to prominence, because it feels like this last generation we only had one really big fighting game franchise as Mortal Kombat, and then there's Injustice kind of as well. But besides that, it's like Street Fighter 5 didn't really hit, because it was exclusive, and it never really took off anyway. Maybe in the fighting game community diehards, but beyond that, not too much. But fighting games used to be one of the big prominent franchises out there. So I'm glad it's making a comeback.
The esports scene is still big, and Street Fighter is still a big part of that. Obviously, tournaments are gigantic still to this day. It's just overall in general, to your point, Mav, is that yes, as we've talked about, that the fighting genre as a whole has been on the downswing. It used to be not just the hardcore that used to jump into fighters, right? It used to be everybody got excited. And to some extent, Mortal Kombat still does that. I mean, again, they sold over 12 million copies. You can't deny that Mortal Kombat, but that used to be Street Fighter. Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, they both used to sell. Then Soul Calibur came along, Dead or Alive, and those would even sell, maybe not to the
big
extent
time.
that Street Fighter,
Soul
Mortal
Calibur
Kombat
4 was huge.
Soul Calibur was huge, man. Huge. Oh, we are introducing a second guest to PM in the PM. Is that what we're doing here?
Yeah, let me put these guests on the bottom where they belong. You know what I mean? I'm just kidding. What's up, 3-Bit?
What's up, guys?
3-Bit, I do not have an intro done for you, but welcome, chat. Welcome 3-Bit to the show, who I was just talking about, of course, developer extraordinaire, overall male model. He does advertising, marketing. Man, this guy is a genius. He does not know how to download games from Xbox, though, so that is something. And he falls asleep a lot while you're trying to play with him. So, pause. Whoa. That did not sound good. Yeah, play games with him, folks. Play games with him. That did not come out right at all. But anyways, everybody, welcome. Brother from another, 3-Bit to the show. Welcome, fam. Good to see you. How you doing, man?
Hey, it's a good day.
Yeah,
this is a good day. We're jumping on different shows. The community is very lively right now, just talking about different games and different announcements that's coming out. So yeah, second show of the day for me. I know, Pong, you were jumping back and forth, but yeah, second show of the day for me. So I'm excited. I had to rest a little bit. Like after that first show, I was just tired, right? I was working all day, so I was like, take some time, and now I'm back. So
you're young. You're not supposed to be tired, sir. You're supposed to be able to go like 48 hours straight. Okay, bro. So there's a problem. Yeah. Okay. Well, 3-Bit, since you just jumped in here, what are your thoughts on Street Fighter 6 and what they showed today with the introduction of Guile? And they kind of showed us a little bit more fighting than they did previously, a little bit more concurrent fighting, I should say, continuous fighting. What'd you think, man?
Looks good. I'm liking how I'm liking the animations, how I think it was, I forgot who it was, but someone blocked and then the way they counteracted and the paint effects behind that character looked really nice. I don't know. I really like the style of the game, and getting to see Guile was really cool because I don't think he was in the last one, right?
No, that's what we just discussed, and I think that was one of the ones that he was missing, and everybody was like, "Why is Guile not in Street Fighter?" Right? Yeah.
So it's good to see a returning character, and I am interested in the other mode they teased. What was that? A couple days ago or so. the open world aspect or the hub. I'm just wondering if it's like a hub like NBA where you just use that as a menu to go to different online matches, or if it's actually like a story type thing where you can like go around the town and actually beat people up, and it's actually like story based. I'm interested in that because it's new for the franchise. It does remind me of the first Street Fighter where you see the United States, right? And then you're fighting the different characters, but in a different sort of
Country.
realm.
Yeah, realm.
So yeah, it looks really good.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more to show here, and I think I was glad that they stuck to this this slice right here today instead of breaking off. I think they do need to show more of that. I don't know if that's ready to be shown because again, what we saw there was questionable to say the least. A little rough. But again, like to your point though, 3-Bit, if they do introduce a story element, or if they introduce a create your fighter element to Street Fighter, that'll be freaking just something additional. It'll be awesome. I think it has potential if they do it right. And I think that they need to kind of show when it's ready, but they also need to show kind of by itself so that people get a good idea of what this is going to be, because it's going to be kind of new to this franchise, whatever they're doing over there. So, but yeah, good overall thoughts on Street Fighter 6.
I don't
and
think
what they
we
showed.
see that again at Capcom show. I think we've seen it too much this week. They're just going to pass on it.
I don't think we're going to see it this week. I don't think we'll see it on Monday. I think we'll see it at a later date. And Il Rey Tito, I am very sorry. Again, 3-Bit kind of surprised me, but it is my failure to not have mentioned Tekken in that group of fighters as well. You were absolutely 100% correct. Tekken was huge back in the day. Yeah. Everybody does forget about
like I remember that was like in a lot of different arcades and
no, Tekken was gigantic. I used to play Tekken all the
PS2
time because
days,
they had Bruce Lee.
oh my god, yeah, Tekken was massive.
They had Bruce Lee. Of course, I'm going to play it. Come on now.
Thank you.
Even though he wasn't called Bruce Lee, and then now they're going to take him out because
they're not allowed to do that anymore, right? I think
the family has come after them, even though technically because it's we're not going to get into it, but yes, it just sounds like they're not going to do him anymore. But I loved having that ability. So, anyways, Street Fighter 6 is looking good. Again, this beginning to this show, like Boxerberger brought it up. He's like, man, the first 3 games out the gate, if he would have kept that pace, it would have been freaking ridiculously good show, right? And I was like, yeah, this started off like the Xbox showcase last year, right? So next up after Street Fighter, now this caught us all off by, kind of caught us off guard, all of us, while we were watching this, because instantaneously I knew it was Aliens because they showed the planet, showed the vehicles. I knew it was Aliens, but then I said new Aliens game, but then you all brought up and said, no, Fireteam DLC maybe. And I was like, oh yeah, that would be cool too.
That's what I thought, man. Yeah.
And so they started showing this trailer, and it was based around the story. They kind of introduced you to some of the characters and all that kind of stuff. And then they got into it. And of course it was straight up Aliens, like the movie. This is like straight from the set. So then I was really thinking it's Fireteam because Fireteam does a great job with that. But all of a sudden they cut the gameplay, fam. And all of a sudden it is a top down, looks like twin stick shooter.
Co-op
multiplayer, 4-player co-op. Man, oh man, did all of a sudden all of our faces brighten up a little bit because that is right up our alley. Mav, we'll start with you on this one, brother. Wow, what did you think when you first saw Aliens Dark Descent?
Well,
what did you think?
I always get excited when there's a new Aliens game announced. I'm like, oh, what's it going to be? What's it going to be? And I would really thought this was going to be like an expansion to Fireteam Elite because like the aesthetic. But the longer the trailer went on, I was like, I don't remember really getting this much cinematic stuff from that. And I was like, is that going to be what this is? And we wouldn't know if they didn't have that last 10 seconds or so of like gameplay shot. But when they showed that gameplay shot, it was like, oh my god, this is like one of those like games that I wish always had been made. You know what I mean? Top down co-op twin stick type shooter looking thing, in the Aliens world, it's just kind of made for it. It just makes sense. And I was super happy for that. I love that these genres are still thriving and existing now.
Yeah.
Right.
Even more so now.
Yeah. Not everything has to be this big, huge, AAA, third person action adventure game or a first person shooter or you know, we can have games that are in all these different genres, and when you take like an IP or a licensed game, something that we all already love, and then you do it well, because this looks like it's going to be pretty cool. It gets me excited, bro. So I had a blast with Aliens Fireteam Elite. It's not like the best game out there, but I had a lot of fun playing it. You know what I mean? And I can see myself having a lot of fun playing this too. So I'm pumped for it.
Absolutely. Any new Aliens game, just like John 907 I said, is a win, right? So at the end of the day, this was great to see. Jasper, what did you think about Aliens Dark Descent? Is this something you definitely will jump into?
Yeah.
And what do you think? Did you get any? It was a quick shot of the gameplay. Do you think that they go action? Do they think they bring RPG looting elements into this too?
That's
What do you
I
think?
was going to kind of bring up. I was like, are we going to do a class-based system where like someone maybe tanky and has like an LMG, kind of like Fireteam Elite, or are we going to pick up weapons like an arcadey twin stick where like, look, there's a shotgun up, so now I leveled up my weapon. Like, it'd be interesting to see their kind of take on the twin stick genre. And is it just going to be like, I guess it's just going to be levels where you just go through and like do objectives, or if it's a horde mode thing, I don't know how they're going to play it out, but definitely be interesting to see. I'll check it out because I like the Aliens universe. I like that dark sci-fi, like especially like 70s like sci-fi mixed in with it and stuff. Like you can't beat that. So
yeah, no, that to bring it back to the classic style Aliens is always, man, you get me every time when you do that. Obviously, I was hoping this was Aliens versus Predator because that's what I really want. But this one right here is definitely up my alley, and I can't wait to see more. It's coming out in 2023. So I can't wait
also
to
on
get more
Xbox
glimpses.
One and PlayStation 4. So
yeah, it's gonna be cross-gen as well, which again, from what we saw, there's no reason why
a game like that for sure, bro. Put it on my phone.
Put it on everything,
you know,
and give me
care.
crossplay. Yeah, exactly. Put it into XCloud immediately.
Put it on my Samsung TV. Let's go.
Put it on Samsung TV, which we'll get into as well. But 3-bit Aliens, brother, Dark Descent. Is this one of those ones where you're going to tell us that you're going to play with us and then never play with us, and then 3 months later say, "Oh, I downloaded it. Who wants to play?" Or is this going to be one that you actually invest into day one? Do you think? What
He's
do you
too
think,
busy
brother?
making games.
I don't remember what it was. Game Pass.
No, this one was not announced. It was just
Okay,
announced for the consoles and PC. So everything actually.
Yeah, I mean, I love the Aliens franchise, whatever genre they put it in. The twin stick shooting.
Twin swig.
I usually twin swig. I usually end up really liking those type of games. So I'm interested in how they're going to what mechanics they're planning on doing, and if it's going to be more like the Ascent with like RPG elements in it, or if it's something like more arcadey. I don't know. They can go either way with it, and I will still be excited to play it. So it looks pretty good. It looks like they put some love into it. Whenever you do Aliens, you have to really be invested in the world and make sure you get everything right from the movies. Make sure you have that old look, but also it's futuristic at the same time, and you sort of combine those things. Is one of the things I love about Alien. So it seems like they're getting that down packed. So I think I'll have a good time with it.
Yeah,
so
I want
to
go ahead.
Looked at
Go ahead,
the email they sent me.
Yeah.
They said you can customize your squad with a selection of different classes, level up and specialize your soldier with unique abilities, arsenal of
That's what I
weapons,
like to
perks,
hear.
high stakes missions.
Oh, yes.
Research new
Nice.
tech and improve your squad even further.
Yes.
So there's like different
yes.
classes, you think? Like
Yeah, they
So-
said different classes.
okay.
So there's gonna be an ARPG more than likely than not. So that is awesome. The big thing I want to see more of this game is I want to hear the sound, because we know in Aliens games that's what Fireteam
Yeah,
Elite
it
did
does it perfectly.
The sound is absolutely incredible. Every gun sounds like it should. The aliens sound like they should. So that's going to be the next big thing I watch for when we get a deep dive on this game. And maybe somebody has rights to this. Hopefully, maybe we see this sooner than later, a little bit more on it. But no matter what, any new Aliens game is good in my book. But if this is an actual action RPG, Diablo-esque style, Ascent style game where you're looting, where you're upgrading, and according to what Jasper just read off the announcement email, that's exactly what we're going to get. This could be a time sink for sure. And I think all of us on this panel might be, I mean, 2023 is loaded. Don't get me wrong here. Okay. 2023 is ridiculous, but you got to have palate cleansers too. You got to have those games you go back to, the junk food games that are always good. This could be right in line with those. So that's what I'm looking forward to here. But yeah, Aliens Dark Descent, I should say, 2023. And then after that, Keighley just kept rolling. So
yeah,
then what strong start. Roll right into Callisto Protocol with not just a new trailer, but actual gameplay. Actually giving us gameplay this time around. And we had what's his name? Glenn Schofield? Is it Glenn?
Yeah, his name was Glenn, man. What's up? It's Glenn Schofield.
No, that's not what he sounded. He's saying, hey, yo, it's
an offer.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, it's awesome. Glenn. My name's Glenn. I'm gonna show you some of this Callisto Protocol, and you're gonna like it.
We're gonna have some gore. We're gonna have some explosions. We're gonna have some monsters, and you're gonna love it. That's the way it's gonna be. I love that dude. But
he's awesome. 100%.
It was a great showing for Callisto Protocol that just continues to impress every time. Again, as of this moment, this is a big nope for me because this is horror on that level where I can't do it in gaming. But I'm still excited for everybody else out there who is looking forward to these types of games. And it looks like we are having a renaissance of horror, especially sci-fi horror, this generation already. And we are early, but it looks like this is the new big thing here. So I am happy for everybody because this looks fantastic. 3-bit out the gate, Callisto Protocol coming back. We just saw it recently with the new trailer, coming back with now gameplay on top of it that really, really showed off what this game is going to be about. What'd you think, brother? Did this impress you even more? Are you getting even more excited for this?
For sure, yeah. I think I'm glad they got away from EA for one, because the Dead Space franchise was headed in a direction where, it was getting EA-ified, where they want to introduce microtransactions in like a single player horror game, right? So you could really tell that the developers of this game, this is the game they wanted to make, whether that was Dead Space 3 or future Dead Space games. And it looks terrifying. And it looks genuinely terrifying. Dead Space is one of those games that genuinely freaked me out when I played it, because you never really know what's around the corner, and you have enemies that are pretending to be dead, so you pretty much stomp everything in that game just to make sure. And they showed that in this game. They pretty much he was going up to bodies, and he's just like, this is exactly what I would do. The environmental kills that was sick. I'm really looking forward to this game, and every time I see it, I'm surprised that it was coming out this year. I had no idea that it was so close. So I'm excited to play this. There's a lot of games that I'm now looking at. I'm now looking at the slate of what's coming out this year. Ever since Starfall, RIP.
Good call.
Yeah. Ever since that allows me to look at the landscape of games, because that was the one game I was really like, I'm going to play this. So now I'm like opening my eyes and I'm really looking at what is coming out this year. And that's really jumping up on my list of games I'm really looking towards. Something I'm really anticipating. But yeah, it looks great. You could tell it's Dead Space inspired. He literally has the health pack on the back of his neck. And I don't mind it. It looks really good. What do you guys think about it?
Yeah, this is a big look. Boxenberger kind of said something that kind of made me step back. He said with those environmental kills and some of those animations with the whatever they are, demons, whatever they're going to call them, ripping your head off and all that kind of, he said Germany's going to edit all that out. You're going to get this weird game where all that stuff is cut out because they can't have it there. And I was like, oh man, that sucks. That's how graphic this game is. And then 3-bit, you just brought it up. Like, this is a big FU from this seemingly, again, I don't know how they feel about EA. I don't think they've ever come out and said we hated working for EA, but now that they've broken away from EA and started this brand new studio and they're really designing the game that they always wanted to, at least in my opinion, that maybe EA wouldn't let them do, because this is on another level from Dead Space. But the fact that like legitimately this is Isaac, not Isaac, and that like the suit looks like it, and that the yeah, right, something Isaac-y, something, I don't know. But the fact that they are just literally taking the Dead Space blueprint and really just adding to it, not changing like the fundamentals, the guns, the weapons, everything looks similar. Jasper, did that kind of surprise you how similar to Dead Space it looked like and acted and felt?
It looks like a Dead Space mod almost.
Right, exactly, man. What'd you think? What'd you think about it when you saw it now today with the actual gameplay?
I like Dead Space. So it's one of like the Dead Space to me is almost more, it's a horror game, but I like the physics aspect of Dead Space where you like shoot off the limbs and see how like the bodies are going to like ragdoll and stuff. Like that's like what's fun to Dead Space about me, not like necessarily the horror genre. Like I know people jump in it for that reason, but I just like the physics of the actual game, like throwing bodies across the room, like freezing them and hit them with like a heavy gun. It like launches them across the room and stuff. Just like different ways you can kill the enemies and like walk through the environment. That's kind of what I like about Dead Space, and it seems like we're getting that in this game too. I will say this game is a little less scary for me than I think Dead Space. The environments look cleaner. The spaceship looks cleaner. Like in Dead Space, the spaceships were like dirty and stuff, so it seemed darker. But this, it seems like there's more light, so it's not as scary.
What game are you looking at, bro?
It's just people with like, tumors on their head in this game.
No, people with tumors on their head don't bite your face off. Okay, all right. Listen. Mav, for you, man, to see this, I think it's cool too that they are getting this game out. Keighley brought it up too. 3-Bit just alluded to it too as well. But Keighley brought it up while he was interviewing Glenn Schofield.
Yeah,
and said, you know, in this age of pandemic, all these game delays, for them to get this game out for this year really was a big deal. And I think it's doubly a big deal because they are getting this game out ahead of the Dead Space remake, which we know is coming out, I believe, January, correct?
Yeah.
So they're getting this game out about a month ahead of Dead Space remake, which is obviously their old baby.
It's going to be weird having two games out like that.
Yeah, EA suddenly decided to revive for some reason, probably knowing full well that this game was coming. But to see them get it out ahead of that and have a chance to really put their stamp on this, you know, a genre that they were pretty much alone in doing. There wasn't too many sci-fi horror games like Dead Space. They were like the first that really brought it to that level. And to see them come out with a new IP, even if it is basically Dead Space reskinned at this point, really have a chance to say, you know what, EA, you had your time, you had your chance, we gave you that IP, but here we are now. We're going to come back with something even better, even more than what we originally did for you guys, and we're going to beat you at your own game. Like, Matt, do you think that Callisto Protocol could like pretty much overtake Dead Space from what you've seen so far and kind of cement itself as like the new version of that, where people just look at the Dead Space remake after they get done playing this and be like, meh, okay, well, that was cool. You know, yeah, again, because everything's taken to a new level. What do you think, man?
Yeah, I think it's great for the original creators to be able to keep fulfilling their vision. You know, like this reminds me of, you know, Back 4 Blood, right? How it's a game made by the original developers in the vein of like Left 4 Dead, right? And I go to think like, what would it be like?
Not a good sign.
Well, no, Back 4 Blood is good.
Yeah,
it's all right, but it's not as good as Left 4 Dead.
I know, but like here's the thing, like we're not getting new Left 4 Dead games, right?
Yeah. And
it's just still keeping that alive, and I feel like Back 4 Blood's still doing well enough to give that genre and those devs hope to keep making new stuff, right? And I feel like this could be that for Callisto Protocol in this studio. I feel like this could be a launching off point for them to do even more, and I'm curious how it's going to be. It does look so Dead Spacey that it's pretty crazy. I do think it's going to be really weird as hell when Dead Space remake comes out and then the original devs are out there making another game that looks exactly like Dead Space, and it's like, what are people going to gravitate to? Does the name matter that much for the original Dead Space for people to overlook this game or once people have played this game and be like, oh man, like that's Dead Space now to me. You know, I don't care about the remake anymore. I don't know, man. I feel like EA, this comes back to EA and they wasted an opportunity, right?
Also marketing. If Dead Space starts marketing their game when this game's coming out, they could take away from it.
I'm wondering if that's why they're doing all these dev vlogs, because EA doesn't usually do that. I don't know.
Yeah. It could be giving us an early glimpse, but I mean, I think those devs are doing, from what we've seen, they're doing a great job on that as well.
Yeah.
And EA, like, as for all their faults, they are doing some really cool things now, and that was one of them, right? So I'm really curious what that is going to become of that after this Callisto Protocol game comes out. But I hope both succeed, honestly. I do think EA screwed up in the past, and it would be best situation would have been if EA handled it right to begin with. Those devs kept succeeding. They kept making good new Dead Space games, and they were able to do their original vision and all that kind of stuff, and just kept the franchise going. However, we didn't get that. But now this is a situation we're going to have two different franchises that are basically the same. One from the original creators and one from a new team that's taking it over. It's going to be interesting. But for me personally, the one other aspect of this, like, I couldn't really ever get into Dead Space. I tried getting into Dead Space 1. It was one of those games I started playing, like, I'm not having a lot of fun. I stopped playing. So the gameplay, when I was watching this, I was like, this just reminds me like of exact same gameplay that I had with the first Dead Space game. And so it wasn't really exciting me too much, but it did look really cool. I think a lot of people are going to freaking love this game, even if I don't know if I'm 100% necessarily like over the moon for it. And holy shit, that last moment with the grinder.
Yeah.
Like, that was crazy. Like, with the environment, you have to worry about the environments and stuff, dude.
Completely unexpected.
Yeah, he just like got sucked in or something, like with his arm. I don't even know what happened, bro. That was nuts.
Well, we saw him take use one of the weapons and throw one of the monsters into one of the big fans, right? We were like, whoa.
Yeah.
And then that monster got close to him, and it almost looked like that monster knocked him back into that thing. And the next thing you do, he was getting ground up. Like, we don't see that in games where you have to worry about the environment like that too often. I mean, shocking and that kind of, electrical fences. We've seen all that before, but like that, oh man.
Just getting
environments were a big thing in Dead Space.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember you have like the zero gravity and they pretty much all the sound would like drop and you would have like a limited time to do like a puzzle or something and amp you up and scared you.
There was some like quick time events where like you may have like a giant saw blade come at you and you had to try to like get around it or something. So
this seems like it's amped up a little bit. a little bit yeah,
just a tad. No, great showing for these guys. Really happy for that team, obviously. And again, even though it might not be a game for me, I get excited for this stuff, because who knows what this game inspires down the road. Maybe the next inspiration they get from the environmental kills that we see in another game. We've seen stuff like that, like Tomb Raider, where it's a cutscene or whatever else, but not live like that. So who knows? Who knows what comes out of this? I just love seeing teams, especially teams that have broken away from a bigger publisher like EA, that EA had some direction, some control over what they were doing, and to see them come back with the exact same game reskinned, but taking it to the places that they've always wanted to, that always is I love it. I think it's fun, and who knows what else is going to come out of it down the road in other games, other genres that we're not thinking of right now. So Callisto Protocol definitely on the map for a lot of people are now really hyped.
And it's going to be a big time franchise. They cemented themselves and kind of catapulted into like this new AAA sphere, I think, in people's minds, of like a big game to look forward to. So they've done a great job with their marketing too, being at the right places and at the right times.
Yeah, and the showing, again, we talk a lot about showings, and we'll probably talk about how a couple of the showings looked here too in the show. It's always important. Every time they've showed off this game, it's gotten better. They're very good at what slices they are giving us of this game to impress us. Again, not every gameplay showing does that, right? We've seen that in the past. Guardians of the Galaxy #1, right? Did not impress people. This one right here, for its first extended gameplay showing, man, it gave you everything you wanted to see. All the Dead Space fans that were saying, is this the next Dead Space? Got to see that it was next Dead Space. Every horror fan who said, okay, now scare me, now give me that gore, give me that. They got that, right? They nailed every aspect of it in this, and it perfect.
And the publisher Crafton, they have a chance to have a big, thing
Huge.
here.
Yes,
so.
huge. So shout out to Callisto Protocol. And then from there, again, just continuing with a great start to this show. Modern Warfare 2 campaign gameplay for the first time shown at the Keighley Summer Games Fest. Yo, Modern Warfare 2, look, the Activision is on point with this one. Again, we all have talked about Vanguard and how, Call of Duty's been slipping over the past couple of iterations, I should say. Modern Warfare 2 looks like they are back in the saddle. They understand the mission and they are out to kill this mission completely with how they've started the marketing, with just the designs that they've come up with to showcase this game. But today we got to see the first campaign footage, actual gameplay from Modern Warfare 2. Mav, you and I have been on and off the Call of Duty. You bought nearly every Call of Duty. Vanguard's the first one that you have not bought, correct?
Yes. I have played the beta of Vanguard, and I also played in the free-to-play weekend.
Right.
So just not very impressed with it.
Yeah, no, Vanguard, it just didn't feel right. I've been on and off the Call of Duty train for a while now. So I played like World War II. I skipped Modern Warfare, and everybody can call me crazy. I was just, I didn't want to do Call of Duty anymore, right?
Yeah.
So I skipped that. I came back for Cold War, had a really good time with it. And then Vanguard came out, and I was like, yeah, no, nothing to do with it. I played it in the free-to-play days, and it was as bad as I thought it would, as I could see that it was not up to par with normal Call of Duties. But Modern Warfare 2 has reignited my feelings for the franchise. They're doing they're hitting the nostalgia, but they're also doing it with this new engine. They're going to have Warzone 2.0, which I really don't care about, but the fact that they're going to have the same engine across the entire franchise for the first time. They're talking about having a sandbox style gameplay for Modern Warfare 2. They're talking about having some other things involved here where they're going to add some additions. They're supposed to be expanding upon the map editor for people. Look, seems like they're going all in on Modern Warfare 2 to bring this back. And Naked HD, look, at least you could drop a super chat if you're going to keep jumping in here like this, brother. Listen,
Naked HD.
Modern Warfare 2 is right now. It got me to last night fight through the install process of Modern Warfare 2019 disc version on Xbox. And it actually got me to figure that out last night live on the air and got it working, because that's how much this has hit me in the feels. But Matt, for you, somebody who has been a Call of Duty, big giant Call of Duty, buy it every single year, play it every year, except for Vanguard. What are you getting out of the campaign gameplay that we saw today, man?
I'm getting like everything I could hope for, honestly. I mean, it's got the nostalgia feels because it's like a recreation of a famous level that I love, right? And it's also got the new gameplay and mechanics, and it looks like I'm going to be transported back to the good old days, but in a new way. And I think it's a chance for COD, even as good as the 2019 Modern Warfare was, even as good as that was, I think this is really a chance for like a new beginning for COD to launch for the next decade. And they kind of talked about that a little bit, but I really do believe it this time. You know what I mean? I feel like these last two games were such a step back. Not in a like Cold War was like pretty good, you know, but it had a lot of issues for me, and like the bugs on it were the main issue for me that I had. And Vanguard was just no, like I couldn't do it, man. Like eventually it'll be in Game Pass. I'm going to play the campaign through it when it's in there after that deal goes through. But this is like something I got to be there day one for. It gives me that hype for COD again that I had back in the early 360 days when I was playing, you know, like Modern Warfare, Call of Duty 4, and then Modern Warfare 2. You know, then we had, you know, like World at War and all these freaking great CODs back then, dude. And this is kind of rejuvenating my interest, and I'm kind of glad I took a year off, right? Because I think if I played Vanguard for this last year and played that game,
yeah,
then I would have like less of a taste for this, you know. But taking this year off of COD, It was again the first year I've really taken off COD in like 20 years almost, or 15 years or whatever, since Call of Duty 2 came out, really. This is the time for me to be like excited again and to jump back into it and probably play the shit out of that game. And I'm excited for it, man. It's been one of my favorite shooters. I'm not ashamed to say it. COD's one of my favorite franchises out there, and they've been losing their way. This is getting it back, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Mav. Again, there's been something missing from Call of Duty, and Activision has a chance here. It needs to go to time off, and I think that's the big thing that they need to learn. And again, they put every single team that they had on this game at some point. We saw the list of them, and again, that's something that they said that was causing the problems.
Toys for Bob's.
Yeah, Toys for Bob working on Call of Duty. My God, man, it's just sad. The fact that they have to do that, but that's why Activision is being acquired, right? That's why they came out and said it. This was a dying franchise. This is a franchise they could not keep up. It was not sustainable in the current realm of things, and they needed to get out of that. And again, they're going to set the tone, like you said, I think, for the next Call of Duties. And if Microsoft completes this acquisition, and we know they've already talked about, they start to go to this every other year, or maybe even sometimes 3 years cycle between Call of Duty games, I think that is going to do wonders. Because like you said, Mav, taking time off from Call of Duty and then going back to it makes a big difference. And I think it's the same for the devs to have the extra time so that they don't need to force something out that isn't right, like Vanguard. They can get back to doing what they used to do. Again, I'm a Battlefield fan through and through, but there's no doubt about it. At one time, Call of Duty was my 1B to Battlefield 1A, but then it really slipped in my eyes, and I missed the old Call of Duties, and so I can't wait till they get back to that. But Jasper, for you watching this campaign play today, we were watching it live. We were talking about it. It's cross-gen. They came out and admitted that they're going to make it cross-gen. It's not going to be cross-play amongst the gens, but it is going to be a cross-gen game. And you could see some of that. But there was some really impressive things that we saw in the play today that kind of said, oh, all right, they've upped their game a little bit here. Of course, this is Infinity Ward, so we do expect more out of them than some of the other Call of Duty devs. But for you, what did you see out of this campaign gameplay? Was there anything that really hit home for you, or you just kind of like, hey, man, it's more Call of Duty? But
starting out, like when they first showed off, like some woman was like standing in a port and like the ship came in, and it just like I just got hit with so much nostalgia because it's like it reminded me of those old Call of Duty events when they would just have like crazy shit like live events to show off the game and announce it. And I was like, yeah, we're back in the 360 days, like, and I just started thinking like playing with friends, like after
screaming
school.
at you.
Yeah. I just started going through all the memories and stuff, and then starting going to the next gen topic, like next gen and cross gen, all that stuff. It doesn't really matter because Call of Duty wasn't known for the best graphics anyway. It was like, so it's like, okay, it's whatever for me. And Modern Warfare, it's about gunplay. Like Modern Warfare had the best gunplay, and we're getting Modern Warfare 2. So if we can make that even better or even the same at the end of the day, would be fine with me. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. The campaign's great. I mean, Modern Warfare 2019 campaign was awesome. More of that can't hurt. So I'm all down.
Definitely agree with you on the gunplay factor and the movement within Call of Duty. Again, when I went and played Vanguard, that's the first thing I said was, man, this gunplay and this movement, and even taking into consideration that it is a semi-World War II era, like future thing, whatever they want to call it now.
Has Godzilla in it now.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it still didn't have the movement. And I think that's why more people I mean, even though we all know Battle Royale is gigantic, and that's why Warzone definitely has made its mark there for sure. But I think more people stopped playing the multiplayer because it stopped feeling like it should with Call of Duty. And I think that people went over to Warzone because it felt more like the older Call of Duties in a lot of ways, even though it was a Battle Royale, not standard multiplayer. 3-bit for you, when you get to campaign, are you excited for this Call of Duty? Like, are you excited that they decided to show off, you know, the campaign play? And then, you know, you're younger like Jasper, but did you get that nostalgic feel too, that, hey, Call of Duty is coming back? I'm excited, whether it's campaign, multiplayer. This is going to be the one I hop back into right out day and date, whether it's on Game Pass or not, which we'll find out later. What do you think, man?
Yeah. Call of Duty. I played competitively back in the day. I played Modern Warfare 2 competitively.
1v1
To
me
be
Russ, bro.
specific. Yeah, Russ. 1v1 me and Russ. And I was waiting. Like I haven't played a Call of Duty game in quite some time. I took a break from the franchise because I was just tired of it. It was just a lot of the same, and they were sticking to a formula, and I was just I was just ready for something new, and that's when I went to Battlefield a little bit, and then I would always go back to Halo, in terms of like first person competitive sort of games. And so I haven't played a Call of Duty game in a while, and this is the first time I've been like excited for a Call of Duty game since like Black Ops 2, or even the first Black Ops. I played a little bit too, but like pretty much since the first Black Ops. So I've missed out on a lot of Call of Duty titles since then. And it looks like it's a good time for me to jump back in. To be honest with you, it looks pretty good, and I think what I want to do before this game comes out, play the Modern Warfare, the first one, like you're doing, Pong, and then check this one out. So I have like a lot to play, and I could appreciate it. And Sancakes actually, he's a good friend of mine, and he's also a developer at Bethesda. Shout out to you. And he's saying like the animation has been updated in Modern Warfare 1 and 2, and I seen some of the animations in it. It looks freaking solid. It looks really good. Like it looks like they actually spent the time and made sure the guns and stuff like look like fun to play, and what Jasper was saying, like the gunplay looks really good. So yeah, I'm more excited than I have been for a Call of Duty game, and it's been a long time. So yeah, definitely.
Awesome to hear, man. We're gonna get down and dirty with some Modern Warfare. I can tell you that much. 2019, because I definitely need to catch up.
50 days in on the 2019, so
I need to catch up. I am
50 days.
I am rusty. Mav, you're gonna re-download it too, right, brother?
Yeah, I'll do it for you.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Just for me, because I need to get back in the swing of things before this one comes out. But no, this just makes me more sad too that Battlefield 2042 didn't show up to play, right? Because it would have been great to have Battlefield and Call of Duty back to back like this on top of their game. It looks like that maybe Call of Duty's, well, we know Battlefield's not, but Call of Duty might be the one that shows up that ready to play this October 28th, I think, right? October 28th.
Yeah.
I can't wait. This is gonna be awesome. And Insane Cakes, I knew you were a developer. I did not know you worked for Bethesda. You're gonna have to hit me up in the DMs. I got a lot of questions for you. I'm just joking, of course, but man, good to have you in the chat.
He's not joking.
And awesome. No, if you were really that dude that wanted to talk about what goes on in Bethesda, I'd listen. Of course I would, because Bethesda being my favorite developer of all time. But no, Insane Cakes, awesome to have you in here, man. Appreciate you. So then from Modern Warfare 2, this is when things started kind of, I don't know. Again, I don't have a problem with a lot of this stuff, but then we started getting into some of the talking and stuff. But
yeah.
Flashback 2 was announced. Flashback 2. Look, for all of you young people out there who maybe never played the original Flashback, you probably don't know what the heck I'm talking about. Flashback back in the day, and it has been brought forward. It's been, it's been available on almost everything, almost every generation at this point. But Flashback was groundbreaking back in the day. The animation that they put into it was something that you didn't see in a lot of video games. You'd look at it now and go, okay, whatever. But back then, let me tell you, it was a freaking groundbreaking title that a lot of people were wowed by. So Flashback was very cool. I played it multiple times on different systems, but they announced Flashback 2. This is a small game. Again, not a whole lot of people are going to be interested. Anybody on the panel got anything they want to say about Flashback 2? We'll just leave it open for anybody.
I never played Flashback 2. I played Another World, like the 20th anniversary, like on the Xbox One launch when it came out. So that was all right. I really like the general like story and idea of that. I could appreciate it for the time being, like back in the 90s or whatever when it came out. I was like, that had to look really cool. But
yeah,
so like right now, that style of game probably isn't really for me anymore. But I appreciate what it is.
This one is updated though. You saw it today, right, Jasper? So you saw that it's not like that old style anymore. They're making it more current. It's still 2D side scroller, but with some 3D effects to it. Do you think you might be interested in this one playing eventually?
If it comes to Game Pass, I'll check it out day one for sure. But
of course.
Maybe wait for a sale or something.
Yep. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Mav, 3-bit, anything on Flashback 2? You guys just like whatever.
It's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
It looks cool. I don't know enough yet because I don't remember the original, but like I think that it would be cool if it's like a Metroidvania style or something, kind of like a Shadow Complex. I don't know if it has those kind of things in it at all, personally, but other than that, I mean, it looks cool. I'm glad that people, I know like Boom is probably like over the moon for a game like this, right? And friends of ours, for me, it just look cool. I'm glad that people get to enjoy it.
Yep.
These type of games usually end up surprising me and how much I like playing them.
Yeah.
And it's one of those games like you're getting into the game and you realize like how cool it can be and the different elements. I don't know much about the older one, but it has a lot of the aesthetics that I love. I love the cyberpunk genre. I love anything sci-fi really. So as soon as they show those elements, I'm like, I'll try it, especially if it is in Game Pass. That would be a more incentive for me to try it, and that's one of the beautiful things about Game Pass is trying things you normally wouldn't have. But yeah, when I watched the trailer, I was like, yeah, that looks really cool. I never played the first one. I don't know much about the franchise, but it looks pretty cool to me. Yeah.
Awesome, man. Yeah. Again, just it's always good to see these old franchises come. Again, this generation, we've already seen the resurgence of a lot of revival of a lot of dead franchises that have been around for a long time. We're seeing more and more of these come back. I love to see this stuff. So, hey, cool. It's not going to be a day one for me either, but if it shows up on sale someday or it shows up in Game Pass, absolutely. I'm going to check this out. So, Flashback 2, then we went into, how do we describe this? Witchfire. This is by developer The Astronauts. This is a first-person shooter. It's first-person shooter. It's religious in nature, and I mean the dude does a sign of the cross for God's sakes, and he's battling against demons, right? And I would say almost steampunk aesthetic. So you've got older guns, but with magical and mechanical abilities above and beyond what they normally would be able to do. Pretty crazy, actually. I've been on this one for a while. I saw some footage of this one way back. Now, it hasn't been announced for consoles at all. It's only PC as of this moment. I think that the devs are probably looking at bringing it to console because, again, first-person shooters, like Doom-esque style gameplay, along with all the sights and sounds and the beautiful effects, this stuff has a chance on consoles, for sure. So Witchfire is one I'm keeping my eye on. So with you, 3-bit, Witchfire, you had some comments while you were watching the gameplay, while we were watching it live, that you saw some cool stuff that you thought was like, hey, look at that. That's pretty neat. What'd you think of Witchfire, man?
Yeah, I thought the style of it was pretty cool. Is that the one where it had the portal?
Yeah,
there's so many different games. Yeah. I remember just liking the style of the game, and I was like, whoa! It just sort of shook me because I never heard about the game.
Right.
The style of it looked really cool. I hope it does come to consoles at some point, but I'm also starting to get more into some PC games, so I might check it out, especially if it goes into Game Pass or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. Mav, what'd you think about Witchfire, brother?
Looks really cool. As far as I know, is right now it's PC only, and so therefore I have little interest in it. Just being honest.
Jasper, you gonna fire it up, man, on the good old PC?
Yeah, I'll check it out. I like the way the guns looked. It almost looked like they took modern guns and were like put medieval parts on them. It looked like a medieval version of a gun. Like if they like kept the current like texture and like art style of like medieval stuff. I don't know. It was just really interesting. I'll definitely check it out. I like all the witches and demons stuff. That's kind of cool. So
yeah. No, for sure. I love the religious aspects to it. I think that stuff's really cool when they kind of put that. Not a lot of games touch those subjects. When he did the sign, I had never seen him do the sign of the cross in the other gameplay that I watched. I was like, whoa, like that's places that most devs don't go, like no matter what the subject matter is. Like we usually don't touch that. We've seen all the demon stuff, the satanic stuff, all that kind of stuff. We've seen all that before. But when he did that, man, I was like, all right, cool. This is even getting a little bit more up on my list because that battle between good and evil like that, and using those kind of different symbolism within the game is cool. That they're going to approach it from that direction. I'm definitely interested. I hope this does come to console, because this would be one I definitely check out for sure. So everybody, any interest, go check out Witchfire. That is correct.
What
that
fire?
is the name.
Yep. Shout out to Randall.
Yep. And then let's see. This is when the slow part started. So we got Fort Solis. Fort Solis, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, was the Martian one, the Mars one, right?
He's on Mars,
Yeah. So
Troy
this was
Baker.
the Troy Baker, and I forget the other actor's name. I apologize. Who that
was the one where they
got-
came out and talked for 15 damn minutes.
Yes,
Oh my God.
yes. So Fort Solis is set on Mars. This is going to be not necessarily a horror game. This seems more like exploration with some psychological stuff involved. Being trapped on Mars. Troy said that there's going to be really tight quarters, but you are going to be going to different locations. You're going to have the ability to travel across the different planetscapes in different manners. He said he didn't go into specifics because a lot of it's not known, but Fort Solis, I guess we'll throw this out to open to anybody. Anybody got any comments other than Troy Baker should not have been up on stage talking for 15 minutes?
I will say, like, this game had potential to be one of the better sci-fi games here, but it just, the way it is with, like, it's a walking simulator, and it, like, you learn the story through, like, the environment and through, like, interactions with stuff in the game. I'm not too big of a fan of those kind of walking simulators, like story games. So, like, for me, it just instantly went downhill. Like, it had so much potential being on Mars and like on a space base and stuff, but it just
not for you.
Yeah,
I get it. Shout out to Randall Thor, the man with the million in the chat, trying to pass off his insider title to me. Yeah, okay, Rand.
Randall Insider.
Yeah, Randall. No, shout out to Rando. He has definitely been getting the what should I say, the press lately, because Idle Sloth likes to quote him on things. So
I'm just glad you finally made a video, Rand.
Oh,
Great.
shots fired, Mav. Shots fired.
It was great. It was good. It was really good.
Oh God.
I can't
I'm
say
sorry,
anything.
Rand.
I can't say anything about that though. Honestly.
Rand, he does not represent my thoughts and feelings. Okay,
I said
so
it
you
was
just
good.
that's on Mav. Okay, 3-bit Mav. You guys got anything to say on Fort Solis at all? And Troy Baker.
You go first, man.
Anything?
Troy Baker killed my hype for the game. I was like, oh, this looks really cool. Then I was like, just shut the fuck up and move on to the next game. Like, I don't care. Like, this is cool, man. I like it. You're in every fucking game. We don't need. It's okay. You know, like. I hear your voice like 10 times a day when I'm going through my Game Pass games. It seems like I don't fucking know, man. Like, I get it. You're important. You have a lot of voices that you do. You're cool. You know, you got a lot of friends in the industry. Everybody loves you, man. But shut up and let's get on to the next game. It wasn't a podcast. It's time to move on, right? So besides that,
at least he didn't sell us NFTs. At least he didn't try to sell us NFTs.
Besides that, the game looks pretty cool, man. You know, I think it could have just done with the trailer and then them say, and it has Troy Baker and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And we'd have been like, cool, yeah, it's going to be those people that we see in a lot of games, and then just move on. We didn't need to see them step on stage.
They came on the stage twice, so.
That's stupid, man. Too much Troy at the show, dude. I respect the guy. He's very talented. You know, I think maybe he's a good dude. I don't know. Like, that whole NFT stuff is kind of weird. You know, it kind of, I don't know. But
yeah,
just like I don't need that at these shows. I don't need it. You know?
Yeah, no, it definitely brought down the pacing. Like I said, this is where it slowed down. 3-bit, you got anything on this one?
Yeah, I feel like he went on the stage because the game might be more story focused. It reminded me of like a Firewatch,
yeah,
in terms of its pacing, because I didn't see any shooting or anything. It was mostly the astronaut guy just walking through the ship, and he seems to be going through stuff. I'm guessing maybe the space station is running out of air or something, and he's trying to find a way to survive. So it seems like it's one of those more story focused type games, and I love those. I absolutely love those type of games. So
yeah,
we will see.
Do you think there's like people out there be like, oh my God, I'm going to buy that game because Troy Baker's in it? I don't know. You think
there are Troy Baker fans.
You think there's going to be that much of
he's
an
a great
impact?
voice actor.
Yeah, he
Like,
is. It's just like, it's cool.
BioShock, BioShock Infinite was like the first game I seen him in. or heard him in. And then like
That's when he was little Troy Baker, though. Now it's like Troy Baker everywhere. Like,
yeah, he's Joker. He was Joker, and wasn't he also like he was Joker and Batman? Am I wrong?
I think it was
Joker.
I think it was like an Infamous also or something back in the day.
I know he was Joker. Anyways, he was a lot of people. So I wouldn't.
Mark Hamill was Joker in the Arkham games. I don't know.
I'm talking about the Arkham Origin, like the younger Joker.
Oh, maybe
he probably was. He probably was. Masshole, you're right. Troy Baker buys Troy Baker games. You're correct. He does.
Yeah. No, he gets them gifted to him. He doesn't buy them.
That's true.
Well,
he autographs it and gives it to himself.
Wraps it up, puts it in his own stocking for Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Oh, look what I wonder what I got myself. Hey, listen, we went right from that to another sci-fi horror game. Again, this one, another big nope for me. Hey, but it is coming to Game Pass, so it is going to be available. And again, horror fans rejoice. You all are just living good right now. So this one is called Routine, and this is another set on the moon base horror exploration. And look. I love the aesthetic of this game. Again, these are games I wish I could play. Like I literally will. Shut up. It's not just a robot. Look, I wish I could play these games. I will watch people play them. That's how much I'm interested in them. And again, the aesthetics, when they picked up and they had the screen behind the gun or the scanner that they were using, the scanner, I guess it was, all that, just so cool. The lighting, the atmosphere, everything about that. But then shark face robot shows up. Why does a robot have shark teeth? Why does he look like that? And why is he grabbing me to eat me? He's a robot. He does not drink or eat. He doesn't drink blood. He doesn't eat meat. Why is he doing that? I don't understand. And that's when I said, nope. And Steel was out too. Man, oh man. Okay, Mav, I know you kind of like horror games. Are you going to play Routine?
Yeah, dude, this one was great. And not only because the game looked great, because the voice actor didn't step on stage and talk for 10 minutes afterwards.
That's a bonus.
And kill the vibe and the hype of it. But like it looked really cool. The graphics on this thing looked stunning, dude. That was like a really impressive looking game, and early announcement for Game Pass as well. You know what I mean? Like it means that they probably had
What's going into Game Pass?
Yeah, this one's Game Pass day one.
Wow.
And it means that they probably helped fund the development of this, is what I would assume is why it's being announced for Game Pass already. I don't know 100%. But like, you know, when is it coming out? We didn't get a release date. It's far off, I would assume, right?
Yeah.
So when you get an announcement of Game Pass this early, that kind of like makes me think that there was probably some kind of early deal taking place there. So I like that. This is also exclusive to Xbox and PC. It's so that was very interesting. This game actually out of the horror games, even including Callisto Protocol, this one looked like the most interesting for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That's big. That's huge.
Yeah.
Was it the shark face robot?
Yes, it was. It was a shark face robot.
I don't understand. Jasper explained it to me. Shark face robot. Why is he there? And why is he going to eat me?
Well, because sharks haven't been on the moon before, so we needed to add sharks, and then we got the robots, so we put a robot shark.
What'd you think about it? Yeah,
this game was the biggest surprise for me out of the entire show, I think.
Okay.
I'm definitely excited for it. I'm just hoping it's more action and not as necessarily like stealth horror, like Alien Isolations. I want to be able to actually do stuff, not just run away from stuff the whole time. That's kind of where my concern is at with this game right now. But it's definitely something I'm going to check out, and I get it on Game Pass, so I don't have to pay anything for it.
Awesome. 3-bit, your thoughts, sir, on Shark Face and all the cool looking atmosphere and even the character was jumping at things moving in the dark, for God's sakes. Like,
yeah.
The cloth would move. Yeah. I was like, what'd you think, brother?
The atmosphere was great. Again, I love anything sci-fi, and it had like a hint of like a tape, like you're playing it through a tape, and then also there was one part of the trailer he was like checking out his gun, so it looks like you could like change your
Customize it.
Yeah, like customize it or change how like the firing mode or something like that. Or
I think it was like a scanner, like maybe infrared or like night vision or something. So
okay,
yeah, that whole segment is what
it
got
was,
me the
like,
most intrigued for this game too, man. The graphics with all of that and the way it looked, the lighting and like the detail
lighting was great.
impressive.
The materials
definitely like that 70s vibe, sci-fi too.
Yeah, it looked fantastic. So yeah, that was also a surprise game. Like when I was watching it, like wow, this looks really interesting. And wasn't this the one that was like composed by that Doom guy?
No. Wait, was that was either wasn't Fort Solus? Maybe it was Routine.
Maybe I don't know.
Maybe it was Routine. I think you might be right. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think you might be right.
Oh yeah. So this is the one.
Was it?
That's interesting. Yeah, this is the one. It's interesting because like when I picture Doom 2016 soundtrack, I picture like guitars and like that
metal, heavy metal. Yeah.
And when I see this, it's not that, but I'm wondering. I'm just wondering how the music is going to be with this game as well. So. Looks good.
For anybody else who's interested in this game, this is the first game from a dev team called Lunar Software. And the website for this game is actually under construction. They're not done with it yet. So I was just checking them out. This is going to be published by Raw Fury. But Lunar Software just simply says a small independent games company based in the UK. And we're currently working on our first title called Routine. So look, again, talent everywhere, talent. I don't know who's a part of that. Maybe they got a lot of veterans, whatever the case may be. But again, that like everybody was just saying, like Mav was just saying, the atmosphere and like the whole look and feel of the game was spot on. And it was really detailed and really good looking, which is impressive for a first-time developer. So going to be interesting to watch that one, both develop and then probably watch for me on YouTube, people play it. But no matter what, excited for it. Again, even if it's not a game I'm going to play, excited for the horror fans, excited for Game Pass, because this was a surprise Game Pass drop. And that's what we talked about. There were some games that we had no idea about. And Mav, to your point, if this was funded by Xbox, and we talk about this after we get through this, but a little interesting that this would not be on the stage, right? Part of the indie kind of sizzle reel that they like to do.
Stuff, man. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What the heck are we going to see on Sunday? Because man, this would be one of those games. You know, we saw Atomic Heart on Xbox stage, right? We saw Stalker 2 on the Xbox. When they do that, generally speaking, they put them on the big stage, man.
I'm just saying,
it's only the trailer, I think, today too.
I think so too. Yesterday, I think it was.
Just saying, it's only on PC and Xbox, and it's coming to Game Pass, and it's early in development. That just kind of putting it together. I mean, like I would have to think that Game Pass deal is helping them to develop this game, right?
Right.
A new studio like that.
I wasn't thinking about it like that, but yeah.
Maybe it's Kojima's game.
That's the new abandoned.
That's why the website. Maybe it's Kojima's game.
Yeah.
What do you think? Should we start that rumor?
We've seen
Kojima's behind this.
Yeah, let's go. We've seen already more gameplay in this than that abandoned thing that was like never a thing.
That's true. All right, so after Routine, then we came back to Outriders World Slayer DLC. Outriders, good old Outriders. Look, I will continue to say this: the core gameplay of Outriders is fantastic. People Can Fly actually have something that they could actually create some bigger than where it currently stands because of all the problems they had. Outriders definitely could be a big franchise. Now, we just got news this week. We got an article from Forbes. Shout out to Paul Tassi over there at Forbes. Got an article this week that People Can Fly are still saying that they are all on board with Outriders, that Outriders is going to be a continuing franchise, that they're not giving up on it, that this is it going forward. They plan on making this a big franchise. The core gameplay of Outriders, I love. I think there's something special there. Unfortunately, they let the game die on the vine when they had a chance to let it flourish because of decisions by Square Enix and decisions by People Can Fly themselves, in my opinion. They're trying to jumpstart this again. Outriders World Slayer got me interested again, but this is a paid for DLC. This is $40. As of right now, there's no news that it's coming to Game Pass. So they're going to expect all the people that left Outriders because of all the issues they had to come back and pay $40 for DLC, even if it is expansive DLC and it looks pretty big. And we're supposed to get more videos this weekend on the end game stuff, which will be cool to see. For me personally, this is a miss. They should have put this in the Game Pass. They should be advertising it in Game Pass right now to try to draw some original people back to come back. When I saw the original trailer for World Slayer, I re-downloaded Outriders. Steele and I ran through it again, the main campaign. Loved it the way that I did when I first played it. It's playing better than it ever has before. And there's some really cool stuff in there. For you guys, and again, we'll just kind of keep this open for them. Anybody can jump in this one. World Slayer, does it make you want to play Outriders again? Do you think that this is a big mistake that it's not coming into Game Pass, that they're trying to charge $40? What do you think is going on?
So much stuff to play right now that
I
it's
was
a
literally
DLC. I'm
thinking
just
that.
like, I'm gonna have to pass on it, brother. It's like,
dang it, Jess.
No, that's cool because that's probably a consensus, right? Outriders, World Slayer. If you are both thinking that same thing, chances are a lot of people are thinking the same thing. Outriders is not a game, again, where they're going to charge $40 that you're going to entice people to come back to because there's so much else to do out there. Like, why? Well, how are you going to sell people on this, right? Why would people jump back in and pay more money to go back to this experience again? So I think that's valid. And I think that you both have a great point that you were both thinking about it. 3-Bit, did you have anything you want to add to your initial thought that you got too much to play?
No, not really.
Yeah. No, that's cool. That's fair.
It's pretty much just like, you know, there's so many games out there. And I do agree with you, like in terms of the gameplay, like Outriders, what I played was very strong. I was even interested in the story, like what was happening with like the main character and its world and everything. I think it just came out at an unfortunate time, or
if it's in Game Pass, I'll pick it up, but I'm not spending money for it.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and that's just showing the power of Game Pass and the people's expectations of it are growing as the service is already the best service there is right now, but our expectations of it are going to keep growing because it's what we expect, right? But I think it's just unfortunate. It had such a good start. It does remind me of Anthem a little bit, where Anthem has great gameplay. It just didn't have the content to last it. So who knows? Maybe if it goes in Game Pass, I'll probably check it out. If not, then there's so many other games to play. Right. It's ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous. So
yeah, I think they've missed their moment in time, unfortunately. And it's going to take something special to bring it back. Mav, did you re-download Outriders instantaneously while you're watching this today?
No, it's still being published by Square, right?
Yes.
So they're probably going to fuck it up again.
Square's going to take all that money and then not give it to people to buy.
I mean, they're moving on from Western development stuff, and this is a Western development game. I don't think they really have much interest in supporting this beyond what they probably already had contractually obligated to do. You know,
they were surprised by this game, though, right? Like Square was like,
Square said they didn't make any money off of it.
Yeah, they haven't.
They said they still haven't made money. They haven't turned a profit. They haven't paid people can fly any bonuses yet.
Oh, yeah, they're still people can fly still waiting on their royalties. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. A lot of people think that they hid the Game Pass money, that it wasn't in the contract that people can fly. So Square just pocketed the Game Pass money and said, "Yeah, nope, that doesn't count."
Great gameplay.
Wow.
But beyond that, I'm not too interested in diving back into it, to be honest. I tried diving back in not too long ago, but like, yeah, let's give it another go. It's been so long, and I just played it for like 10 minutes and uninstalled it again.
Fair enough. I think a lot of people are in all your guys the same boat. Again, me and Steel ran through it. I had a great time.
Yeah, I feel bad for people who can fly.
So. I do. People can fly, have talent. They do. Again, there was mistakes on their part. There was mistakes on Square's part that caused this situation. Deal. Yeah, it was a bad deal overall, and I do feel bad for them. But who knows? Maybe we do get a surprise announcement. World Slayer coming to Game Pass, and I'll be all for it.
Maybe this expansion will bring new people because it was at Summer Games Fest, and it'll bring new life into it, you know, but I don't have high hopes for that.
Words out there on Outriders, and like, you know, Jasper and and 3-Bit's point is that there's so much to play. Again, you got to convince people. Like, there's got to be a real reason to come back.
Like
Most people
Doobie's
are like,
day
"Nope."
one on it, so that's awesome. You know?
Yeah.
So that-
No, like I said, if it wasn't $40, I'd be day one too. Again, I just bought Godfall, so I bought Godfall at a reasonable price, and I loved it. Loved every minute of it. Now, have I gone back and replayed it again and started the new stuff? Steele and I started the new stuff, but I haven't gone back to it. But at $20, that was a price point I could swallow for an entire game with all DLC. So, but for
That you never even
Outriders,
played before.
right, that I never played before. But Outriders with this, if this DLC was $20, I might jump at 40. No,
Your
I
hands
can't.
tripping me out with the virtual background on your screen, Pong, because it
Why?
keeps like
'Cause
flying in. It keeps flying in from the edge like this, but
It's
it's
a
like
bird.
it's like
It's a
half
bird.
there and half not. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Somebody's trying to touch my head. Listen, and then we got a Switch sizzle reel, which we don't have to talk about. It was a sizzle reel of all the current stuff. No big deal. Fall Guys, June 21st, coming to everything, free to play. Fall Guys that we heard about for like 3 months straight, and then
That game
slowly-
died 2 months after launch.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
Yeah.
It's been at every Keighley show,
yeah,
for the last 2 years. So
it has. It was a great advert that they did today. It was entertaining, to say the least. I have zero interest in Fall Guys. I'm freely admit that. I will not even download it for free, so I don't care. But you guys, I know you guys are into some of
I'll
these
play
games.
it.
You guys jump into, yeah, Mav,
I'll
you'll
play it.
jump.
I'll play it.
I think
with
it'd
Kate
be a
and
fun
I'll play
party
it for
game,
sure.
but
Yeah. Play with people. Yeah. We have like a game night or something.
I'm not gonna go play it by myself. I'll say
You're
that.
not? You're not gonna hop in, Jasper?
It's like,
Okay.
all right, time to turn on some Fall Guys. Yeah, probably not. But if we had a game night or playing
Yeah.
with somebody, yeah, it seems like a cool game.
All right. So June 21st, for everybody interested in Fall Guys, I know there's going to be a lot of people that do jump into this. I'm not saying that. Again, it's just not a game for me, but Fall Guys is still out there. It's still being played. They're still introducing new content. So this is going
Sonic
free to
coming
play.
out for what?
Sonic coming out for, who knows? Maybe the Xbox will get some deals and there we'll have Master Chief Fall Guy
I think they
costume,
already
right?
have
So-
Master Chief in
do
there.
they? Do they? Oh, see, I don't even know. But I know people jump into it and the kids obviously still love it. So, hey, cool.
Rel
It's
says
finally
he's
coming.
playing it.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
Exactly.
Rel
Rel.
says he's playing it. So yeah, it has its audience for sure.
It does. It definitely does. So, and I appreciate what those devs, those devs over there did too, and found a hit right at the right time, like the pandemic and everybody stuck inside, man. Fall Guys was it, right? So that was awesome. Good on them. Then we got to something a little bit more interesting, something that's not going to interest everyone out there. And again, as a console player, as of this moment, this game, I'm not going to be able to play it because it's going to be PC, but this is interesting. Stormgate. That's right. Stormgate, brand new IP from devs called Frost Giant. For anybody who doesn't know the backstory of Frost Giant, these are former Blizzard developers who worked on the likes of StarCraft 2, who worked on the likes of Warcraft 2, on and on and on. So these are experienced developers coming out with their first game. It is going to be an RTS. They went through the list of different styles. They got 3-on-3 they got 3-player co-op. They got 3-on-3 competitive play. So they're going to give you the whole gambit. And extra little bonus to this game is it's going to be free to play, which is very rare from RTSs, especially with the pedigree of developers behind this game. So we saw a cool trailer. Didn't see any gameplay out of this one, but we did see a cool trailer, and we got some still shots from some assets in the game as well. So, Matt, I'm going to go to you, Mr. RTS. You, along with me, love RTS's Stormgate. Free to play, former Blizzard devs. I know you're not playing on your PC, so you're probably going to say you could care less, but did you like the concept?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting concept. I have to try it. I thought it was a really cool trailer, a CGI trailer. I would have loved to see like some more gameplay type stuff for that at the show, kind of really what it's all about, but other than that, it looks like it could be a cool thing. I have faith in the developers to make something good. I think the free to play thing is going to maybe help give them a chance to get an audience, right? So I'm curious how they're going to monetize it and all that kind of stuff on RTS with free to play. And that kind of has me questioning 100%
That's where I was going with it.
What the gameplay loop is going to be with the RTS game. Like the loop for me is like really important. Like I'm used to playing like RTS, like big skirmishes that last a long time, kind of do what you want, play how you want, and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know if I can't think of that with a free to play model and how that would really work.
What I was getting from it was it might be like heroes, like kind of in Halo Reach or Halo Wars, where you have like the Arbiter and stuff like that. Maybe they're gonna monetize it like new heroes. Like, if you want to play as this character, you have to buy him, spend $15 or whatever.
I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm sure like somebody's gonna crack the code on that, right? So maybe it'll be them, and they'll make the next Fortnite, but RTS version. You know, who knows? I have high hopes for it. I just need to see more before I can really get excited.
I keep forgetting too, Mav. You got Steam Deck now, so you can maybe try. Some
I
of this
tried
stuff
playing
out on
Command
Steam.
and Conquer on that yesterday. They haven't tuned the controls to it yet. Really great. So it's a little wonky with that. Here's the thing with the Steam Deck, it has a lot of potential because of the touch screen for RTS games.
Yeah,
but they need to make sure they actually really implement some of that really well, right? And some of the games, like the Command and Conquer Remastered, has not done the extra work with that. It's playable and you can play it, but you got to figure it out, and it's not like the best system.
So most games have like Steam Deck approved, or
there's like a green icon saying it's like good for Steam Deck, and then there's like a yellow that means it's like, hey, it's got Steam Deck controls, but like there's kind of like some workaround stuff you might have to kind of do. And then there's other ones that just don't have any information. They have like a gray icon, right? So it's in the yellow. Like it's in the yellow. It means give it a chance, right? There's a lot of games like that. So
it'll be interesting to see too as Steam Deck gets more popular and as it continues to sell.
More and more
newer games start implementing it just instantaneously. Steam Deck controls, right? So that'll be the good part for it. So, Jasper, you got any more to add to what you had to say on Stormgate?
I'll definitely check it out. It's free to play. There's not really much else you can say about it. We still don't know really too much about it.
I haven't seen any gameplay.
It's kind of where we're at with it. It's just deciding what kind of model they're going to go with that free to play route.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. No, the free to play does interest me. Again, if I had a PC, I would definitely jump into a 3-bit. You got any interest in Stormgate?
I have to see it.
Yeah.
RTS games, I don't play it too often.
I can get addicted
really
to
have
some
to
of those.
like just jump in and either play it. Like, is Halo Wars like an RTS?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a watered down RTS.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Age of Empires.
Age of Empires, that's an RTS, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, those are two games I love, so I'll maybe check it out. But it's not. I would have to like really see the gameplay and see if it's something I can jump into, because RTSs take time. You have to like learn the systems and mechanics and everything. So
and they're making a resurgence, man. I am loving that though. RTS games coming back in a big way. I will say this did also lead to a funny moment a little bit, because like this is another one where he had the dev on the stage, and he was like, hey, tell us a little bit about what Stormgate is. And he's like, well, there's storms and like there's a gate and like and the Kaylin's like, okay.
Cool.
It's like, cool or whatever. That was funny, man. All right.
It was good. You could tell some devs aren't used to talking like on that kind of stage, like that presence, right? It's funny. Then we went from Stormgate to more of an artsy kind of chill title, right? Called High Water. The trailer opened up with a guy laying in a raft, and all of a sudden, the raft had a motor, and he picks up and starts traveling. He picks up somebody, and they're traveling through a world that seems pretty flooded, and they've got all these different factions. Some military factions were showing, some regular people were showing. This is an indie title, obviously, and it is going to be based on climate change, according to Keighley. So it's going to have that side of things. It's supposed to have a moral to the story. So anybody got anything on High Water at all? Anybody gonna?
It's a pass for me.
Pass, yeah.
Pass. I'm looking at the trailer right now just to refresh. There was so many games I need to like go back and remember.
You're supposed to remember all these 3-bit.
Some of these titles. And I was working while a lot of this stuff was happening too.
Sure.
I have to remind myself. But I don't really know what type of game this is. They're showing a lot of cinematic angles. Is it like third, like where's the camera? Is it like more top down? Is it more like
it's kind of like third person top down, but like at an angle?
Isometric.
Yeah,
isometric. Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
that's
And I think it's just more of a story game. You just learn the
story
through
exploration.
interaction with characters and stuff. And
that's what I got from it. I didn't see anything
Oh
really
yeah,
badly.
this
or
was the
anything.
one where I was like, I hate your logo, and I still think they need to change the logo.
You need to write to them immediately and say, "Hey, I could do your logo better."
I will do you guys' logo for free. Okay, just hit me up because you guys need some help on that. But the game itself, it looks nice. I don't really know though. I need to see like some.
What's it
gameplay
called
for it.
again?
Is
High Water.
High Water.
Yeah.
I gotta see the logo now because it.
It's pretty plain Jane. I mean, they had a little style to it, like a little liquidy style to it.
It's like the B-Boss font with like some spots. I need some help.
Look at 3-bit throwing out the font styles. Mav, anything High Water? Nope, nothing. You're good.
Cool looking thing. I'm curious if it's gonna be any good. I don't know. You're gonna be.
You could just
going
say
around.
pass.
It's it's thinking sometimes a game like this will surprise you, right?
Yeah.
So,
correct.
but right now it does nothing to excite me. It just looks interesting. It reminds me of like the last bring it back to The Rock again. Like the last 30 minutes of that San Andreas movie when he's like we're going around in the boat trying to save like his I don't remember if it was his daughter or something out of a building. You know, like that's like the vibes. That's what I was thinking about the whole time the trailer was on.
Features in the game, and I don't know. I need to see a little bit more.
I mean, it's interesting. It depends on how good the boat feels going through the water, I guess. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I need the physics. I need to see the physics in the water.
Yeah. I gotta hear what the boat sounds like, as it's moving through that water. How it feels.
No, I mean, again, indie titles, they're not for everybody, but that's the whole thing. There's so many of them. There's something for everybody. So it's always good to see. Again, the art direction I think is beautiful. I love the colors and that kind of stuff. As far as the game goes,
it's probably
didn't do anything
good.
for me out the gates.
It's probably gonna be good.
Yeah,
may not be for everybody.
Shout out to Keighley for adding the diversity in the lineup. I mean, again, that's what it's all about. He's been a big proponent of indie. So again, that's what we kind of expect from a lot of these shows. So after High Water was American Arcadia. Now, this was that other kind of indie game, seemingly, where you're a guy in a very controlled, actually literally bubbled society, 43 square miles. And they've bubbled it off, and everybody is videotaped and televised at all time. And you're one guy trying to escape. You break the rules. You are on the run. And they basically go into emergency mode within this bubbled city, and they're trying to capture you because you cannot be allowed to escape. Interesting, to say the least. I liked some of it, what I saw. I don't know. Anybody got anything on American Arcadia?
Concept's cool. That's what I got from it, but
yeah,
that's about it for me.
Same.
Yeah.
By you saying that, you made me want to buy the game.
It was the people, I think Mav commented saying they have no nose or whatever.
Yeah,
they got no nose.
Yeah,
no nose game.
It looks pretty interesting. I think it could be a cool game. I'm more interested in this from the indie side of stuff, that we kind of saw. This is one of the more interesting indie games that was there for sure.
Correct.
Give me like a Death Loop meets Pleasantville meets, I don't know, Sims or something.
Okay. That's one hell of a combination there, 3-bit.
But give your characters
get to work
some
on that game.
noses. Give your characters noses. They want to be able to smell.
Mav did not like the art direction with the no noses. It was weirding him out. But no, our American Arcadia, go check that out. Go check out that video. A lot of people probably will like it. Again, it's got a really cool style, and it does have an interesting story to it. So it's like the Truman Show. If when Truman finally figures out that he's a part of something that is not what he wants in life. So kind of cool concept. And then we had the one where everybody thought it was Dead Island 2 because they basically just ripped off the whole intro, the whole trailer. And of course, it fits right in with the game that it is. So gotta go check out this trailer, if nothing, just to watch the trailer because it's funny. But Goat Simulator, not 2, because heaven forbid they make a number 2. They're just going to skip 2 and go directly to 3. So Goat Simulator 3 is the game. It's Goat Simulator. I don't know if anybody else has got anything more to say. I fooled around with Goat Simulator. Those are those games I'll put in for 15 minutes, 30 minutes, try them out, and be like, hey, that was cool. I'm out. But Goat Simulator, anybody?
They're fun to mess around with, like the physics engines. I know that one, Ghost Simulator 1 had like 3 or 4 DLCs. It was like Goat Simulator MMO, Ghost Simulator Apocalypse, stuff like that. So
yep, they did. Right. Yeah, they support their games. Mav, you run around like a goat.
I tried it. I find it funny that it's called Goat Simulator 3 because there's no 2, you know.
A lot of people were confused on that. I'm like, but that's the joke.
It's a joke.
Right. Yeah, it's a joke. Yeah, it is part of their stick. So
yeah. I did some models on the first Goat Simulator.
Did you? Fact. Are you serious?
I did the billboards and
really
the 3D models of billboards in Goat Simulator years ago.
Wow, I did not know that.
Idea. I had no idea. That was my debut in game development. Huh?
Did you ever play that game?
What, Goat Simulator?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I played a little bit. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Wow, that's
hilarious. You're headbutting civilians and jumping on trampolines,
right?
And you're like licking cars, and you like freaking stick to the car, and it's dumb, but it's a good time. Yeah, I'll check it out. You know,
there's more to those games when you play them. Like, there's actually a lot more to those. Like, you can find like Easter eggs and like unlock jetpacks and like God mode and flight and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Jasper's played them a lot more than any of us have. So we can tell.
I've got like 15 hours to do it.
There's like a skateboard too. There's like a skateboard like park thing, and you can like, it's ridiculous, but it's fun.
But the trailer was fun. So anybody can go check out Goat Simulator trailer
because it pushes them to make a Dead Island. Like, hurry up.
Hurry up. Yeah. It was probably a hint from them to say, make that happen, please. Because we do need a new Dead Island for sure. And then we went on to a game that I was certainly hoping to see more of from the gameplay side of things, to see if they're going to change it up a little bit after there was a little bit of pushback. Yeah, but we didn't get any gameplay. We just got another CGI trailer. And again, we already know. I don't understand this trailer because we already know what this game is like and what it's about, and the characters have already been shown off very well. I guess this time around they introduced Spider-Man. Because I don't think Spider-Man was in the first trailer that we saw, but Midnight Suns from Firaxis, makers of the beloved XCOM franchise, published by 2K. Midnight Suns coming in October as well. This one had me and Mav extremely hyped because it's Firaxis, it's XCOM. We thought we were getting a Marvel's XCOM game. Well, we're kind of getting that, but they added a card system to it, which me personally, it turned me off. I'll start with 3-bit on this one. Midnight Suns. They're trying to make it a little bit more casual. I think that's why they did the card system in the first place. They don't want the people to be thrown off or to avoid it because they got that XCOM hardcore strategy to it. So I think they went to something easier for people to digest with the card system. 3-bit. Midnight Suns. Are you on it? Are you off of this train? What's going on with this?
I love the style of the costumes and stuff like that, but something tells me there's something fishy going on with the game.
Yeah,
itself.
It's like a mobile game. Like it's like a commercial for a mobile game where it looks really good, and then it's like, that's not what we showed.
Yeah, it feels like they're hiding the game itself, and I don't really know what to think about it. I'm not really super interested in it, to be honest. I really love the designs and stuff like that. And an XCOM Marvel game sounds awesome,
right?
But it doesn't seem like it's gonna be that. Just based off what I read about it, like it seems like something different. So,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I was hyped when it first came out. Like you guys, like I was like, wow, this looks like really interesting. XCOM and Marvel, that seems like a really awesome pairing. And then they sort of they're doing something else with it. So it doesn't feel like the devs are confident in their own game. In terms of,
I think they were surprised at what the feedback they got when it was shown for the first time.
Right.
And now they're a little hesitant to show again to the public in a big way. Right. This one, I'm still holding out hope that it's going to be good. Like sometimes, like I wasn't hyped for Guardians of the Galaxy, right? Because I was like, oh, I don't know if this is what I want. I was hoping for something else from this originally, right? And then I was blindsided by the gameplay reveal. I'm like, what the hell is this? Talking about this card battle system, all this stuff, and I'm like, all that. No, I've also been reading some things today that kind of have me hopeful, right, as well, because I did, I guess, give a look at it to some like journalists and websites and stuff like that. I'm just going to read this one excerpt from IGN that has me on the hopeful side, right? Not necessarily what I was expecting to begin with, but something that still sounds maybe intriguing. And I'm curious what you think about this, Pong, because I don't know if you've seen this yet. This is by Leanna Hafer on IGN. Says, I was a bit blindsided by the news that the team behind XCOM 2 was working on a Marvel Tactics RPG with a card-based battle system. When I finally got my hands on it recently, I was even more surprised by just how much of an RPG it really is. With a fully explorable quest hub, party member relationship side quests.
Yeah, we knew that.
And even a crafting system. This really is a first for Firaxis. At times, it reminded me more of a BioWare game than anything they've made before. And who doesn't want to hang out with Spider-Man?
X-Men Legends and stuff?
I don't know, man. It's like, I can't, I think this is going to be a game like nothing we've played.
I think you'll be surprised on how familiar it is, but like game journalists, they don't know how to compare anything to any other game.
I was just gonna say, we're using this new loose description of RPG. Is that what we're doing here? Like,
I don't know, man. I'm just trying to find hope in it
because we knew about the we knew about the relationship thing, right? And we knew that there was a lot of that because they talked about it when they showed off the game mechanics, right? That was a big piece of it. That your relationships were going to be important to the game, which. Again, for me, wanting an XCOM Marvel game doesn't really appeal to me. Like, it is what it is. It may surprise me. You're right. But crafting, like, what are you going to craft? More cards? I mean, is that what we're doing? Are we going to craft suits? Are we going to craft anything that's going to be, like, actually useful in the game?
Like XCOM base building?
That's my big... I mean, I guess now that you say this, Mav, of course, I mean, I've been wanting to see more. That's why I was hoping we we're going to get gameplay today. To show off more, but again, I don't know if I want a Firaxis BioWare game. I mean, maybe it's something that I didn't know that I wanted.
Have an XCOM Marvel thing, but I'm my interest is peaked to see what this is, right? A little bit. Like, there's also some new screenshots and stuff on it that look pretty interesting. Looked better than what I saw the last time. And I'm holding out hope. The downside, it's also $70 on next gen. $70.
Does Xbox have a deal?
It's like
in some way, because I've heard like Spider-Man was that just like a joke or something? Like Spider-Man
they were just like kind of Spider-Man's coming to Xbox, you know, because like this is one of the first games in a long time that he's actually going to be on an Xbox console, and he was one of the new characters announced today, along with Venom, and also Hulk was there as well. You're muted, Pong.
Sorry. Yes, they showed off the new characters, which was important. And again, they showed off Spider-Man for the first time with his updated spider suit, which looks really cool. I mean, again, the aesthetics of the costumes and all that kind of stuff looks absolutely awesome. Again, Firaxis knows what they're doing. This is a veteran team working on a game. So I don't doubt that they're going to put out a good game. It's just whether or not it is a game that I want is the biggest question. So yeah, I need to see more, Mav, especially after what you just described.
There's supposedly they have some stuff to show on IGN. I'm going to check it out after. I haven't watched it yet. So
cool. All right. From there, we went to the 6-year-old promised Cuphead DLC finally showing up. The delicious last course is finally showing up. I don't do platformers anymore, especially challenging platformers. I would literally buy cell animation from this game. If they did the old hand-drawn cell animation, like you could buy old, Disney stuff and that kind of, I would literally buy this as pieces of art and hang up on my wall. That's how much I love what they did with the game Cuphead, but I will not play this game. It's not up my alley. It's not something I want to get frustrated at, but watching it is absolutely amazing. Old school cartoon style. Anybody here excited for the Cuphead DLC? I think 3-Bit, you for sure are, right?
Yes, I am very excited for this game. I love the first one. I beat it a couple times.
This is DLC.
I know.
Okay.
I know. I'm aware. I know it's
What
not
are
like
you-
a Cuphead.
He's just saying
2
this
or-
is second. Okay, this is like the second at this point because it's been so long.
I mean, it's
right?
been years since anything Cuphead related, right? It's been a long time, and we've a lot of people just been waiting for something Cuphead related. So, yeah, I'm definitely excited. It's definitely a very challenging game, but one of those games like you learn the patterns of the bosses, and you're basically just going through the level and you're trying to figure out how to navigate and which weapons work the best. You can like change your weapon type, like to just like there's one that shoots fast, there's one that sort of like tracks. And yeah, I'm interested in seeing if they introduce any new guns with the DLC, or I don't even know it's not guns, it's like you're shooting your finger. So I don't know what to call it, but yeah, I'm really excited for this game. Cuphead is one of those games where only aesthetically it's beautiful, but also the gameplay is really solid too. So is this co-op? I know the first game was co-op because I played it with
it's
some
just,
friends,
just you start the same game. It's just DLC. I think it's an add-on. You just buy DLC and start Cuphead.
but is it co-op though? Is the DLC co-op too?
Yeah,
I don't know.
First
They
one
only,
was. It
they
should
only
be.
showed single player though. Like
I only seen. I'm
sure
asking. Like,
I'm pretty
videos,
sure it
because I
is.
only
Yeah.
seen the one person, and in other Cuphead trailers, you have the two.
I think
you
they're
got
just
Mugman.
showing her because it's Miss Chow, so it's the new character.
Yeah, and
Okay.
originally when they first showed off Cuphead a lot, they didn't show a whole lot of the co-op either. Yeah, I think they're just trying to kind of focus on the
Just the new
person
character.
playing or whatever. Yeah, I think that it's probably the same. It's in the same game. So
Okay, welcome. Yeah, I would love to play that with a co-op again. So I think I played it locally. I don't remember if it
There's
was
no
online.
online.
There's no
Okay.
online.
Yeah, I played that locally. So
Yeah.
I'm
Anybody
excited.
else? Cuphead DLC can get you to buy the game.
I played the game and it was
did?
all right. I didn't
Okay.
really care much for it, but
Yep. Gotcha. You're gonna jump into the DLC or no?
no.
Mav, Cuphead.
beautiful game, one that I want to love, just not for me.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. But no, exciting for everybody. There's been, the fan base has been up in arms and they
Yeah.
haven't got the DLC. So finally to get this, and again, it looks like it's living up to the expectations, and they may have even gone beyond what they originally planned. So awesome for all the Cuphead fans out there to finally get this for sure. Then we came to a really, really interesting game. Not going to be for me again, but again, this is a game that I've watched videos of. I've been seeing it out there. This is going to be a speedrunner's fantasy right here. It's called Neon White, published by, of course, the great Annapurna.
Oh my god, we're only halfway through the show.
Yes, I know. We're gonna have to pick it up. That's why we got some games we're gonna kind of skip over too. So, but Neon White, Annapurna, developed by Angel Matrix, Ben Esposito. This is a first-person shooter with puzzle platforming elements. There's a card system here, anime style. Absolutely looks totally cool. Again, not something I'm going to jump into, but there's going to be a ton of people that do this. There's going to be cosplay of this game. I can guarantee it. Anybody else here excited for Neon White?
Those anime games are tough for me to get into, so
Yeah, I know that, Jasper. I figured as much. And Mav, anything? Neon White?
It looks interesting. I'm willing to give it a try, but like I'm not looking forward for it to like day one or anything.
Yeah. Yeah. 3-bit? Anything Neon White?
It's only on Switch, right?
Switch and PC.
Nope.
Okay. Then we got another surprise game coming to Game Pass. If you guys weren't paying attention last year, Xbox made a deal with Humble Games, and they had a whole slew of games that are coming to Game Pass through that kind of partnership that they have with Humble. And we're getting another one called Midnight Fight Express. This is developed by one dude. All right. One dude is making this game. This looks just pure fun. Lots of physics in the environment that you can use. It looks, it just looks great. Anybody got any thoughts on Midnight Fight Express? Kind of looks like John Wick, right? That's what it reminds me of. You can use all the environment. You can use chairs. You can use sinks. You're smashing people's heads. You're using guns, you're using vehicles, like all sorts of different situations. pure this is old school fighter. Like this is just a fighting game. Like
I like a lot of the like car stuff
brawler,
I like the boats and the cars and like all that kind of stuff that was thrown there. It's like a mix of different kinds of gameplay thrown all into it. Kind of reminds me of like old
Hunter.
Yeah, that kind of stuff reminds me of like old school stuff. That's what had me most interested. It looks solid. The gameplay looks solid. It looked fun, man. I'm impressed that it's one person making this because it seems pretty busy with everything going on in it. You know, like that's got to be a lot of work. I'm looking forward to it, man. Another Game Pass, a game too.
100%.
Awesome.
I didn't know it was Game Pass.
Yep, Game Pass is part of the humble thing that they had. So yeah, no, this is gonna be cool. 3-bit, you're gonna hop into it. Looks pretty damn cool.
Yeah, out of all the indie games, this one stood out to me. It's definitely high up on the list out of everything I saw at the Summer Games Fest for sure. It just seems like my type of game. So
old school brawler. I love it with the vehicles too thrown in, which is cool. I love that.
Yeah, the animations are great too. Like you expect for one guy him to cut corners in some places, but it looks like it was done by a team. Like the way he's like shooting and like doing some of the executions and stuff. Really good. So I'm excited for this game.
Agree. Jasper, gonna play it?
I just looks really good for one dude making it. Yeah.
Game Pass, download it. Who cares? Yep, try it out. No, absolutely excited about that game. I can't wait for that to show up. Warframe is getting an expansion. The Davari Paradox, I believe, is what it is. The Davari Paradox. Warframe has been going on for a long time. Huge fan base out there that loves Warframe. Steele's got over 1,500 hours in that game. It boggles my mind when he says that because that dude plays a lot of different games. Like, man. Warframe I've jumped into on PlayStation before when I had PlayStation 4. Awesome game when it first launched, and I put probably maybe 100 hours into it or so. Warframe can suck you in. It is a great game. So this continues. They continue to support it. Anybody here got anything on Warframe? I don't think I got any other huge Warframe. Jasper, maybe you did play Warframe.
I played a little bit. It's just really hard to get into and stay into for me. So
yeah. But anybody Warframe fans out there enjoy because they continue to support.
Great game.
Yeah,
great game.
Absolutely.
I played for quite a bit actually.
Did you? Okay, all right.
Someone like I was just like playing randomly because I had seen mechanics of it, like someone ninja like just jumping on the walls, and it just looked like a good time. So I played it one day. Someone walked me through a lot of the mechanics and how to get to different worlds and all of that, and then I ended up playing it for quite a bit, and I've appreciated the amount of content that the devs put into Warframe. Like, it's almost overwhelming, especially
at this point. It now is. Yes, it's like jumping back into Destiny 2 for the first time. Right now, it's overwhelming. It really is. Like, where to begin?
Content. Yeah. So the fact that there's even more,
right?
Crazy.
Very crazy.
There's already so much there. Like, if you guys are interested in Warframe, like, there's so much content for you. You could play for months and still not beat it. So.
And it's free to play to start up. It's free to play. So jump in.
Free to play.
It's on every platform too.
Yeah, it is.
Gameplay is solid. You can choose different classes. If you're really just like swords, then you can do that. You like bow and arrows. Mix guns. All of it.
It's amazing. The armors are really cool too. They got so much. Again, it's monetized to all get out as it should be. But man, for how much they put into this game, I don't blame them. It's awesome.
I didn't understand, like, when I tried it once, right? And I played it, and I didn't know what the fuck was the point of the game. I was just like walking. I was walking around. I was like I'm just in this world. Like, there's other people. Am I supposed to kill them? Am I supposed to want to kill them? Am I supposed to do something else? Like, I have no idea what the fuck's happening. I just was in a place all of a sudden, and I'm a character. And I was like, what do I do? Like, I don't know. What do I do here? Like, there's just no direction to do anything at the time. So I didn't know what the fuck I was doing.
There was. You skipped through all of it.
Probably so.
Okay.
Probably
yeah.
Like,
just look, creating a seasoned character is too hard for you at this point, Mav. So
you know what I mean. They could have been a little bit more obvious with that, And
Jasper didn't have any issues. That's all I'm going to say. But Warframe's really cool that they keep putting into it. Yeah. So shout out to the devs, for sure. Then We got Hoyo coming through. They got all that Genshin Impact money, but they are not resting on their laurels. Look, whether you think Genshin Impact is worth it or not, it is one of the top tier mobile games out there. It's also on PlayStation as well and PC. It should come to Xbox. I wish they would put the money into making that happen. But it is a top tier game. It really, there's a lot of development to it. Some people have fallen off of it, but Genshin Impact made these guys rich, and they decided not to rest on their laurels. They announced not one, but 2 games, Star Rail and then Zenless Zone Zero. Both of them heavily anime stylized, influenced, whatever you want to call it, type games. Both of them look absolutely fantastic. Hopefully they're coming to consoles this time around. I think it's starting PC mobile. I could be wrong on that, but I want to see these games come, but they looked great, looked fantastic. They are spending the money. They're putting the money into these games. Really happy for Hoyo. I do like to see this happen with a company that gets success like this in the mobile market and then decides to reinvest. So I'm excited about them. I don't know if anybody else here was. I know, Mav, you said it looked great.
Yeah. Was it that Space Liner or whatever it's called?
Yeah, Star Rail.
Star Rail and then the Zenless Zone Zero. Yeah.
Star Rail looked fucking had like the animation, the art style on that had piqued my interest big time. I don't know what platforms it's coming out on. If it's oops, I got the website going right now. I could hear the audio in the background, but man, I really want to know what it's coming out to, because like it's one, like I honestly, like if it only came to PC, this is one that I would play on the Steam Deck, because but if it was a PC mobile thing, I don't really like playing on mobile, you know what I mean? Like I hope they come to Xbox. Genshin Impact skipped Xbox. That would be amazing to get a game like this coming to Xbox, because the style of that game is fucking fantastic, dude. It looks like an 80s. It reminds me of like an 80s like anime cartoon, like kind of brought to life, you know, in like a big way, in an RPG. That's why I'm interested. It looks badass.
It's in development for PC, iOS, and Android as of right now.
Okay.
So no consoles whatsoever for Star Rail. Yeah.
Well, I'll try this on PC.
Yeah.
On Steam.
Try it on your Steam Deck. Yep, for sure. Great time to do that. Then we get to a very cool one. This was an awesome showing. We've seen it. We knew it was coming. TMNT, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, of course. Shredder's Revenge. But they show this off and they've got a surprise. Actually, they've got 2 surprises if you were watching closely. But the first big showing for this new trailer was they are introducing Master Splinter, April O'Neil, and Casey Jones to the lineup. But not only that, not only did they show us that, but 6-player co-op, including online co-op, which is something that we've all been praying for. And then to top all of that, the cherry on top, if you watch the trailer all the way through, and they got to where they show off all of the platforms, guess what was included, which we had not heard?
What was
Game Pass. Game Pass. That's right. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Shredder's Revenge, 6-player online co-op, including April O'Neil, including Casey Jones, including Master Splinter himself, along with coming to Game Pass. Go ahead, Mav, start us off. Brother, how did that feel? Big W for Xbox and Game Pass right here on top of all the rest of it that we just talked about.
I mean, this is like a smaller title for a lot of people, but this is a big deal game. A lot of people have been anticipating and really excited for this game for a long time now, ever since it was originally revealed at an indie showcase, I believe. And it's been like blowing up and everybody's like, oh my God, TMNT Shredder's Revenge. And then in the back of my brain was like, oh, are they going to do the thing where they skip online like all these fucking games do and like just leave us in the dust without the online? I was like, because this game is one that I'm more interested in than any of the other brawlers out, because I played the shit out of the arcade Ninja Turtles games back in the day. And I want that experience with friends and stuff. And I don't have 4 buddies here fucking in my room to play TMNT Shredder's Revenge with. So I'm thinking like, I want this online. And I was going to play it regardless. I was going to buy it regardless, right? and I was holding out hope. And finally today we got the answer, but it didn't just meet my hopes. It exceeded them because you went and added Casey Jones and Master Splinter and April O'Neil, and you go 6-player online co-op. Then I'm like, fuck yeah, baby, let's go. And then on top of that, I'm like, yeah, I'm already hyped and excited. And then they splash that Game Pass screen at the end and let me know that, hey, not only am I not going to have to pay for it, but all of my friends are going to get access to this game. So I'm going to be able to play that online co-op with tons of different people in the community. Anyone that wants to hop in, we can play the shit out of this game. And this is one I'll play over and over and over again. When it leaves Game Pass, I'll buy it. If it ever does leave Game Pass, some games seem to be there for years. Who knows? But this will be one that I will have forever and be online, and it'll be freaking amazing. I am so pumped, and this was my most excited moment of the show. I know it's for like a little brawler game, right? Little brawler. We saw this Callisto Protocol, guys getting their bodies shredded in half and all this stuff. We saw these like amazing moments. We saw the Last of Us remake and everything. But because this was one of the games I'm really pumped for and really excited for, and I found out the things I was really hoping for, but not only did it meet those hopes, it also exceeded them. Dude, that was a huge win. And this was a big win for Xbox too, because there's a lot of people that are excited for this, and knowing that they have that in a service, you're going to be able to play it on your Samsung TV without any, you not even have to buy a console. Let's go, man.
The only thing I have to add to it is I'm calling dibs on Donatello. So
fuck you, man. No, what? We're not doing that now. What?
Yo,
oh my
you can't do that shit. You can't do that shit. No, we're gonna end the show right here. Kick him. He never said it. We didn't hear that. He's gone. Jasper's no longer part of the show.
Then I get Leonardo.
Okay, I get Donatello. Let's go. Yes.
No, you don't get that either, bro.
Are we doing this?
I'm older. Donatello has been my favorite for longer than all of yours because I'm older than all of you.
I'll take Casey.
You'll take Casey. Casey's a badass, dude.
Casey's a badass. We'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. 3-Bit, what'd you think about Shredder's Revenge coming to Game Pass, adding 6-player co-op online with the extra characters involved? What do you think, brother?
Yeah, this was one of the games I was like, because I love brawlers, like Streets of Rage.
One of your favorite games of all time is Scott Pilgrim.
Is a brawler. Yeah, one of my favorite games. So I was really looking forward to this, and the people who made this game, .emu, I don't know how to say their name. I think it's .emu. They made Streets of Rage 4, and then they're making this, and they make some solid gameplay. So
Streets of Rage 4 is great.
Yes. So my concern for a while with this game, because they showed it before in some other thing, like smaller trailers and things like that, was it not being online. And I was just like, this is whenever you have a beat 'em up game, it should be online.
We saw it with Battletoads, right? Battletoads was not having online sucked.
Yeah.
Terrible for that game.
Like it just doesn't make sense in our time frame. Like you have a beat 'em up game, and especially with COVID and other things going around, right? Where we normally can't always have close contact with our friends or whatever. It just makes sense to have an online game. And it's not only online, but it's 6 players, right? That's insane. 6 players. That's amazing. So exceeded my expectations as well.
I'm surprised everyone likes Donatello.
Like so am I. I've never met so many Donatello fans before ever. I swear to God,
I used to be a Raphael guy back in the day.
Yeah,
that's what everyone is like.
Yeah. I've never seen so many Donatello. Psychonauts. Psychonauts is Donatello too.
It's got my nostalgia. Like that was like thinking back. It's like that was my favorite toy to play with was the Donatello one. And then I'm thinking back like all these things, and it's like Donatello's like always. I don't like the new Donatellos.
Picked, I always felt like.
Yeah. I don't like the new Donatellos.
I always got Donatello at the arcade. Nobody cared about Donatello.
Amazing.
she has the purple one.
Yeah, that's Donatello.
That's Donatello.
Stop. Look at Jigga J coming in here with Donatello. Come on. What is going on?
We can all be Donatello.
No, definitely exceeded our expectations. Huge win for Game Pass. I don't care what anybody says. People are hyped for this game. Everybody has fond memories of TMNT, especially from the arcades and all that stuff. And to add 6-player online co-op, to add the extra characters, man, that's just huge. And Game Pass, day and date. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Again, I imagine our friends lists are going to have a lot of TMNT in it when this game drops. A lot of people are going to be playing it. So awesome announcement there. Then we went to a weird one, Super People. We still don't know what this game is. Literally
BR,
one of the worst. We think it's a BR.
It was announced a few years ago, I think.
Was it? Okay. So Super People, one of the worst names in gaming history by my standards. Super People. Yeah. Super People was announced. Anybody got anything on Super People? Because I really don't. Yeah, whatever. If it's a BR, I'm definitely not going to be playing
the chess game thing.
Yeah, the chess game looked cool. Like that was the only thing I could say. Like her playing with the army guy chess set, that was sweet in the CGI trailer, but we got no gameplay. So no idea.
Who's making it?
Don't know.
Wonder People.
Oh, it's a battle royale.
I think
Wonder
somehow
Games.
I just absolutely missed this. I think it was like spaced out or something.
You've said a few comments because you were like, I think this is a battle royale. So you were watching it.
It was popular like late last year. It got real popular on Steam and then kind of died off.
Yeah. Okay.
There's gameplay for it. It looks like Fortnite.
Yeah, it's out now on Steam, I think.
Yeah.
It's been out.
Yeah.
So so Super People, anybody into battle royales, I guess go take a look at it, see if it's something you like. Jigga J, you're absolutely correct. He was the smartest one, and the stick was the best weapon, of course. And then Joe Dunmore shows up in here and says everybody loves Donatello. Look, back in the day, that's not the case. I can tell you that. It's not the case. All right, so moving on from Super People, exciting announcement for me. Mav, maybe a little bit exciting for him as well. Don't know about 3-Bit and Jasper, but Humankind, which is a Civ type game, published by Sega, big on the PC, has gotten great reviews. They announced a new expansion with all new types of different cultures being included into Humankind. Again, this is a civilization type game, but then on top of that, which was cool, but again, it was PC. So I was like, yeah, okay, great. Another game I'm not going to play. They actually threw out a surprise in the middle of the trailer and said it's being made for consoles, which is a yay, but then also coming to Game Pass. Again, we talked about a golden age of gaming is here. These are going back to the 360 days. We've got more PC games coming to console than I can remember in a long time. RTSs, strategy games. Look, this is big for me. I know it's not for everybody. It's niche. I don't care. To see this happening is a huge win. They're trying to grow their fan bases in other markets, which is fantastic. Love this move. I'm excited for Humankind. Don't have a whole lot to say on it. I can't wait to get my hands on it. I can't wait to get a release date. I want to see more. If we get Age of Empires 4 at the Sunday showcase, my God, I'm going to be in heaven at this point. But it's Civ. The last Civ game that came out on console is broken. It's still broken. I can't believe they haven't fixed it yet. I'm very extremely upset at it. I've almost purchased it a million times, but I keep going watching new YouTube videos. It's still broken. It crashes the series console. There's people that have lost tons of hours of gameplay. I'm not about that. I'm not going to do that. So to have another game in that mold coming out, I am pumped. Anybody else here want to jump in on Humankind?
I'm not too big into Civilization, so I don't like those turn-based strategies. I was always more of an Age of Empires guy, so it's going to be a pass for me, but great if you like those kind of games.
Yep.
I really got into a Civilization game on the 360. I think 4.
Evolution.
Maybe
so much fun.
Which one was that? Was it 4?
No, it was Evolution.
Yeah, Civilization. Okay, I really loved it, man. I had fun. I had a lot of fun playing that game, and I played it for a while. I don't know how. I mean, I hopped around so many different genres and so many different games, man. But to see that this game is coming to Game Pass, and it's more of these games again. I've had a thing about, like, okay, one RTS comes to console and it is not successful, and like, oh, RTSs don't work on console, right? Or like like a Civilization game comes to console, oh, those games don't work on console, or Grand Strategy, whatever. That's, unless you keep consistently putting out stuff, you're not really necessarily going to grab an audience unless it's like the most earth-shattering, like, best thing ever. You know what I mean? Like, you got to try and grow an audience for this RTS stuff for console players, and you got to get this stuff out there. And so for this stuff being available on more platforms is a good thing. As more console games are going to PC, I'm embracing the opposite of that as well, as more PC franchises coming to console. I freaking love it, man.
We've willed this into existence, Mav. You and I have talked about this since the beginning of the generation, since we started doing shows together. Anytime this came up, because you love RTSs, I love RTSs, we love strategy games. We've talked that this generation had the chance for this to start happening. And yes, Staccato, because Sega is a publisher on this game, it gives me hope that we will one day see Total Warhammer come over to console. I don't care how they have to cut it down. I don't care what they have to do to make it work on controller. Make it happen. Total War has to come, but this gives me hope that a game like Humankind is actually going to show up on console. But I do believe we willed this into existence. This is the next 360 generation for this stuff. I love it. This is unbelievable.
Even better because people are going to be able to play this shit and give it a try without having to worry about paying the $50-$60 for it, right?
And the tech on top of it now makes it equal to PC in a lot of ways. Whereas we got like versions that were kind of sketchy when it came to that. Like now we're getting much better experience that's closer to the PC version. So so happy for this.
Speaking of that, have you had a chance to play Command & Conquer on your Series X yet at all?
Yes, I played Kane's. I've been fooling around with Kane's. Kane's Wrath
feels pretty damn good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It actually holds up. Again, with the up-res on my OLED, it actually looks still pretty decent, and it works well on the controller. They had it figured out back then, Mav. Is it perfect? No, there's some getting used to it, but literally an hour into gameplay, it's pretty second nature at that point. Yeah, exactly. So no, they did a great job with it, for sure. 3-bit, any interest in Humankind?
Yeah, I'm looking at the gameplay right now. It looks pretty cool. Yeah.
It's basically it's a Civ rip off in a lot of ways, but they do some different things to it too. They got their own spin on it. But I'm happy. I'm a happy camper. So,
and I know and Aaron was saying this in the chat, but House of the Dead recently got mouse and keyboard support. Is this something that popped up in my timeline? And I was like, oh, that's interesting on the Xbox.
Yeah,
and it makes me wonder, like for these type of games, why they don't just add the mouse and keyboard support more often, you know. If
had that conversation, yes.
Yeah. And I mean, having controller support is awesome and stuff, but if you have the option of mouse and keyboard on the Xbox, I mean, you know,
I want to see it more. I want to see it more. I want that blend to start happening more. And I want Xbox to promote it. Again, why don't they just come out with a branded Xbox keyboard and mouse? Why don't they come up with a new design that's lap friendly?
Market it towards games like this.
Right.
Be like that's on the box, just be like, this is the Xbox branded mouse and keyboard, and then you have on the box maybe like Age of Empires or something like that. Like that to me makes sense.
I would buy it. I would definitely buy it. And again, they could redesign it, have it more lap friendly, whatever the case may be. They've done a lot of design work on keyboards in the past. They got a lot of interesting styles.
Razer had a wireless one. It had like a pull-out thing where you could pull out your mouse on the keyboard and stuff.
Yes, I saw that, and I thought about that one actually. That is interesting, and maybe I will. As more of these games come, I might dip in just to try it out that way. All right, Humankind, awesome, fantastic. Not for everybody, but hey, I'm excited. Then we got One Piece Odyssey coming. Looks like well, if you're into One Piece, which I do enjoy One Piece, listen, this is going to be, looks like a old school JRPG style One Piece. I'm cool with this. I'm happy about it. Again, more JRPGs coming, more of these off the wall kind of games coming to Xbox. This is the stuff that Xbox missed out on that maybe is not anywhere near for everybody, but you got to have it in your lineup. And I think it's really cool that Xbox is getting the One Piece stuff. They got a lot of the fighters. The fact that the JRPG style game, the Dragon Quest style game, that's the way it looks to me, is coming. Cool. Anybody else? One Piece Odyssey. Yay!
Yeah. I need to experience One Piece in these games and like other forms, because I've watched like 300 episodes of One Piece and I felt like
only
there's so much. Yeah, I was only like, there's only a million more to go. So my new way of trying to experience One Piece is through these games, even through the Netflix thing that's coming up. It's through some of these forms of media. So yeah, I'm excited for sure.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I can't wait for it to get here. Then we got a new trailer for that Atlas game that may be the hint that we're going to finally get more Atlas stuff. Soul Hackers 2, we've known about this for a while. It's not coming to Game Pass. I'm going to support Atlas when it comes out because I want Persona, but Sunday might change all that because we might get a nice big announcement on Sunday from Atlas. But we got a new trailer for Soul Hackers 2. Again, for anybody who doesn't know, Soul Hackers is the niche of the niche when it comes to JRPGs. Like, this is like barely known outside of the East, like unless you're a hardcore fan. Shin Megami Tensei inspired. Persona is a spin-off of Shin Megami Tensei and Devil Summoner, and Soul Hackers is another spin-off, but like even on a smaller degree. Everybody knows Persona now, but when Persona started, people were like, what's Persona? Soul Hackers is in that same mode from back in the day when Persona first got spun off. So Soul Hackers is coming. It's coming to Xbox. So I'm going to support it, but Soul Hackers 2 is looking fantastic. Right up my alley. Love Atlas. Love their JRPGs. So I cannot wait to get my hands on Soul Hackers 2. Anybody else here excited for Soul Hackers 2? Can jump on board?
I'm excited over its significance of Atlas finally deciding not to skip Xbox anymore.
Yeah.
And it may I have a feeling a lot of these devs, what these last two showcases have shown me is that they are seeing the numbers that Xbox is pulling. These like Xbox is constantly just either beating PlayStation in market like of sales, or it's just right there. It's a lot more competitive this gen, and I think Atlas is finally just either not ignoring that anymore, or maybe their relationship with Sega. It could be either one.
Yeah.
Their Microsoft's relationship with Sega is so good that they just can't ignore it anymore.
Yep.
I'm more excited about the significance with that than the game itself. But I do want to support the game, like you're saying as well, because I do think we need more JRPGs on Xbox.
No, that's cool. That's cool that you're even excited about it, 3-bit, knowing what it could mean in the future. That's the big part of this. Like I said, I'm not big into sci-fi horror, but I am supportive of all these games coming out and the horror fans out there getting them, because again, I want this to be the 360 generation all over again, where we had every type of game come to Xbox and it didn't matter. Like, we had JRPGs, we had the horror titles, we had everything. And that's what's exciting for me, to see this stuff happening again. And like you said, the strengthening relationship with Sega, I'm sure, is not hurting the situation with Atlas at all. Atlas does run itself outside of Sega, even though Sega is basically their owners, but they run themselves outside of it. Sega allows them to do what they want to do. That's why we have not seen Atlas come to Xbox. So again, Sunday, I'm hoping to see more of this. We could get really some big announcements on Sunday that really show us that this is coming to fruition finally. Right, Mav?
Oh, that's the whole point of this. You know, I mean, like, looking at this show, everything that we've seen so far, it leads me to, you know, I know we're kind of mentioned earlier, I kind of wanted to get into this. So I don't know if this is a good time, but maybe it's too big of a can of worms. But
we're almost done. We're almost done.
Yeah, I'll hesitate.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, I think I think there's promising things ahead. I'll just say that. We'll get into that in a little bit.
Capcom Stadium Volume 2. Anybody who's looked at the first volume, some really good titles in there. Stadium 2 actually looks like it's even got bigger titles that I'm interested in. I don't know if I'll pick it up, but if it goes on sale like they have been going on sale, I'll probably eventually pick it up, because they got like Darkstalkers in there, all sorts of cool stuff. They got the Saturdays Super Showdown Wrestling, or wherever the heck it is, man. Oh my God, from back in the day, the nostalgia. So Capcom Stadium Volume 2 coming. I don't think we need to get on that. Then we've got oh my God, I can't even read my writing because this was so bad. What was it Metal Hellsinger? Was that what the name?
The rhythm game.
Yeah, the rhythm-based Doom-like shooter with death metal involved in it.
Sick.
Yeah, I don't do rhythm games.
A demo out now, I think, on all
there's
platforms.
A demo out. Yep, demo out now, so go try it out. If you're into Doom and you like rhythm style games and you want to shoot to the rhythm of death metal, that game is being made. That's how fantastic this is, right? Yeah. That's how ridiculously awesome this gaming industry is right now. Like, whoever would have thought those would be mixed, but they are. Now, I'm not talking about the death metal and doom because we already get that, right? We already get that hard metal feel.
But
the rhythm, first person shooter.
That's dope. That is so cool. I can't wait to download this demo. Actually, I had no idea. This was around the time I was really busy.
Tony Grasso is already playing it. So he's already playing Metal Hellsinger right now. And he says it's really, really good. So yeah, go check out the demo. Yeah,
Tony,
absolutely.
good to know, Tony.
Yeah, Tony Grasso. He's always trying out the good games. All right, Tony. And then we got a new trailer for The Quarry, which a lot of people are excited about, obviously. We've talked about that in the past. Narrative driven, obviously heavy decision-making game with big-time actors in it.
Graphics look great.
Online multiplayer is delayed until July, but other than
Thank you, Jasper. Yep, that is correct. Multiplayer online is delayed.
Well, I'll wait to buy it until the online multiplayer.
You and Kaitlin are going to do a playthrough, aren't you?
Yeah, I talked about it. She's excited for it. I think it looks pretty cool. And if anybody else gets it around that time, and any of our fam or whatever, I think it has 4-player co-op potentially.
That would be a fun game to play. Let's play.
Streaming that.
Yeah, we're gonna stream it for sure.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward to it.
Then a game that I'm extremely excited about. I know a lot of people weren't happy with the first person aspect of it, but I'm still hyped for this game. I hope it comes to consoles. Right now it's PC only, but Nightingale, which is a steampunk-esque type game, but it's a survival game as well, where you have to create mix and match cards and build, which opens portals to different like fairy tale lands. In which you get different kind of environments, you get different kinds of monsters, you can collect different types of resources. I believe from the trailer that I saw that depending on what land you're in, your buildings are going to look different that you actually build for survival. There's a lot to this. It looks like it's going to be multiplayer. I don't know if it's an MMO yet. I'm guessing at that it could possibly be an MMO survival game like Ark. But maybe I'm not. Maybe it's just a co-op multiplayer experience. But man, Nightingale is on my radar, but it's got to come to console. The first-person aspect does not bother me. I love what I saw out of this game. Anybody else got any thoughts on Nightingale?
I think it looks cool. I want to see it come to console.
I'm just kind of getting tired of the whole crafting survival thing, like going looting a bush, killing animals.
I get it,
and like it's just kind of been done a lot now. It's kind of where I'm at with it.
And I don't play them. I try them out, and there's very few that click with me. But this one, the uniqueness of this one is what's got me intrigued, right? So I might put more time than I normally would into this game. So
I am the opposite of Jasper, where I need more survival games because I actually really like that genre, and I feel like it hasn't been fully explored yet. So it reminds me of The Forest a little bit. I love The Forest, and I think they're also making like a Forest too.
Yeah.
So if you guys like that, but it looks interesting. I like the portal when it was going to like the different worlds. It seems like
that's what interests me was the card system, the way that works and stuff.
Yeah, I want to know how that works, like the card system and like going to different worlds. You had that first person mechanic. It looked like you were taking care of things going around in your town, or I don't really know. So I'm interested in some of the gameplay mechanics. It still looks pretty early in development. Like the cutscenes look pretty polished, but then when they actually went to the first person, I noticed was like had some frame rate issues, and I did see it said pre-alpha. So
there's just some visual things that stood out for me. Is like it's not quite there yet.
It looked beautiful though. I love the art style and all that. But yeah, I'm definitely, that's on my radar. I love survival games. The one thing to know about me, I love brawlers, I love survival games, I love first person games. So it's on my radar.
Absolutely fantastic. And Ducato, One Piece, the Musu One Piece, I absolutely love that, by the way. That was a great version of One Piece. It does fit that style of game very well. Then we got Saints Row reboot.
Boss.
Yeah. Saints Row reboot is getting the Saints Row has done this in the past, but you can download the character editor right now. I think they said available today.
Yep.
Yeah, available today, and you guys can fool around and customize your Saints Row characters up until launch, and then your character will actually transfer into the game, so you can perfect your style how you wanted to. They didn't show really any new gameplay in this trailer. They showed a lot of the customization, not only of the characters, but of the vehicles, the cars, everything you come to expect. And some of you love about Saints Row is going to be there 100%. Again, personally, not looking forward to the Saints Row game. If it drops into Game Pass, I'll play it. But again, I just don't see anything that interests me about the Saints Row game at all, that I can't go back and play any of the other Saints Row and have a better time with, because the stories are going to be better. The characters are going to be better. That's just me. This is not made for me. That's cool, but I'm glad they're dropping the character editor because a lot of people do love that. I did it back in the day with the other Saints Rows. 4, I think, is when they started it. I did that instantaneously. Thought that was cool as hell. You guys pumped? You guys got your characters already designed? What's going on? Is Kaitlin doing that right now, Mav?
No, she's not. But I am actually kind of excited for that game. I was not until I watched the last 2 gameplay showcases, and that has kind of energized my excitement for it. I was impressed by the gameplay, regardless of all the other stuff with the game that a lot of people are down on. Like the gameplay stood out to me. It looked good. It looked fun. It looked pretty ridiculous and stuff, and it looked like a good time. So I'm gonna be definitely probably checking that out and playing it when it comes out. What's its release date?
Is it August?
It is oh my god.
I think it's August or September.
August.
It's September.
It's soon. It's
not too far away.
August 23rd.
August 23rd. Yeah, so I'll be playing that with Kate, probably co-op, messing around, having some dumbass fun.
Absolutely.
That's always a good thing about Saints Row is the physics. You can just kind of go in and blow shit up and watch people ragdoll. It's just stupid fun at the end of the day with it.
Yeah, it's looking good. I'm sort of itching for a game that's sort of like you're in the city, open world kind of. Just messing around. So there's so many games. Like most of these games that you're like, I'll try it. But it's
sure,
like,
why not?
There was a game that came out a few years back that was in that vein that is like kind of underrated. It's like Agents of Mayhem or something like that.
Yeah, Agents of Mayhem. It was a spiritual successor to Saints Row. Yes, I actually enjoyed Agents of Mayhem. A lot of people downed it. You can get it on sale all the time now for like $3. Like it's always on Xbox sale. It's a great game. Anybody who enjoys the Saints Row style, I love it. Shout out to Dragonheart Yobi, great member of this community. He loves it as well. No, I've had a good time in Agents of Mayhem. It was a little bit different. It was like Crackdown meets Saints Row is kind of what the flavor I got out of it. Yeah, it was fantastic. Yeah, I liked it. Then we got a brand new gameplay trailer for something that the Xbox community is definitely excited for. Warhammer Darktide. That's right, the console exclusive coming to Game Pass for Xbox later this year. Got brand new gameplay, and man, oh man, does this game get better every time we see it. Another developer in Fat Shark who knows exactly what they are doing, exactly what they are going for. They have the previous experience with the Warhammer series in a little bit different setting in Vermintide, but man, they've gotten better every time. Every game has taken it to that next level. Again, love to see that progression from devs. And now Darktide looks like, we're getting to that AAA polish at this point. Just fast, furious, mayhem everywhere. Speaking of mayhem, body parts being chopped off, shot off, magic spells or powers, I should say, because this is set in the Warhammer 40K universe, so not necessarily magic, but using tech to do crazy things. Look, this looks awesome. I can't wait to hop in this game. 4-player co-op, multiplayer. It's going to be a blast. You guys, I know we're going to be having quite a few nights with this game when it drops. What'd you guys think? I'll start with a Jasper on this one. Darktide, what'd you think, brother? Awesome?
awesome. I'm getting into the Warhammer universe as we speak, so I can't wait to get more into it with this game. And it's a first-person shooter, so I'm even more down for it. And it's fun.
Yeah, you downloaded Inquisitor. You picked up Inquisitor. You're gonna be playing some Inquisitor with me and Mav here at some point. Yeah, Warhammer universe is amazing. 3-bit, what'd you think, brother?
Awesome. Yeah. It has it just looks like a solid gameplay. Like when you like swing these huge swords and the hordes of like enemies. And I play a little bit of the other ones. I think Mean Dealer was gonna play in one of the
Vermintide. He's a big Vermintide fan. He's a huge Vermintide. Yep.
And it looks like the more I see it, the more polished it looks. And it just looks like a big budgeted game. So
agreed.
I'm excited to check it out, and it's in Game Pass, right?
Yep, in Game Pass, day and date.
What the heck? There's too many games. I'm getting overwhelmed. Like the summer, the Sunday show is not even here yet, and I'm getting overwhelmed by what's in the Summer Game Fest. Like
so you still need an Xbox first party game this year?
Oh man.
Like I said, I'm good as a gamer, man. But Mav, we saw some action from like the different classes in this one as well. It looks like that they're going to be very unique. So when this drops, right around September 13th, I believe it is. Yeah, September 13th.
September.
Yep, September 13th. What do you think, brother? You hopping in full bore? Warhammer Dark Tide.
Yeah, I was already because I've been playing some of the other Warhammer games and stuff, and now I've been like really getting more into it, interested in the I'm realizing, hey, there's good Warhammer games out there. Before, like, it didn't seem that way, but like after you've been playing some of these now, I'm like, oh wow, this is like some good stuff. And yeah, this one caught my eye. This was revealed 2 years ago at their like next gen gameplay reveal type show, right? Like, this was one of the ones that stood out then. We haven't really seen a whole lot. They had a little bit to show the other day at the Warhammer event. And then now we got this trailer. This trailer is just all pure gameplay. Looked pretty sick, dude. And I was sold when he squeezed his hand and the guy's head popped.
His head.
Yeah. And I was like, whoa, okay, let's go. Like the some of the abilities and stuff were different on this thing. And you know, I love playing co-op games. Right, I love playing with friends and stuff, and this just looks like a hell of a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to it. And again, guess what? I don't even have to make that damn decision.
Correct.
Because it's just it's the only thing it costs me is hard drive space.
Yep, no risk at all. Right. So that's the beauty part. Oh man, we're gonna have some fun in this game, man. We've been let down by some of the multiplayer co-op games in the past, right? Dungeons and Dragons and that kind of stuff. But I really think
I still had fun with that game.
Yeah, I still had fun with that game too. I wish we would have actually played it more.
Yeah, me too.
You know, but again, like Mav said, guys want to get in the Warhammer universe. There's a ton of games out there. Unfortunately, the sale just ended from the Skulls showcase that they had last week. The sale went off, but man, some of these games like Inquisitor that we're talking about, which is going to get a current gen version, it's going to cost extra. But man, if you're into Diablo-esque games, Inquisitor is freaking fantastic. It's so underrated. It's such a great game. There's a lot of Warhammer games that unfortunately have been dismissed because they are AA and they're not made by the biggest developers out there that you've heard of before, right? But Fat Shark with Vermintide and now Dark Tide is really making a name for themselves, and I can't wait to see where they go. There was smoke about a year ago, prior to the Activision Blizzard acquisition, that Fat Shark could have been one of those teams that is on Microsoft's list, and they have a great relationship with Xbox right now. And if Dark Tide pulls up and becomes the game that we all think it's going to be, that's going to be fun, it's going to be well worth it. And after the Activision Blizzard deal gets done, Fat Shark might be that next developer on the list. So, but yeah, that it looks fantastic.
The other thing about this game is I get excited about these games now because I realize how much that these Warhammer games get supported over long periods of time.
Yes.
So continuous. It's like, you know, you can get into this and not feel like you're going to be like
abandoned,
left in the dust, you know, not battlefielded or anthemed, you know?
Yes. Even when the games don't sell that well. Again, Inquisitor is not being played by hundreds of thousands of people right now. It's not. but they're updating it to current gen. Yes, they're going to charge you, but the fact that they're going back and doing that and they've dropped so much DLC, Vermintide 2 is getting a new DLC drop later this year as well. They got a brand new expansion pack for that. Look, these aren't games that are everyday, household names, but they're still getting supported. Like Mav said, not as many devs do that as they should. So when you find those devs, when you find that franchise that does that, it's great to know that your money, you're going to get your support, even if the game isn't the biggest thing of all time. So love to hear that, man. That's a good point. Well, this one right here, folks, look, we could put all the Silent Hill Bloober team rumors to bed. Bury them. It's over with. It's done. We don't have to hear about Bloober team making a Silent Hill game and how many of the fans hate the idea because Bloober team sucks and they don't want anything to do with Bloober team on their precious Silent Hill. And Kojima's not a part of this at all because Bloober team finally revealed their new game. And it's part of the Layers of Fear series, and they're going with Layers of Fears, plural, this time for this game. I like what Bloober team does. Again, psychological horror, I can do. I love, how they present their games. So this one has interest for me. I'm happy to see Bloober team back again. And this one, Unreal Engine 5, really, some parts of this game look absolutely stunning in the footage that they showed today. Hey, I'm interested in what everybody else has got to think about this 3-bit. What'd you think about Bloober team and what they were showing off today in Layers of Fears?
Yeah, Bloober team, they're very good at psychological horror, and I played the Layer of Fear games. I played one of them. I think there's two, and this might be the third one in that entry. But yeah, Unreal Engine 5. When you put a game in Unreal Engine 5, it just looks beautiful, and yeah, it looks pretty good. I don't know what kind of game, how much they're going to change up the gameplay, because the other Layers of Fear is pretty much like a walking, kind of like a walking simulator, but this seems like they're adding a little bit more to it. So yeah, I'm excited to see what Bloober team has. It seems like each game they get more and more ambitious with their titles. If you just track their history of games, see with each game it feels like they learn just a little bit more, and then they just keep doing it. Medium being their last one, and so it looks like they're getting even more ambitious with this one. So yeah, I'm excited to see this team grow and take on the horror franchise.
Cool. Mav, after Medium, what's your excitement levels for Layers of Fear for Bloober?
I mean, it looks really good. It looks really good. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people that are gonna really like it. I don't like the name for some reason. I don't like it. The Layer of Fears. Like I don't, something about the name. Impressive graphics, really cool looking stuff. I may give it a shot at some point. I haven't played the other two because they never really interested me too much. So I would have rather it been something like different, personally, but this does look like a step up. Like Bloober keeps upping their game, right? Every release, it seems like, okay, they're becoming like more of like a bigger time dev, right? And I think this is their chance to, maybe one of their chances to make a bigger thing. I'm curious because they were supposed to be teaming up with somebody to make something like a third party IP, but that's theirs, So I'm curious.
Maybe Silent Hill won't die, right? Maybe Silent Hill is still being made.
Like this was like reports from like Tom Henderson and like people that have had information, not necessarily saying it was Silent Hill, but like, so maybe they have a second project. And one thing I'll say about Bloober team is they have been known to put out titles consistently. Like they don't like have like 5-year gaps for releases. They'll do like every 2 years or so, or at the most, right? So I wouldn't surprise me if they don't have something else in the works as well.
Right.
So
it's maybe not dead yet. Maybe we'll continue to hear
maybe not
about
dead yet. If you look at their history,
it'd be really weird though that they make a Silent Hill game when they're making Layers of Fear.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be it's just
They're a smaller
horror's their thing, though. You know what I
Right,
mean? Like,
right.
but like,
Sure.
I wouldn't want a Silent Hill game to be just like all their other games either, though. You know what I mean? It would need to be a Silent Hill game, right?
Right. So how? Yeah.
So-
it just weird how they would do it, because if they put their spin on it, it's going to take a different turn than the old Silent Hill games, right? Which is just going to make it like Medium, like Layers of Fears, like it's just going to be in that same exact mold, right?
And Medium was
With
a
Silent
good
Hill.
game. Medium was a good game.
I like
right?
Medium. I like the Medium.
I just didn't finish it because it wasn't like, oh, I need to like, fucking, it didn't grab me, you know?
Right.
So
I got it. Jasper, Bluebird team, Layers of Fears. What you think, brother?
I played the first one and it was all right. I just played it when it was like a down period, like when there wasn't much out or something. So that's probably what I'd do with this one. If there's not much out, down period, and I get it for free, I'll pick it up and try
You
it.
gotta
but-
start making sections for how many games is coming out. This would
Yeah,
be
it's
a down
ridiculous.
period game. This would be the game when
I already have like 50 down period games that I need to go back to. You know what I mean? It's like I can't add any more to
That's
that.
crazy.
It is crazy. Then we got another new trailer for Gotham Knights. I'm gonna let you all take this because, again, you know me and superhero games. Again, if it shows up in Game Pass, I'll join you guys for some rounds. Otherwise, I ain't paying price. I ain't paying money for this game. But Gotham Knights didn't have the best of showings. Gotham Knights is kind of in that weird space, kind of like what we saw with Guardians of the Galaxy. It hasn't shown as well. I know there's still some people that are really excited for it. Steele's super excited for it. Mav, I know you're on board. I think both Jasper and 3-Bit are semi on board with this game as well. But it hasn't shown to the great fanfare that you would expect out of a Gotham game coming from the WB studios. It's kind of got that Guardian Galaxies for a lot of people. It's like, meh, like, okay, all right. Animations people weren't happy with, etc. For you guys, go ahead. I'll start with Mav on this one. Mav, the new trailer really didn't show any gameplay. I think there was a couple clips it snuck in there if you look closely, but otherwise it really didn't do a whole lot for me. I don't know why it was here in this fashion, but hey, it's not up to me. I don't make six figures doing marketing, but hey, go for it, Mav. What did you think about the
I think
Gotham
it
Knights?
was just like Keighley was like, give us something, you know?
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
Right.
they've already showed,
Yeah.
they already had like recently like a big gameplay, another showcase for that game. Some people were down on it. I wasn't. I thought it looked good. You know, I think it's had my hype ever since it was announced. I haven't seen anything to dissuade me from that. It looks like seems like the game that I was always expecting it to be, right? And it's never wavered from that. So I'm super pumped for that game. I'm going to play co-op with it. I have a blast, and I'm excited, dude. So the only thing like they showcased really was like the different outfits for like Nightwing, really,
For
you know,
Nightwing,
and
the
I
different
was like,
hair.
a different hair. Yeah, there's a little bit of outfit changes as well. I thought that was pretty cool, but like there's really no point in Gotham Knights being there. It's just an excuse to have a bigger game at the show. I don't know how much we'll be seeing that up until release. You know, I think that we'll probably not see that again up until maybe a couple weeks before release, and I'm hoping there's a big announcement at that time.
Yeah, for sure.
For Game
sure.
Pass or something like that.
Game Pass would definitely help this title, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people are going to buy it. A lot of people are excited, but there is a kind of undertone right now of really. I just like to see it show a little bit better, but I think the co-op aspect of it does have obviously lends to the playability for a lot of people, because obviously a lot of people are just going to want to jump with their friends and fool around and have a fun time kicking butt. I mean, that's what this game is all about at the end of the day. So I like the customization. Customization always makes it interesting because you can at least make the character be who you want them to be. It gives them a little bit of style. But Jasper, what'd you see out of this trailer, brother?
Not necessarily a trailer. I really don't need to see much more about this game because like the gameplay hasn't really done it for me. But the thing is, I'm interested in the story, so that's why I'm getting it. Like,
yeah,
I want to see more about the Court of Owls and stuff. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm going to get it just for the story.
Yeah,
gameplay can be mediocre and it'll still be fun.
Yeah, see, there you go. 3-Bit. What about you, man?
To me, like the Arkham games are some of my favorite like superhero type games, and all I needed is an Arkham game, and it's online. to be honest.
Yeah, I'm on the same page, bro.
Yeah, like so many people was like they're like complaining about it, like, oh, it's it's more of the same or whatever. I'm like, awesome. I love the Arkham game.
Yeah.
It's not really a complaint for me. If you just have the Arkham games and put it online, just like slap it online on it, that is, you already have my attention there. I will say, like, the first showing, it seems like the very first showing of this game, it had it seemed like a different focus for in terms of like the story and even the graphics. It seems like kind of got downgraded a bit, but it seems like it's going to be fun. I'm excited to play that online for sure, and it's on my list. There's too many games now that you're saying these games out loud. I'm like, yeah, I'll play it, but honestly, I don't know if I'll be able to play it.
Yeah,
there's too many.
There's only so much time, right?
Yeah.
And we haven't gotten to the Super Bowl yet on Sunday. Who knows what's going to be announced there?
Yeah,
we
this
could
is
be
before Sunday. I'm feeling this way. I can't
before
imagine.
Tuesday.
and 2023 and 2024 are going to be even crazier. So, like, look, this is like the norm now. We've talked about this. Last one of the show. We were finally there. I think there's 40. I think there's like over 40 games that we went through here, which is the last one. And we thought, and we could talk about the last game shown. And we think that we thought that possibly Kojima could be the just one more thing, right? We really did think that, and we can get that in the next topic. I'll have Mav lead that off because I'm gonna be gone here for a second. But let's get through this last one here called The Last of Us. Maybe you guys have heard of this. Last of Us. This leaked prior to the Summer Game Fest, which became kind of a running joke during the monologue between Geoff Keighley and, of course, Neil Druckmann, not my favorite person in the world, but whatever. He was up on stage, and but The Last of Us remake. Yes, folks, another remake of The Last of Us is coming for PlayStation 5, only PlayStation 5, and those two little letters that just some people don't like, PC. That's right. Last of Us remake is coming. They are building it from the ground up. By the sounds of it, they showed off a lot of the changes. They actually showed off some of the game, and then they did some side-by-sides of the detail involved in especially the character models. Absolutely looks worth it to me. But again, The Last of Us is one of my greatest of all time games. It will not be removed from that list. There is only one Last of Us for me, but for me, it would be a game that is one of the first purchases I make when I get my PS5. I will play through it again with this upgrade. I think it's worth it. And then interestingly enough, on top of that, while they were talking about The Last of Us, and again, that was the news that leaked, Druckmann confirmed that Factions is going to be coming at some point. Not this year.
They just had one concept art.
Yeah, they had one little piece of concept art for us, but it's going to be a standalone title, which most of us who take the broader view, the satellite RTS view, knew this was coming. I've been saying it for a long time that Factions is going to be one of their first games as a service games. Neil said that they're going to talk about it more next year. So not this year. Steele was hoping for this year, but that ain't happening. I told him that a long time ago. So Last of Us remake and Factions, $70 for the Last of Us remake, which is the big hit. Do you pay $70 for a game that's already been remade, even if it is in a better state, better quality than previous? Do you on PC pay $70 for The Last of Us? And then they actually have what do I want to say? A ultimate version. I forget what it actually. This one is called Firefly. It's called Firefly. Yeah, it's called Firefly Edition. For $100 for The Last of Us remake, which I still have not looked at to see what it includes.
Oh, I didn't. I'll get.
Okay, I'm going to let you do that. Then we'll start with you, 3-bit. So 3-bit high. Again, this is how Keighley ended his show. This is obviously a big deal. The Last of Us is well respected, okay? Whether you like 2 or not, The Last of Us 1 generally is well respected by most gamers, like me. And so you end the show with this. It had already leaked prior. Druckmann's throwing little shots at Sony. And then you talk about Factions, but you really can't talk about Factions. where's your thoughts on number one, $70 for the remake, 3-bit. Number two, yeah, $70 for the remake. Do you think it was needed? Do you think it's worth it from what you saw today for them to do this? And then what do you think about factions going forward into next year?
No, I don't think it's worth 70, to be honest. I mean, I think in terms of like value, if you are I think value can be subjective according to whatever experience you want to make. So if you are like fine with paying for like, hey, I love Last of Us, I want to play day one, I'm gonna pay that $70. And I'm like, cool. It's such a good game. It's the reason why I bought a PS4. The story is incredible. Even I love the gameplay too. It was one of those games that I got really attached to. I got attached to the character between Ellie's and Joel's relationship. It's weird that she's on the box cover, but that's another conversation.
Good old Drunkman, right? He just loves Joel so much.
I heard they are changing some things in the story.
Where did you hear that? Did you hear that prior to this announcement? Because everything I've read from this announcement is no story change. They haven't mentioned that at all. Like they're staying true, supposedly. Because if they change the story, they got huge problems. Okay.
I'm gonna make sure because I heard that in passing that in order to connect it to part 2.
If they do that, I'm gonna be so mad.
Oh, you know how the doctor scene and
yes,
they're actually, you know, making sure
that
I heard they're gonna change that part. But,
they better not. They better not.
I hope not. I hope not too. But yeah, I personally don't think $70 is worth it, but I do appreciate the amount of work that's going into the game. It looks like substantial upgrades, especially the screenshots they've released. It has like really beautiful fire effects. It's pretty much like Last of Us 2 being brought to Last of Us 1, because Last of Us 2 was a beautiful looking game. The gameplay in Last of Us 2 was awesome. Like the way you're able to dive in the grass and then how you're aiming when you're like laying down was like seamless. That I'm excited for. Now that I pointed out all the positives, right?
Yep.
Sort of. I have a huge problem, not only with the $70 thing, that's I just described that, right? I have a problem with the $70 because you're charging $70 for a remaster of the game. It doesn't even include the multiplayer, right? You have the $40 game right now on PlayStation 4, where you can buy The Last of Us remake right now, and it's cheaper, and you have the multiplayer included as well. That in itself I find a problem, but you also, on top of that remake also comes with the DLC. Okay,
right.
The $70 game, the remake, doesn't come with the DLC. It comes with the $100 version. So you're paying $100 just for the DLC, according to what I'm reading. Or
what do you know what the DLC is called?
It's the it's that small it's like the Ellie. And
yeah, I know it. I know that, but do you know the title of it? Because I was looking at. I'm on the store page, and it says The Last of Us Part 1 includes the complete Last of Us single player story and celebrated prequel chapter Left Behind. Is
Left
the
Behind
DLC.
Is the DLC. So unless I'm
Okay,
wrong,
that's in the $70 version.
Okay, because people keep messaging me and telling me that it's in the $100 version, which is what it.
The
comes with,
$100 version.
Firefight
I'm on the PlayStation website looking at the pre-order.
Yeah.
The $100 version comes with The Last of Us Part 1 Firefight Edition, includes the complete Last of Us single player story, the celebrated prequel chapter Left Behind, limited edition steelbook, display case, The Last of Us American Dreams 1 through 4 comic reprints, and with new cover art and early in-game unlocks.
So hold on, let me look at this page, and it's sold out. Goodness,
yeah,
it's already sold out. So okay, so that's okay. Let me look at this again. Okay, but my whole thing is, if that was the case, then I won't have as much of a problem, because people keep saying that the $70 version doesn't come with the
I think it could be misunderstanding
the-
because it says the $100 version that it
doesn't say it
includes
on
that, but
this
I don't think
page.
it's included on both. Is a $70 version for sure include Left Behind?
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
yes,
on
okay.
it does. Okay,
So
cool.
yeah, then that's
So
people
anyways-
just seeing that and then not looking at what the $70 version includes, probably.
Yeah, I was about to have a huge problem if it was only in the $100 version, because that is insane. That is insane to me. And maybe they just like the way they worded it was weird. I still think the $70 is a little crazy, and especially when you're comparing it to the Xbox, and that's sort of how I'm comparing the value. How Xbox's first party doesn't charge that $70, and how Sony's constantly leading the charge on that. And I don't necessarily have a problem with the $70. I think the fact that it's $70 in a remake is something I don't think Xbox would ever do, but I know Sony thinks they know they can get away with it, so they're just.
I mean, like my biggest problem with it was at like this point, like, are you just going to remake the second one? And if you do that, then like, are you just wasting your dev time and not making the factions game that you promised 4 years ago?
It was like not that long ago too. That's the other.
They remade the first Last of Us like 3 years after it came out too. So it's like,
yeah, it wasn't that long ago since we just got the previous Last of Us game. So I don't know, man.
remake
so
it for
weird.
PlayStation 5. It's the new console. Why not? They did it for the first one.
I'm glad we got Pong.
Yeah.
I'm glad we got clarification on that. I don't know if you was hearing, but
No.
Essentially, people kept messaging me saying that the DLC was in the $100 version only, and I was about to have a huge problem
okay.
if that was
Okay.
the case. But okay, it is in the $70 version, which I'm good with.
What's
But
the
it doesn't
DLC give
include-
you then, though?
Left Behind, it's the original
story,
DLC.
Oh,
Pretty
you
cool.
know, with Ellie and the
Yeah.
So I thought that was only
Okay.
the $100 version.
Okay.
It still doesn't come with the multiplayer, so you're charging $70 for that. So I don't know. Yeah, what do you guys think about it? I'm kind of salty about it. I think the game is beautiful looking, and I'm going to get it. I'm not going to get it at $70. I'm gonna wait for that price drop. I refuse to get a game for $70 if I can help it. But what do you guys think about it?
I kind of said my piece on
Jasper.
it. Like,
Yeah.
just remake the second one at this point, because why not? And why are you wasting your time on this when you could be making factions to the game you promised 3 years ago?
Yeah. I'm don't really like the Last of Us game anyway. So, but I will look at this as an opportunity to try again to get into it, right? For like the third or fourth time now. But I'm not going to pay anything. I'll just wait till it comes into the PS Plus extra tier in like 2 years, and I'll be happy with that. I don't really necessarily care that it's being remade. I just do wonder if the studio could have been doing something differently, but just because the other one holds up so well, right? After they did the PS4 like remaster, I think that holds up really well. However, I like seeing comparison shots online and stuff. It's like, whoa, it's a big difference, right? So I get what they're trying to do here. They're trying to kind of create their original vision, and I think it's going to sell like crazy, and it's going to be really popular, and I can't really blame them for that. Especially when I'm like going to be a hypocrite and buy Modern Warfare 2, which is a remake of another game that came out just a few years probably before The Last of Us came out, right? And
Well, it's not a remake. Well, I get it's a remake. Last of Us is a remaster. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's because it's a remake, you
Remaster
know.
of a remake.
And it's also $70. You know what I mean? And I'm excited for that one, but I like why are they doing it? And they're, you know what I mean? So at the same time, though, I would say that like for a story-based game, we've already experienced a story, and there's not all that other stuff in there. I do question the price, right? More than anything else. I feel like that's taken advantage a little bit of the audience when you could
originally paid $60 for the game.
When you could come out like, hey, you know, this is a remake of a classic. We're gonna do right by the, we're gonna have this is a fan service thing. You know, remake this classic, bring it out to everybody because it includes actually less than the original game that had factions as part of it. Maybe coming out with it at like $50-$60 would have been a better situation for me personally, looking at it just from that perspective. However, like I'm sure it's going to be amazing. People are going to love it, and it's going to be awesome. And I'll give it a shot later when it's in their extra tier. The biggest takeaway from this, though, for me, other than that, was we've all been confirmed to be right what their plans were going to be with this whole factions thing after they did not ever give it with their last game. Like they said they were going to, that they were going to pull it and leave it for a free-to-play situation type deal. And it's kind of a shitty move, in my opinion, to do that when you promise it as part of an original game.
Is that a false advertising?
It is, actually.
Messed up.
But yeah, I mean, it is what it is at this point. But like they did advertise that, I believe, as part of that game, that it was going to be coming as part of Last of Us 2. Now they're you see him on stage giving this like whole spiel of like the marketing speak of his company that he's working for, right? Being like, well, it's getting so big that we decided that we can't really do it like that, so we're gonna do it in another way and make it. And I get that they want it to be successful, right? They don't want to attach it to something, you got to pay $70 for. They want it to have it on free to play. They're probably gonna have it on PC as well, potentially crossplay. That would be pretty cool. I could see that happening with that game, but like, own up to it. You know what I mean? Don't like pull off this bullshit stuff of when you're also reselling the same game for the third time again at the same time as making that announcement. And then, holy God, they're only ready to show concept art and they're going to show maybe more next year. Like what? Like that? Like Jasper said, they could have, instead of been doing this remake of a game to sell again for the third time, they could have been making the damn game that they promised to people with The Last of Us 2 in the first place, right? So, and you're like, what the hell? Like, you only got a concept art to show for this thing, like, and we'll share more next year. Like, when is it coming out? Like when can the people that bought The Last of Us 2, which I don't hear anybody speaking up about this, that's bought The Last of Us 2, expecting that to be a part of it, saying, where the hell is my multiplayer, right? We're sitting there being like, where the hell's co-op campaign on Halo Infinite, right? Well, we already got answers for that and stuff, but nobody's saying anything. And then you find out it's removed from that game and it's barely been worked on. All you got is a painting of a fucking city to show. And it's like, they're going to show more next year. And it's not even part of the game anymore. Now it's a free to play thing. Like, I mean, come on. Like, where is the outrage? If
it's
Xbox
because factions, it's because factions was never big though. But it's because factions was never big though. You got to remember that.
Marketing was for the players and you just got to pay it.
Could you imagine if Xbox did this? Oh my God, they would get fucking annihilated. You'd be like, pitchforks and like, it's insane.
I agree. We know the double standard, right? We know the double standard, but it's because PlayStation players don't expect multiplayer. That's why, because they don't have it, because they never, again, factions never blew up. There's a solid fan base for it. Like there was a hardcore fan base, like Steel was a part of it. But again, just overall, nobody cares. Nobody cared about that, right? Nobody did. They're trying to try to make people care about it this time by making it a standalone, possibly free to play, although this is Sony, so who knows, but possibly free to play games as a service. They're going to try to get people into the Last of Us factions, but originally it wasn't that big a deal. So that's why people just aren't up in arms.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and it's people, like, I don't know. I don't get it, dude. But like, the other thing is like the way the show ended. I agree. Like Ed Enzo was like, it ended in a meh. And I was talking about this with the guys earlier. Like the way it ended, just fucking kind of weird. You just like end talking to Troy Baker. Like what the fuck was that? Like okay, I get it. It's cool that these guys, these actors are in the new game, and that they're in the show. But you're ending your show with a conversation with people. Like where's the fucking big last moment, right? The big last moment is a remake of a game you've already remade once. Or remastered once, and then you drop in this whole shitty concept thing of like the Last of Us multiplayer that people should be outraged about. I just think the whole last big moment thing for the whole Summer Games Fest was a big shit show. Honestly, I mean that's my big takeaway, that there was what should have been a big moment like for the Summer Game Fest. It ended up becoming no big moment, right? And that was the biggest disappointment for me for that entire show, right? And it was also spoiled ahead of time. So
like we knew every like AAA game pretty much here. So like the biggest thing out of the show was just the surprise AA games. So it kind of, we didn't really get a big AAA game. It's like, oh my God, it was just
Yeah.
And that's why Keighley had said, calm your expectations. We're not going to have that big Elden Ring moment.
Calm your expectations. I'm going to end the show with a big moment. I'm going to be talking to Troy Baker. That's going to be the end of the show. Too much Troy Baker in this fucking show. I did not know. Oh my God.
I missed this morning because we were busy, but Atomic Heart actually got a release date. Like it's coming this year.
Oh, yeah, really? They put out a trailer today. With
but I didn't see they have a release date. It's coming out. It's got the month with BER on the end, but it's got everything else blanked out. So September, October, November, December.
So it's, you heard us rant about Last of Us. What were your thoughts?
Oh, my thoughts are it's a complete cash grab. But like I said, it is a complete cash grab. I get that fact, but from the standpoint of The Last of Us, the game itself, it's one of those games that I don't mind if they keep redoing it and keeping it up to date because I think it deserves it. I think more games deserve it. Yeah, but Nintendo doesn't do shit. Nintendo gives you the old version in a new package. Okay. They're actually doing this from the ground up. So the work done on it, I appreciate. And again, if people don't want to spend $70, don't spend $70. It'll be on sale. Like Mav said, it'll eventually be in their subscription service, eventually. I think they did this more for the fans because they are launching it on PC in the most beautiful way possible. Obviously, the PC version is going to be the best version you can get. That they just wanted to make sure that the console version was using the maximum it could out of the PS5 and bringing that at least some semblance of what the PC version is going to look like to console for the biggest fans. The biggest fans are going to be the ones that go spend the $70, just like Nintendo fans who all spend full price on 20, 30-year-old games. Okay, it is what it is. They're going to be the biggest buyers. So that's a cash grab, selling it for $70. But at the end of the day, I would just wait for it to go on sale or come into the service, right? If I was getting my PS5 tomorrow, would I buy it day one? Probably. But later on, I know I can expect that if I get my PS5 next year, or whatever the case may be, I can expect that it's going to be in the service or I'm going to have it on sale. So don't spend the money. Like you said, 3-bit, the value's in the eye of the beholder. The customer's always going to set the price. So buy it when you feel it's a value or never buy it. If you are cool with only playing one of the other versions, it's an option. As far as wasting the talent on this is Drunkman's baby. Okay. Whether I think he's treated that baby right or not, doesn't matter to me. He loves this franchise. And I think that his ego has him do certain things. And I think he really wanted to do this. So I think it's cool. I would have rather seen it bundled with 2 for $70. And that would have been like, oh, okay. All right, cool. If you're going to bundle both of them together, fine. I can see where the $70 is going to come from. But I think that they've hired so many people over at Naughty Dog. They're currently working on a new project, which Drunkman confirmed again today. They're working on a new project. They're working on factions. They obviously got this done. So they've expanded that team. This isn't the little Naughty Dog team anymore. They're going to start working on 2 and 3 projects at a time from here on out. So for the legacy, I'm okay with it.
Is Last of Us 2 even like res boost or anything for the PlayStation 5, or is it just
what? Last of Us 2, yeah, it gets 60 frames.
Yeah.
They did the boost.
Yeah. Okay.
On that game, on Days Gone, there's a couple of them they did it on. But it's weird because some games that has like the Uncharted collection, I think they did it on there, or maybe they just wanted people to buy that collection. So I don't know if they did. Yeah, it's weird, but they did it for certain games. Yeah, they did a couple boosts.
Yeah, this was a down way to end the show,
etc. Yeah.
This was a down way to end the show. And obviously the leak wasn't their fault. It was Sony's fault for doing it to themselves. And obviously Drunkman was not happy. So that's the way he is. So his bubble was burst and you could see it. That's why he threw the small shots at Sony. And that kind of killed that whole vibe. But like Mav said, again, Troy Baker coming out again to talk for another 10, 15 minutes. Look.
Yeah.
Come on. We don't need that. We don't need that. The show was cool. I'm glad they showed the show. Again, that's all fan service. fans are going to be super excited for that, whatever else the case may be. I know they want to talk about it, but that was for Keighley, that was down way. Like I said, I was expecting Kojima. Kojima would have been the perfect way to end the show with Overdose, right?
Maybe
So,
he's Xbox exclusive.
Maybe it's not a
that's what-
PlayStation
that's
thing. You know?
Yep. That's my thought, right? So, we've been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes. What do you guys want to do?
We've actually been going longer, I think.
Well,
haven't we?
I'm just talking about the show. PM at the PM when we started.
Yeah. We could talk about what this means for
the showcase, Mav.
For the showcase.
Yeah.
I know Mav had
mean,
questions.
I think there's a lot to take away, not just from this show, you know, but if you look at like even the state of play and stuff like that, like there's this has been a big week already for Xbox, right? Like you have Resident Evil 4 remake, you got Street Fighter 6 coming to Xbox, you got 4 or 5 Game Pass games day one announced today, games like TMNT, you got freaking Dark Tide, we got the release date information, more gameplay of that's coming out this year, right? We got what was the one with the horror game called again? Routine. Yeah, that one day one. Then there was the Midnight
Express
fighting game again. There's just like a lot to take away from this. Like, man, like I feel like even on these multi-platform shows, like Xbox is coming away with a little bit of victories here that, I mean, it's not being like screamed from the rooftops because it's just like, you know, there's a logo on the bottom that says Game Pass or whatever, you know, but I feel like all these different things are adding up to like their whole aspect of like, you know, having a bigger presence this generation.
Yeah. Xbox is like took little dips out of everyone else's show and they still got theirs to go.
Right.
So like,
and because like the sales numbers are there, right? They speak for themselves. They're not as easy to ignore from these third party publishers, like for example, Atlas and other things. And, you know, you're starting to see like things that are at other showcases now, like that should be big moments for other publishers. Now it's got the Xbox logo there as well on the bottom of that screen. And that's a big deal going for all of these shows that we've seen already. And that leads us to thinking like, well, if they already have this many games that we already got announced now for Xbox, even at third party showcases and even Sony's own showcase, man, it's going to be a pretty fucking fire Xbox Bethesda showcase. And now it's leading us to understand why the hell they got 2 separate shows, right? Because again, like y'all said, like that Overdose game was leaked, right? That had to come from some kind of like email trailer or something. So I think it was like via email.
I think it was an image of a trailer too. It was like a screenshot of.
So that had to have happened for some reason, right? Like that somehow there's being shared around somewhere right now.
I thought it'd be here because, you know, Kojima and Keighley are friends.
Yeah.
In it, and
not anymore.
So I mean, this is not a guarantee at all because who knows when this game's going to eventually get shown. It could be shown 2 years from now. Who knows, right? But what I'll say is, with the timing of the leak, has kind of led up to around the timing of other leaks that have been showing up around this week, right? So if that leak had something to do because of it being shared around this time of year for this reason,
it could have also got pulled from Jeff's show. Like maybe there was a problem last minute and they're like, we can't show it. So
that's possible, but like, I don't know, man. Like it seems like that would be a huge deal, and that maybe he knew he wasn't going to get that. That's why he kind of set those expectations, right?
They had set out the press release, or they had set out the press briefing. That's where this came from, right? So they had gone to all these press journalists and had them all sign NDAs and then had sent them this showing of Overdose, right? Which would make sense if they were prepping everybody to write stories for
like they have done for other stuff this week.
Right, exactly. For one of these showcases, right? Well, it's not going to be a Capcom. I doubt it's going to be a future game showcase. No. So what does that leave? Unless Sony's got one that they're prepping that they haven't announced yet in the next couple of weeks, that leaves Xbox, right? So, like, is this the Kojima Xbox game? I mean,
it could be, man. I think there's even if it's multiplat, it still could be at the Xbox showcase if the Xbox got marketing rights for it, right? Who knows? Like, but we're pretty like this game exists. You know what I mean? There was a lot of talk on the internet this past couple days because of backlash of it getting leaked for a reason, right? It's not because it wasn't real. So I wonder when it's going to show up. Did they pull it because it got leaked? Possibly.
That's not Kojima's style.
I agree. Also, like he doesn't like,
especially with the information out there now, right? There's no reason to pull back. Like it wasn't like the whole game was released; it was just a name, right? If he still had and there was a trailer supposedly attached to this, so why wouldn't you just go ahead and show it at that point? I mean, again, that doesn't make any sense. That's not Kojima's
unless
MO.
if he didn't feel comfortable with like the trailer, like at the end of the day, like maybe he watched it again. Is like, I don't like the way this is looking. Is like, we're just gonna pull it.
But
Maybe
Keighley, he edits this stuff like further in advance, doesn't he? Like at least.
No, they had the rehearsals yesterday for the show.
Joe Dunmore.
Okay.
Dunmore goes, Keighley is friends with Kojima, not the other way around.
That's funny.
I know Dunmore is killing it. He was saying like, please don't end the show
on that game.
On that game.
Yeah.
I just think there's something potentially to that. I mean, again, who knows, man? But overall, seeing what we've seen,
I just feel that it was a weird ending for the show. Like,
yeah, it was.
Like, I feel like they could have done like Kojima would have fit perfectly there. That's why I'm like thinking it could have been pulled or something. But
yeah, like that was supposed to be. Oh, and we got one more thing, and they just never. It just was no more one thing, right?
Yeah.
Nothing to replace it with. I just think that overall, though, like besides all of this, like it's pretty badass to see where Xbox is right now going into this show.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they have had such an already great couple days, and we haven't even had their showcase, and we have not had one big time reveal from them yet at any of these showcases. We talked about this yesterday about are they going to have a big reveal at Keighley's show, and no, they didn't. Right. Routine, you could say, but potentially is, but that's like a small studio, like a early thing.
It's
like
also not even first party,
right? It's not first party, you know, like.
But the thing is, with these Game Pass announcements that we got today, that weren't Game Pass announcements, we just saw it at the end of the showing, right? It wasn't advertised, right? Like we've seen Game Pass advertisement stuff before. So what's got me thinking, Mav, is that a lot of these that we saw today, the Shredder's Revenge for sure, obviously, the Routine obviously would have normally been at the showcase during the indie sizzle reel, right?
And they could still be steering in some kind of a sizzle reel at the Xbox showcase to put more of a spotlight on it.
They could have been, but those would have been the ones they highlighted. Like when we saw like Exomecha, right? And Stalker and Atomic Heart and those types of games, these games would have fit into that mold during a normal Xbox showcase. Even last year's showcase had some of that. So for them to be showing up in Keighley's like this with no fanfare, not like Keighley going, hey, we got a bunch of games, we got some cool indie games coming that you might know, that you might not know, but they're coming to Game Pass, Xbox, blah, blah, blah. Not Keighley doing a normal little Xbox plug. For me, saying that means that they have a lot for this showcase, right? That's what that says to me, that they didn't feel necessary to make time for these. Not that they may not be in like a sizzle reel, but that again, some of these Shredder's Revenge, everybody knows is hyped right now. Like that would have been a moment like during the indie showcase where Sarah Bond or whoever comes out and says, hey, by the way, we got new showing for TMT, Shredder's Revenge coming to Game Pass, day and date. And they would have showed the clip. Right. And I just feel like,
let me ask you this. Your predictions lately have been like Xbox going to show fewer games at this showcase than they did last year.
No, I switched that.
He switched it around. Yeah.
Yeah, I switched it with Mav on his prediction show. I changed that after the Starfield and Redfall delay because I don't think we have the big Todd Howard blowout for Starfield at the show. I think we have a much shorter showing at the showcase.
Did confirm they're showing Starfield.
Yes, I think they're going to have a shorter like story trailer or something with some gameplay in it, but it's going to be shorter than the full Todd Howard special, right? I think when that changed, I said that opens up room for more games. So I think they're actually going to more.
Yeah, I was going to say like, because I've been at like 40, 50, like in between there. Do you think that's more reasonable now that we didn't get anything?
No, mine's in mid 30s.
Okay.
Mid 30s, just over what we saw last year. So that's where I'm at. Because Avowed's going to get a big spotlight this year. There's going to be a couple games that get big spots. Like Motorsport's going to get a big spotlight.
Well, I mean,
and again, but with the second
today at Jeff's,
I know, but with the second showing too, you don't know because that's the hard part. And they still have not put a time limit on the show either, Jasper. They still have not officially said the time for the first show. The second show is 90 minutes, but no one has confirmed how long this first show is going to go. So that's why I'm thinking more this time.
Yeah, that's fair. And all you guys bring like super good points and
blow the freaking roof off. They got a really good chance to like.
I'm overwhelmed by the amount of games.
Be sitting for 5 hours Saturday or whatever, or Sunday.
Yeah, goodness gracious. The Sunday show, I think what you guys are saying is correct. Like it does have an interesting ripple effect. The Summer Games Fest and even the PlayStation show, right? The PlayStation show had a lot of games that were on Xbox. It was pretty much basically kind of like a mini Xbox showcase, and this was also like a mini Xbox showcase where you've seen all of the games coming to Game Pass, and they didn't even like announce it in your face. It was just like, oh yeah, that's on Game Pass, that's on Game Pass, that's on Game Pass. Like even Mav was like, what? That's on it was just at the bottom of the screen. This is going to Game Pass. This is going to Game Pass. And it does lead me to wonder on freaking Sunday what is going to be there. I have no idea.
I just like, can you imagine like Phil comes out on stage and is like, all these games are gonna be shown on, and they're gonna be in Game Pass, like Ubisoft games, EA games, like.
Well, last year they had 30 games, 28 of them are on Game Pass, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, if we do that again, we know we're probably going to get EA or Ubisoft games because they don't have anything. So it's like,
yeah. Well, last year they had Battlefield there, which was not in Game Pass day one, but will be eventually.
EA was not at this showcase. That is correct. EA, like they had the logo thing, like Jasper is saying, but they weren't, as far as I know, in this show.
EA and Ubisoft are going to make an appearance at the Xbox showcase. I can like almost guarantee you that because EA has been like non-existent. Ubisoft has been non-existent. Ubisoft usually has their own show. They're not doing it this year, and Ubisoft is doing the whole Ubisoft Plus thing. All this stuff we've talked about it before. They're going to have a showing somewhere around E3, and there's only one big thing left, and that's the Xbox Bethesda Showcase. It makes sense for them to showcase maybe one of their newer games there.
The streaming stick probably. You guys think that'll be at this showcase?
No, I don't think that's ready. Yeah, that will be like for a while, Okay. Otherwise, that would have been part of probably the Samsung announcement news that they dropped earlier this morning.
Yeah, because Jez says it's going back underneath to get worked on again, so it'll probably be a while before we hear.
Yeah, and also, I mean, it's probably for the better because you release a product like that, you want the cloud to be at its strongest, and it's still in its infancy as far as like cloud streaming. And I think that people have an expectation when you go into the store and buy something for $100 about what kind of level you're going to get, and people's internet's still getting better, the cloud service is getting better. I think a year or two from now it'll be even better in a stronger position at that point to release a product like that to the mass market. So I think you'd wait closer to launch of the product before you reveal it, and I think they're still a little ways off, but it'll happen. It'll be pretty big deal. But man, what a freaking couple days here, and even more to come. Jasper, what do we have on the docket for tomorrow?
Tomorrow is Netflix Geek Week. We're supposed to be at Cuphead, and Netflix is supposed to announce at least 10 new games or something like there. So we don't know if that's going to be mobile games or what.
What time is that?
Netflix, I believe, is at 1. Let me pull up the schedule real quick.
Yeah, actually, you sent it to me. It's on my phone, so I can.
Yeah, we also have Tribeca Games tomorrow, and we know that Plague's Tale Innocence will be there. So look forward to that if you're into that game. Make sure you check out that show. That's at least a big game confirmed. I don't know what else is going to be there, but
at 1 p.m. tomorrow Eastern is Netflix Geek Week, and 3 p.m. for Tribeca.
Yeah.
And then the Guerrilla Collective is on Saturday.
So is Future Game Show, and there was another show. Was it added today for the 11th? Damn, I can't remember. There's so many shows.
Yeah, there's fucking so many. There's a PC gaming show. There's the Capcom show. There's 2 Xbox Bethesda shows. There's a Wholesome Direct on Saturday. This is insane. The Devolver Digital show was pretty good. You know, I thought we got some cool announcements from it, but like nothing like.
It was like 3 games.
Yeah, I mean,
but the presentation was
there was
amazing.
5 games total. Like one of them, like I didn't really care at all about. The other 4 looked pretty cool. You know,
Skate Story. I've been following that game for a while.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see like it at a showcase. It looks super dope.
Ed Enzo says EA did say they were going to show something in these upcoming days on Twitter. Do you think they showed the? You think they showed Jedi Survivor at Xbox
Need for
Showcase?
Speed.
Need for Speed, but if Xbox has Motorsport there, do you have Motorsport and Need for Speed in the same show?
Why not?
Yeah, I guess one's arcadey.
Do you think Skate 4 is closer in development? Maybe they'll show that.
We
Or
did
no?
get a possible leak of Skate 4 today. It was spotted at EB Games store in Australia, so I don't know how true that is.
The last I've seen like any kind of shots of that game, it was still really early, you know, in development.
Yeah.
So,
I think it was last year, right?
yeah, late last
Like
year. It
the
wasn't
last time
that
they
long
showed
ago when I
I just
saw
think
that
Need
stuff.
for Speed is a lot further along, so that's probably going to be the one to show because we've seen a lot of leaks and maps and actually images of that game.
That's a good point. When is and we already got a release date for Jedi Survivor, right? It's in 2023.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Need for Speed is supposed to be
February, right?
2022.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe
Jedi
we
Survivor,
get maybe we
Survivor.
get 2 big EA things. Maybe we get 2 big Ubisoft things, right? That's very possible. I mean that it doesn't see in the history of Xbox stuff. It doesn't seem like that would be the case, but maybe now it is. You know, like
I think EA is not ready to show. I think they got a lot of things in the works, but I don't think any of them are ready. I think they'll do something later in the year.
like their
I think
own little
Ubisoft
thing.
Yeah, their own little thing. Or maybe I think they do their own little thing later in the year if they're ready to show. I think their stuff is too far out.
Yeah.
Need for Speed and Skate 4. We know we're not going to get anything Mass Effect. We know Dragon Age, the state that's in right now.
But
So
Jedi.
Jedi's the only one, right? Jedi
See, I
could
thought Need
show,
for Speed could
but
hit this year.
yeah, I don't see it.
That's
I
the
think they
rumor
push it
though.
next
Is
year.
late 2022.
Yeah, I think next year. I think they're going to wait, especially if
What else
Motorsport
is
drops. Well, it doesn't really matter. Motorsport doesn't matter, but I don't know. EA's just got a weird feeling to them right now. I think they're going to hold back. Ubisoft, on the other hand, has got to start showing stuff. They've got a lot in the works, especially
Avatar,
Skull and Bones. You've got
out within the next 6 months.
yeah,
and
yeah. You got the Star Wars game by Massive, which still has not been even teased.
That's
really.
I think too far out to really get anything though.
I think we could get a teaser though. Get a title.
If we get a title, soon, but that's about it.
Title.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Title. They still got to show the title. They still have not done that and give us any idea what it is, right? Division Heartland. That's got to be showing off more again. Stuff like that. They've got a lot. Plus this new Assassin's Creed stuff, which we know about.
Rift. That was
Obviously,
just,
Rift and the
leaked
other
a
one,
little
the
bit.
MMO. Yeah. So if all that's true, Ubisoft has got a lot to show. I expect Ubisoft for sure at the Xbox Showcase. For sure.
So then it begs me to question is like, because of the amount of multi-plat stuff going to be there potentially, is that why they said there's going to be new trailers at the second show?
Possibly.
Right. And why? Well, we also haven't gotten an official time yet on the first show. I don't think they've come out and said it's 90 minutes yet, have they? On the first show?
No, the first show is no confirmation. Second show is 90 minutes.
Yeah, I think
So-
the second show would just be like DLC and add-on stuff to games, like trailers for that wise, not like
Probably
like
too,
more
but they
in-depth,
did say
like
some new
gameplay.
trailers. So
But that also throws off the show. What are they doing at the show then? Because we were expecting, I think we all were, like Grounded 1.0, like Sea of Thieves, new DLC, right? Obviously the Forza Horizon, but if they're going to Forza Horizon will get it. Forza Horizon will be shown,
Yeah.
right? The Hot Wheels will be definitely shown there. But if they hold like Sea of Thieves trailer, like if they just announce the new DLC and then hold the trailer for the second show, well, that frees up more time because look at how long they took with the Pirates of the Caribbean stuff, right? That was like a full like 5 minutes, like of all the parrot. So if you're freeing up all that stuff with the second showing to deep dive and to show off trailers and all, what is going to be at the showcase? If the showcase comes out more than 90 minutes,
Maybe it's like when they mean new trailers, like they'll show a trailer for like, let's use Halo BR or whatever, for example,
Sure,
at the main
sure,
E3. They'll
sure.
show that, but then they'll be like, here's an extended trailer. So it's a new trailer at the second show. Like maybe the
I don't
wording's
know
just
because they said all
technical.
new stuff. Like I don't know, maybe, but like the way they talked about it on Twitter kind of hyped it up a little bit. You know what I mean? Like
Seems like extended gameplay. Like they show a small, let's just, for example, a small trailer for Avowed, and then the second showing would be like 12-minute gameplay of Avowed. That's what I'm
See,
picturing.
with the new trailer stuff, I'm thinking like a trailer for the Lego thing at the second show. I'm thinking of a trailer for Age of Empires to console potentially coming at the second showcase.
And then they show gameplay of that Hot Wheel thing at the second showing. I'm saying.
Well,
like
I'm saying all that at the second show. I don't even want that announced at the first show. I want that all at the second show. I want the first show to be all about new games and new trailers for the games that we already have had announced, right? Second show for DLC and expansions and live service stuff with maybe a couple other surprises.
Oh, then there's going to definitely be surprises at the showcase without a doubt. Then they've got more than one ace up their sleeve. Okay.
Yeah.
Then you're talking about they've got multiple.
I think they have
aces.
a whole deck. Just
That's the scary part. Because again, I went through and wrote down my kitchen sink, kind of going through all the games that they could show there or what they would look like if they threw the kitchen sink at it, without getting into the fables and the that
supposedly
kind of
Fable Perfect Dark's not going to be there.
Yeah. And I left those out, but throwing the kitchen sink, well, then that's crazy because this includes having some deep dives on stuff and whatever else the case may be. So if you start taking that out and you start putting that into the second day show, well, man, that's just going to free. Oh, I mean they've got a ton of stuff.
Well,
man.
that's why the second show exists. I think you know what I mean. Like, why else does it exist? Like. That's what they did last year.
Look, man. If Phil has finally listened to people like you and I who want him to just absolutely throw everything at this show, like, hey, we lost Starfield, we lost Redfall, but we know that's big. But listen, here's what we've got. This is why you guys invested in us. This is what we've been doing, and he throws everything at this, bro. We're talking about seeing stuff that we never thought of. Like, this is going to be 11 out of 10 show if they go with this format, right? And I'm not trying to be over the top dramatic or hype this thing. Again, I take every showcase in a vacuum. So this showcase could still be a 10 out of 10 for me, even if it isn't like last year's, if they come with different things. But we're talking about legitimately blowing away last year's showcase if they come out here and do this. There's a lot, man.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about that.
Jones.
We're gonna get our newest up-to-date predictions tomorrow night on Xbox Ultimate.
They have like 30 codename games that we don't even know the title for. It's like
that we know are actually real games in development because the developers themselves have acknowledged that they're making games, right? Like it's insane. It's nuts. Like I went on a list like on Boom Show yesterday of a lot of these. It's just, there's so much.
We didn't talk about it, right? Phil did come out today, right? This morning, wasn't it confirmed that he said that they're on pace to have at least 5 first-party titles this year, which is ending in March of 2022, right?
Yeah.
He said there's at least 5
within a year. Yeah.
Fiscal year. He was talking,
or was that Phil?
And that also goes along with what Jez said on his predictions with the show that they're going to announce several titles for release within the year. He thought,
but we have 0 right now,
right?
So 5 in the next between June.
Well, one of those would be Starfield, right?
Between Sunday and March, right? So between
I can list 3 at least. Halo BR standalone, if you count that. Like,
nope, you don't count that.
Okay,
nope, well, that's part of Halo. You're not going to count that.
I think it's a standalone.
Even if it's standalone, if it's standalone, it would count. I think they would count it if it's standalone.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Age of Empires console, they're going to count that, even though it's came out on PC last year. They'll count that again.
Okay.
And then Starfield would be like March, so that would still be in their quarter.
Yeah.
And then the other Motorsport would be 4.
What's Redfall would be the last one?
No, that would be June. That would be next.
Within a year.
Avowed.
No, but not. They didn't say a year, man. They said fiscal year, which ends in March.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they said fiscal year. So March 2023, I believe, is the end of their fiscal, just like Sony's. So that means that between June and March, they have 5 first-party titles coming to Game Pass minimum, because they said at least 5. Was
maybe like that Minecraft RTS thing, essentially.
Yeah.
Could be.
It could be Josh Sawyer's Pentiment.
I see a void. I see a void about.
I think it's like May. I think Starfield's March, Avowed's May, and then
they're not gonna
Redfall's June.
They better. Look, if they're not gonna have Avowed this year, and Starfield is March, then you put Avowed in holiday. Then you give Avowed even more time, and you put it in holiday, because you don't do Starfield and then Avowed. You don't do them on top of each other. You can't. You got to space that out. That engagement's too strong. You can't do that.
It's
I don't
5
believe.
plus also, not just 5.
You go
It's a 5
Starfield,
plus.
Redfall, and then Avowed in fall time.
Thanks, J Mac.
Deathloop. I guess could they count that since it would be coming to Xbox?
Oh shoot, yeah, that might be at the showcase.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how he's counting it. So again, yes, I guess technically speaking, you could count that. I guess.
Yeah,
but
right now we have 0.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right now he's got 0.
So yeah, that is true. Yeah.
All right. You want to? I mean, we're gonna have a big prediction show tomorrow night. Our up-to-date predictions on an Xbox Ultimate podcast at 9 p.m. Eastern, and we will be joined by Tim Dog on that show.
It's gonna be awesome.
Looking forward to it. It's gonna be an absolute blast because we've been able to take all these things that we've learned over the last couple of days and apply it, and even more that we're going to be learning tomorrow potentially, if there's anything worth noting. And stay tuned. Tomorrow we'll also have some more co-streams during the day, off and on for like some of those other shows. And yeah, it's gonna be insane. But hey, Pong, get everybody out of here, man.
Oh, and I do that all the time. I always do something. So, hey, this has been an absolutely ridiculously good show. Thank you all again. Whether you stayed here basically the entire day, fun has been live almost, or whether you just joined us for PM and the PM, whatever the case may be. This is just the beginning, folks. This is Christmas time for all of us. As you can tell, if you can't tell, we are all excited. We have so many questions in our heads still. Again, the unknown right now is so much. Like it's crazy. And yes, I understand for some people, you got to control your hype because you don't want to be disappointed. For those like me, we're all hyped over the top right now because I don't care. Even if it doesn't turn out the way I think it might, then I'm still not going to be disappointed. But this is the time to enjoy it, however you're going to enjoy it. But we appreciate every single one of you, whether you're now, whether you were earlier today, whether you are in the future listening to us. We appreciate all of you gamers because you show up and share this passion with us just by listening, watching, whether you're in chat, whether you're lurking, it does not matter. That's what this community is all about. Again, never had a group of friends like this that I can hang out with and talk this kind of stuff about ever in my life. And here I've got a whole community of it. Of course, my close brothers and sisters that I work with on these podcasts, they're my extended family because of that. But you guys in chat too, that's where I started. I appreciate all of you. That energy is what drives us here and why we do this. Love you all. Nothing but respect. Thank you for showing up on PM and the PM, a special PM and the PM, where we covered over 40 games from the Keigleys in depth. So that is fantastic. And we've got more of this content coming this week. So let's start with our guests, of course, and they are a part of our fun speculation family. You know what? Let's start with 3-Bit. 3-Bit, brother, I know you're busy. Thank you for dropping in for nearly 4 hours of conversation tonight. That's not normal for you to be able to do, but man, you are getting the work done. You are doing lots of good things in this gaming industry. Love talking with you. You know that, man. I give you a hard time because you're like my little brother, but I love you being here and I appreciate you so much for being a part of this, man. So tell everybody what you got going on and where they can find you and where you might be showing up this weekend if your work schedule allows it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Chat, you have been amazing. We've consistently just had like 60, 80 people just listening to us. We've been going on for like 3 hours or something like that.
It's been
fun. Yeah, it's crazy. But you know, this is Christmas time for me and a lot of different gamers are just getting to speculate on what's happening, getting to see what these developers have been cooking up for years even, right? And they're finally getting to show off their work. So thank you guys. It's been a blast. I am looking forward to a lot of these shows. I might be on tomorrow, probably not, but if I can't be on tomorrow, I will definitely be at the actual Sunday show. So just stay tuned. Look at what we're doing on Twitter. Just stay in contact because a lot of things are happening. I'm sure Mavs is going to have impromptu shows because the news is happening like this and as it usually does around this time frame. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. Love you guys. You can follow me on Twitter at i3bit and I'll see you guys on the next one.
Thank you again, brother, man. Love you too. And I can't wait to talk to you on Sunday if I don't talk to you before then, because this is going to be fun, man. This is the Super Bowl's coming, man. I just can't wait. Woo! Lore Master Jasper. Actually, guy, what's going on? And brother, thank you for being a part of all these shows too, man. You've been showing up nonstop. As well, you could be gaming, but right now you're spending it with us, so that's awesome. Appreciate you nonstop, man. You're part of the fam. So hey, tell everybody where they can find you and what you got going on, man.
I took a vacation week like I always do for E3, and I'm getting no sleep. I got 4 hours a day, and I've done 9 hours of shows on my So we're gonna keep it going for the rest of the week. Lord Jasper on Twitter, Lord Master Jasper on YouTube. I got shows to watch tonight, so I can make videos to put out. So I'm not getting any more sleep. It's just gonna keep going. Power through.
Let's go.
That's what you're supposed to be doing, 3-bit. You see that young energy? That's you. That's what's supposed to be you. Not falling asleep, not saying, oh, my brain's worn out. Oh, no, you got to have Jasper's energy. 3 hours, 4 hours of sleep. That's enough. Got to keep going. Got to keep going.
I'll try.
No, awesome job, Jasper. Again, thanks you, man. I appreciate your thoughts, man. I love hearing you talk too. So you bring different perspectives, which we always can use. Man, look, the king of this kingdom, the man himself, Fun Speculation, who himself probably is not getting a whole lot of sleep these days with all the stuff he's been going on, puts out a gigantic community prediction podcast or not podcast, but video that he has to edit down from like 5 hours of video down to an hour. Look, you've been doing a lot, man. You got a lot more coming up here this next week, but no, appreciate you, brother, again, for giving me the platform here on PM and the PM, but for doing all the shows, and obviously inviting us all to join you in this. But man, this is the time, man. This is the time of year, and it's great to be sitting next to you, man, and enjoying this and just having cool conversations. Tell everybody what you got going on, Mav. I know you got the schedule written down right now, and you're locked and loaded. What's going on?
Yeah, man, just got more stuff coming tomorrow. Again, I mentioned the times a little while earlier. We'll be going live kind of hot for a lot of these like co-streams and stuff. And again, I appreciate you guys for being here too, man. This is my fun time, dude. I've said it before in the past, like, you know, I didn't used to have people to enjoy this stuff with, right? Like it was my friends and family in real life weren't into this shit, you know? So I'm like sitting there and enjoying it. Like I'm telling Kate about all this stuff. Oh, did you know they announced this? Oh my God. And she's like,
shut up, nerd.
Yeah, she's like, shut up. What the hell, you know? But like, it's so different. And like last year was like so memorable for me, like getting to hang out, like, and everybody's reactions, and it was kind of like a dream come true. Now this year is like even better because we don't have a weird person attacking us the whole time. Like, while we're trying to do these shows, like it's been an absolute blast. And I can't wait for Sunday. Oh my God. I am so pumped, dude. I cannot wait for Sunday for the big time show. And then knowing that there's even potentially more 2 days later. Again, it's just like over the moon hype right now. A good start. Today's show, like Summer Game Fest, was pretty good. I mean, it wasn't like over the moon, but they had a lot of cool stuff there, and it's only going to get better, you know. Over the next couple of days, there's going to be lots more new game announcements, lots more news, lots more leaks, lots more rumors, lots more things going to happen, and we're going to cover it all here. Tomorrow night, it's going to be a fun ass time on Xbox Ultimate Podcast at 9 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you guys tune in for that. And that'll be our last big prediction type fun show leading up into the Xbox Bethesda Showcase. Besides that, Saturday, going to be covering more co-streams of more game shows out there. If I have time, I'll play some damn games and stream that too. Who knows? But I appreciate you all, and I hope you all have a fantastic night. Pong.
Yes, sir.
What about you, man?
Yes, sir. Pong Soul everywhere. You know that. I've given you all the love that I possibly can. I do it every single show because I mean it. So thank you all for being here. But you know where to find me. Pong Soul on Xbox, Pong Soul on Twitter. Everyone here is amazing. And Tony Grasso, I know the absolute feeling of not having anybody around, like just like Mav was saying, and I said before too, it's amazing to be a part of this community and to be able to share all of this with you. So, hey, join us. It's going to be, I'm technically working tomorrow. Who knows? I might pop up on something. If something big comes down, something happens, might be back here again. Boxing Burger. Who the heck knows? But I know I do have to work some tomorrow. But hey, I'm going to be around. So I'm going to be watching this Twitter streets, looking for that information because I like those leaks. So keep your eyes open and watch the Twitter and find out there where I'm going to be. But I will be on Xbox Ultimate, obviously, tomorrow night, enjoying the hell out of being around the family yet again for the prediction show. And, of course, adding Tim Dog to the mix. Man, it's going to be fun tomorrow night. I cannot wait. So be there Saturday morning. Be back at it again. Of course, Living Split Screen is going to be live, raw, and uncut. Steele and I are going to do our prediction show there that morning, our final predictions. We are going to make sure everybody gets out on time for the future game show and whatever else they got going on during the day because there's so much going on, but we are still going to have 3+ hours Saturday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, 3 p.m. BST time, UK time, whatever you want to call it. Be there, Living Split Screen, and tell a friend. Everybody's having podcasts this week, but please show up if you can and share it out if you see it. Love you all for that. And then, of course, I will be on Boxing Burger's show Saturday during some time slot. He's having people roll through on Saturday. So I will be there on one of those time slots. Yeah, I think I'm going to be in the little bit later time slot, but I will be there sometime on Boxing Burger show. So keep your eyes open for that. And then Saturday night, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam, Fuzzy Belvedere, and of course myself. We are full go on Saturday night. Bring your questions. We're going to probably have a prediction show and all that good stuff, but PTK does open it up for questions at the end. So please bring them on by. Shop Podcast, PTK Blam's channel, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. And then Sunday, you will see me right here. Man, it's going to be amazing for the Super Bowl. I cannot freaking wait. So be back on here, Fun Speculations channel. We will probably be going almost all day the way things go. And if the show hits the way we think it could, we might have a whole nother 3-hour post talk about what we just saw. So who knows how that's going to turn out, but Sunday's going to be all day. Monday, I'll be back to work again, but the Capcom show is going, but I'm going to have to be stuck at the office on Monday for sure. Tuesday, I'm going to be a home day. I'm going to have to figure out how I'm going to pull that off. But Tuesday, I got the Xbox Factor podcast. We're going to do a live stream of the second show, short after recap of the second show on Boom's channel, Double Barrel Gaming. You already know it. So be there for that. Everybody's going to be streaming it again. And then I'm hopping right over to Boxing Burger's channel where Mav and everybody's going to be. Mav, I think we got Wandering Dutch and Xbox Mike is going to be there. I'm going to hop right into that show. We're going to talk about the second showcase as well there. So, hey, again, enjoy it. I'm not even tired. I'm extremely hungry right now, but I'm not even tired, man. This stuff,
I got wings waiting for me downstairs.
Oh man, I just gotta. No, I just gotta eat and I gotta go to bed because I do have to get up in the morning and I have to log in. So, but that's all I'm gonna do. But I'm not even tired. Why? Because this stuff gets me energized. I love this. This is why we do this. So thank you all again for being here. PM in the PM. We are out Thursday night. Done. First day of Christmas in the books. I hope you all enjoy this. Get out there. It's the golden age of gaming. Play what you love what you play. And I'm going to talk to you real soon, folks. So Mav, get us the heck out of here.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.